My name is Lingchen. I am the last hope of Planet Blue. I'm traveling alone to Kepler 666b to determine if it can support human life. If it's suitable, humanity still has a path forward. On the winter solstice, Planet Blue reached its breaking point. Resources were depleted, the ecosystem collapsed, and the mother planet was asphyxiated. The sun grew dimmer and dimmer, dooming the planet to become an ice-covered wasteland within a century. The Seed of Fire is humanity's final gamble. 8 billion people's hopes pinned on it. Seed of Fire, this is Planet Blue's mission control. Have you safely arrived at Kepler 666b? Please respond. The distance is too great. By the time they get my response, ages may have passed. I type back a message. Mission control, this is the Seed of Fire. Message received. I've arrived at Kepler 666b and am preparing to enter the atmosphere. My fingers brush against the worn insignia on the control panel. The words, "The fire never dies," feel engraved into my heart like a blade. Countdown at 0. I initiate emergency descent. Thrusters at full burn. The Seed of Fire plunges almost vertically into the atmosphere. The friction ignites the hull, and the cockpit temperature skyrockets to over 100 degrees. The G-forces slam me into my seat, and my vision starts to fade in and out. Only one thought stays in my mind: stay alive. 3 minutes later, the spacecraft breaks through the atmosphere and crashes hard into a crimson plain. The deafening sound of disintegration erupts. I'm flung out of the cockpit and smash into a jagged rock. The sickening crack of shattering bones chills me to the core. Sternum, ribs, and limbs shattered. Every breath feels like a rib puncturing my lungs. Foam of blood gushes from my throat. Shit, why is this so heavy? I wheeze, barely drawing breath. My body feels like it's crushed under a mountain of iron. The gravity here is far beyond what we'd anticipated. My muscles spasm violently under this overwhelming force. Lifting even my eyelids feels like an impossible task. The jagged pain of broken ribs throbs with every twitch, as if hundreds of pounds of steel weigh on my chest, numbing my organs. I want to reach out and clutch my chest, but my arms are so heavy it feels like they're welded to the rock beneath me. How many times Earth's gravity is this? This is insane. As pain gnaws at my consciousness, my mind flashes back to the grueling gravity resistance training we had in Planet Blue's Aerospace Special Forces. With triple Earth gravity, we could barely move, but this pressure feels like it could outright kill a person. So heavy, can't even breathe. The relentless gravity compresses my chest tighter with each gasp for air. Every breath feels like I'm drowning deep underwater, snatching fleeting gulps before suffocating again. This isn't a temporary backlash from the crash. It's an omnipresent gravitational cage pinning me to the ground. The scariest part? Our pre-arrival surveys didn't account for any of this. They focused on the atmosphere and liquid water, but they missed a fatal detail: gravity strong enough to wipe out an entire human mission. My titanium alloy exoskeleton is completely useless. Beneath my spacesuit, my skin is swollen and bruised, like a discarded specimen being crushed underfoot. Pain transitions to numbness as my consciousness starts to dim. I'm on the verge of becoming the first speck of human dust on this alien planet when a cold, mechanical voice suddenly echoes in my mind. Ding! Special life form detected. Survival evolution system initializing. Asterisk asterisk. Activation progress. 10%. 50%. 100%. Activation complete. Host, Lingchen. Species, human, Planet Blue. Status, critical, multiple fractures, organ damage, severe blood loss. Attributes, strength 15, agility 12, constitution 13, charisma 18. Environment, Kepler 666b gravity multiplier, 10.0 oxygen concentration, 210%. Core function, gain 1 attribute point daily while alive. No upper limit. Points directly enhance physical body. Note, current attributes insufficient to withstand gravity. Prioritize constitution and seek immediate shelter. A faint blue display materializes before my eyes. Its information crystal clear. My eyes snap open, my dilated pupils contracting sharply. A system? Where did this come from? Is this like the ones in those novels? Ding, correct. There's no need for the host to understand its origin. Fine, whatever. Everyone else in those stories gets a starter pack. Do I get one too? Ding, congratulations. Host, you have received a starter pack. Would you like to open it? There really is one. Hurry, open it. Ding. Congratulations, host. You've received 1,000 attribute points. I stare at the display, my heartbeat pounding like it might explode. I never thought systems like this could exist in real life, let alone that one would appear to save me. Surveying my surroundings, my throat feels tight. The real threat here isn't just the gravity pressing down on me like a vice. It's the unknown dangers that could appear at any moment. I'm putting 100 points into Constitution right now, or this gravity is going to crush me alive. I raise my hand, a Herculean effort, and tap the plus sign next to Constitution. Ding! Points applied successfully. Constitution plus 100. Current stats: Strength 15, Agility 12, Constitution 113, Charisma 15. An instant later, a surge of warmth floods my body. The excruciating pain vanishes as if suppressed by sheer force. The suffocating weight on my chest eases slightly, allowing me to breathe deeply for the first time. So this is what upgrading Constitution feels like. If this were back on Planet Blue, Here's the translation fitted to American English conversational style. I could probably strut around like a boss back on Earth, I muttered. But this is Kepler 666b, no floating around here. Suddenly, a weird screech echoed from the distance. Cluck cluck, chicken. The sound startled me so badly my hand jerked, accidentally tapping the all-in button right next to my charm stat. Asterisk ding. Points allocated. Charm plus 900, asterisk. I froze. What the? No. I didn't mean to do that. Undo it. Asterisk ding. Points successfully allocated. Changes are irreversible, asterisk. 900 points. Are you kidding me? This system is rigged. Clenching my teeth, I forced myself to calm down. Only one thought filled my mind. Survive first, worry later. About 10 meters away was the wreckage of the supply pod. The door hung half open, and I could just make out some medical supplies and ration packs inside. Gotta eat something. Won't make it far on an empty stomach. Grabbing the food, I scarfed it down like I hadn't eaten in days. Is my appetite this big just because my physical stats increased? At this rate, if the food runs out before I figure something out, I'm toast. Gotta find shelter quick. The ship was smashed to pieces, the communication system totally fried. There was no way I could contact Earth. Guess I'll just take things one step at a time. At least I've got the system. I checked out the safety pod. It wasn't in the best shape, but at least it was intact. Looks like I'm camping out here tonight. The sun dipped below the horizon, the sky shifting into a strange, eerie shade of purple. Temperatures started plummeting. The dangers of the alien night were closing in fast. I glued my eyes to the crimson plains outside, muttering to myself through gritted teeth. I'm going to survive. For the 8 billion people back on Earth, I'll figure out the secrets of this planet. I'd been stranded here for days now, barely hanging on inside the safety pod. The planet's 10 times Earth's gravity made moving a Herculean effort. Walking even a few steps felt like torture. Without the system providing even minimal support, I'd already be dead. But the system only handed out 1 attribute point per day, barely enough to survive, let alone thrive. If I wanted to get stronger, I'd have to hunt some of the local beasts and absorb their cores. The problem? There were predators everywhere, and they weren't pushovers. Going out there right now was nothing short of suicide. And now the food's about to run out. I chewed on the last bits of a ration bar, the dry crumbs turning to powder in my mouth. My gut churned with a cold dread. The land stretched out endlessly in all directions, a stark, barren wasteland. Once night fell, strange noises filled the air. I didn't even dare to touch the hatch, clinging to the faint hope of encountering other human survivors here. Just as I was lost in thought, the ground began to rumble. A vibration, distant but growing stronger. My body tensed. I pressed up against the pod's glass and squinted at the direction of the disturbance. From behind a group of rocks, a massive shadow emerged. I instinctively shrank back into the pod, but my eyes refused to look away. It was a giant, and it was heading my way. When the figure came fully into view, I nearly spat out a curse. A female giant. She stood over 3 meters tall, completely towering. Massive in every sense of the word. She wore a beast-hide battle outfit that clung to her body, her sharp contours radiating an intimidating presence. Her long, dark green hair fell over her shoulders, and her face was unsettlingly beautiful. Too beautiful, almost like it was designed to disarm you. Maybe forever. She stopped directly in front of my safety pod, her piercing gaze locking onto me. Her lips curled into a faint, sly smile. Cold sweat ran down my back as my heart pounded like it was about to explode. "What are you smiling at me for? Don't come any closer. I'm not opening this hatch. I don't care how good you look. You're too big, and I'm scared, all right." She didn't seem to understand my frantic words. Still, her smile deepened, almost shy, but that only freaked me out more. "System, what the hell does she want?" I whispered in a panic. Relax. She's not hostile, but she might do something unusual. What the hell does unusual mean? Be specific. Before I could get an answer, her massive hand slammed against the safety pod, making it shudder violently. My voice hit a higher pitch. "No, don't. Put those hands away. Go away." She clearly didn't understand me. Both her hands gripped the pod's edges, applying pressure. Within moments, the reinforced hatch folded inward like paper. I was practically shaking now, not from fear of death, but at the thought that the system's vague, unusual warning could come true. Then, with a simple twist, she ripped the hatch clean off and tossed it aside like trash. Her massive hand reached in and pulled me out as though I weighed nothing. Bending down slightly, she locked eyes with me. Her gaze boiled with intensity, like she'd just discovered the world's rarest treasure. "What's her deal?" I muttered, too frozen to even lift a hand. She lifted me higher, studying me carefully but with an inexplicable gentleness, almost like I might shatter in her grip. I tried to wriggle free, but it was useless. I was like a rabbit snared by an eagle. "Let me go? System, do something." My cries were meaningless noise to her. Her hands cupped entirely around me, warm and gently firm. Suddenly, the suffocating pressure of the planet's gravity was gone, replaced by this strange warmth and a faint hint of some pleasant fragrance. She seemed oddly entertained, letting out deep, musical tones, a language ancient and unrecognizable, but filled with excitement and urgency. Her eyes burned brighter with every passing second, and she even poked me softly on the face with her finger. I barely held back a scream. Her touch was terrifyingly careful. That shouldn't be comforting, yet here I was. And then, without warning, she scooped me into her chest and bolted, her long legs covering terrifying distances in seconds. Anywhere she was taking me was beyond my control now. All I could do in her grip was curse silently. You wait. When I get a chance, you're going to regret this. Her speed was ridiculous, the world around us becoming a blur as the wind screamed past. My face was awkwardly squished against her, assets, and I wanted to die from the sheer embarrassment. They weren't just large, they were absurdly large, easily bigger than my head. All the while, her heartbeat thudded steadily, deeply, right against me, amplifying my nerves. Peeking through the rushing landscape, I found where she was heading, a massive stone fortress embedded into the mountains ahead. I gulped. What fresh hell awaited me there? Instantly, I understood. She wanted to take me back to her castle. A chill ran through my spine as the system's earlier words echoed in my mind. She might do weird things to you. Could it be she wanted to take me back for those kinds of things? The thought hit me like a lightning strike. My 28-year streak of innocence. Was it going to end today? My heart felt like it was clenched in someone's hand, skipping a beat as despair crashed over me. In the arms of this 3-meter-tall, terrifyingly gorgeous, and absurdly strong giantess, even the idea of fighting back seemed like a cruel joke. And no, don't. I struggled weakly, my voice trembling with a sob. I couldn't understand her language, nor could I outmatch her strength. There was nothing I could do but be taken. Sensing something wrong, the giantess paused and gently placed me on the ground. She crouched low, staring at me, and softly poked my face with her fingertip while letting out soothing syllables, as if trying to calm me. But the more tender she acted, the more petrified I became. I could guess what was going to happen, and yet I was powerless to stop it. Seeing that I'd stopped flailing and was just trembling instead, the giantess assumed I'd settled down. Without hesitation, she scooped me up again and took off, charging even faster toward the castle. I was numb with despair, my mind blank except for one recurring thought. I'm done for. Completely, utterly done for. She stopped in front of massive castle gates. The stone doors creaked open slowly, and a group of giant warriors wielding stone axes emerged. They all froze when they saw me in her arms, then erupted in loud cheers. The giantess lifted her chin proudly, her expression smug and triumphant, as though I were her prized trophy. She strode into the fortress, parading me around like her ultimate conquest. I was forced to face countless gazes, curious, excited, and painfully predatory. Female giants gathered too, their eyes filled with desire so blatant it made my skin crawl. My dread sank to rock bottom. This survival mission on the planet Kepler, how did it turn into this nightmare? The giantess carried me into a room that was even larger than I'd feared. She gently placed me on a bed lined with animal furs, handling me like I was some delicate, fragile treasure. She stood there, staring at me for a moment before finally stepping out of the room. I wasn't tied up, but this kind of freedom felt more like the calm before a storm. Minutes later, the stone door creaked open again. This time, a shorter giantess, though still at least 2.5 meters tall, entered the room. She carried a stone tray piled high with strange, colorful fruits I'd never seen before. Setting the tray on a stone table near the bed, she stole a few curious glances at me before leaving. I stared at the vibrant fruit, and as if on cue, my stomach growled loudly. System, scan it. Ding. Local fruit. High in nutrients. Can rapidly restore stamina and alleviate fatigue. Safe for consumption. I grabbed a golden, apple-like fruit and took a bite. It tasted sweet with a hint of tartness. As I swallowed, a surge of warmth spread through my body. The soreness from Kepler's tenfold gravity eased significantly, and my mind felt clearer. I devoured 3 of them back to back. My energy was replenished, but my anxiety only grew. Why did she capture me? Could it be my charm level? System, do you know why? Yes, host. It's your charm stat of 918 points. If not for that, she would have crushed your 3rd leg long ago. She's already under its influence. Right now, all she wants is to claim you. I felt a cold prickling on my scalp. Claim me. We don't even speak the same language. I have no idea what any of them are saying. Swallowing hard, I asked, is there a way for me to understand their language? Affirmative. You'll need to establish a close-range neural interfacing connection. In plain English, a kiss will suffice. I froze. A kiss? She's a giantess. What if she sucks me in whole? She won't. One quick kiss will upload the relevant linguistic data. Afterward, you'll understand her language. I gritted my teeth. Fine. When she comes back, I'll try. I didn't have to wait long. 2 hours later, the giantess returned, this time in a different outfit. She was carrying a stone bowl filled with steaming, thick soup that smelled fresh and herbal. Spotting me sitting at the edge of the bed, her eyes lit up, and she approached quickly, kneeling down to offer me the bowl. Her anticipation shone in her gaze like she was waiting for me to praise her. Taking the bowl, I felt the warmth seep into my hands. The creamy white soup was filled with translucent tubers and diced meat. I sipped it cautiously. The moment it touched my tongue, a wave of energy exploded in my mouth, surging warmly down my throat and into my belly. A few gulps later, I was done. I handed the bowl back to her. The giantess accepted it, but didn't leave. Instead, she crouched in front of me, resting her elbows on her knees and her chin in her hands, staring straight at me. Her gaze was sticky and intense, like she was ready to devour me whole. The unabashed affection in her eyes made my skin crawl, but it also confirmed something important for me. This was the moment. It was now or never. System, get ready. I'm making my move. Understood. Kiss her now. Ignoring my racing heart, I forced myself to meet her gaze. Reaching out, I pressed my hand against her massive face and, bracing myself, leaned in toward that full, soft red mouth. The giantess froze, her long lashes fluttering with surprise. A fleeting hint of bashfulness crossed her eyes, but she didn't pull away. Instead, she leaned forward slightly, meeting me halfway. And then, I kissed her. For a moment, she stiffened completely. Barely 2 seconds later, her cheeks flushed bright red, heating up like embers. Her breathing became erratic. For an instant, confusion flickered in her eyes, but it quickly melted away, replaced by a dazzlingly bright expression, as if she'd just received a gift she'd dreamed of for years. The system notification burst in my mind like a detonation. Interface established successfully, language data transmission in progress. Her lips were soft and warm, carrying a faint, pleasant fragrance. The giantess quickly relaxed. Her colossal palm cradled the back of my head with inexplicable gentleness. And yet, I knew full well that with one slight exertion, that same hand could easily crush my skull. We stayed like that for a full 2.5 minutes. Internally, I couldn't help but rush it along. System, are you done yet? Been done. What the hell? Why didn't you say so earlier? You didn't ask. Besides, you seemed pretty invested. Invested my ass. I immediately pulled back, breaking off this mission contact by force. The giantess was still leaning down, eyes closed, her face deeply flushed. A few seconds passed before she slowly opened them. Her amber eyes glistened, filled with tenderness and joy. She lightly touched her lips with her fingertips, then turned her gaze to me. Her smile was so dazzling and sweet it nearly made my head spin, with just a hint of bashfulness mixed in. She spoke softly, her voice trembling slightly, as though she were declaring something monumental with excitement. I couldn't understand her words, but I could feel the system working overtime to translate. It wouldn't take long before I could break through this language barrier entirely. The giantess seemed to realize I couldn't understand her. A trace of disappointment flickered in her eyes, but she chose not to speak further. Instead, she stood up, staring at me for a moment longer. Her gaze brimmed so full of affection it was almost overwhelming. Finally, she turned to leave, glancing back at me repeatedly as she went. As soon as the stone door shut, I collapsed onto the soft bed, wiping my face with my hand. My heart was still racing. It wasn't fear, more like an overwhelmed panic at how utterly intense that fiery gaze of hers was. System. Progress. Language database compiling. Current progress, 12%. Time dragged on like molasses. I resorted to thoroughly inspecting the room. No hidden doors. The windows were tall and narrow, impossible to squeeze through. The stone door looked terrifyingly solid. Breaking it down was a pipe dream. The only option was to gamble. Wait for the giantess to return and figure out her intentions. An hour and 43 minutes later, a notification shattered the silence. Compilation complete. Titan Common Language successfully integrated. The host has attained basic speaking and comprehension skills. Almost at the same time, I heard soft, deliberate footsteps outside the door. The stone door creaked open slowly, and the giantess returned. This time with two companions, each carrying folded fabrics that resembled clothing. "You're awake," she said in her deep, soft voice, clearly restraining her tone as though afraid of startling me. "Are you feeling okay? Was the soup to your liking?" Suppressing the storm of emotions inside me, I looked up at her and replied, "I'm fine. The soup was delicious. Thank you." The giantess froze on the spot, her amber eyes widening in shock. Behind her, the two other giantesses audibly gasped. She quickly stepped closer, crouching down and leaning in so near I could see every detail of her face. Her expression was filled with disbelief. You can speak our language?" "I can now. Just learned it," I replied as steadily as I could manage. Her eyes flickered as though something had struck her deeply. She was clearly reluctant to believe it. "You mean to say you learned it in just a few hours?" I couldn't reveal the system's existence, so I simply shrugged. I pick up languages quickly. The more I hear, the quicker I figure them out. The giantess stared at me for what felt like an eternity, her gaze growing brighter and filled with a barely restrained affection. "You're amazing. You're so different from anyone else," she said, slightly awkward but with undeniable sincerity. "Amalia," she added earnestly. "Midnight," I responded. Alia directed her two companions to place the clothing onto the stone table behind her, though her eyes stayed glued to me as if afraid I might vanish. "These are garments I specifically asked to be tailored to your size," she murmured softly, reaching out to hand me the clothes. According to the traditions of the Greenwood tribe, if someone wishes to propose, they must gift clothing adorned with the tribe's emblems. This represents my feelings. My chest tightened as if seized by an invisible hand. "Propose?" I forced myself to remain calm and asked, "What do you mean by propose?" Alia's smile only grew brighter, though her face was still tinted with a shy blush. There was no mistaking her seriousness. "Of course, I mean arranging our betrothal. 3 days from now is the Festival of Vows. It's the perfect time to solidify a union. I've already spoken with the chief, and they've agreed. All the preparations for the ceremony are ready." I understood every word individually, but stringing them together felt like sinking into a nightmare. "Hold up!" I raised my hand, taking a step back and forcing myself to stay composed. "We've only known each other for less than a day, and I'm not even from your tribe. Don't you think this is a bit rushed?" "I don't care." Alia cut me off, her gaze burning so fiercely it was almost unbearable to face. "I liked you the moment I saw you. I want to be with you. You being smaller doesn't matter to me. I like you." That's reason enough. Her bluntness hit me like a wildfire. I genuinely didn't know how to respond. The two attendants behind her tactfully took their leave, closing the stone door as they exited. Now, it was just the two of us. Alia's gaze was locked onto me, her eyes filled with affection and a possessive determination that defied refusal. "And what if I say no?" I asked quietly, already steeling myself for the worst outcome. Alia fell silent for a moment, her tone hardening slightly as she replied, "Even if you don't agree, you'll have to agree. When I want something, nothing can stop me. And I've decided I want to be with you. The only wish. I won't hurt you. I'll treat you well, give you the best of everything, and let you live here safely without having to face danger alone anymore." She stood up and glanced at me again, her eyes filled with both anticipation and reluctance. She moved toward the door, her steps light, as if afraid to provoke my displeasure. "Get some rest first. Try the clothes to see if they fit you. I'll come back to see you tomorrow." The stone door closed, completely cutting off my view. Only then did I let out a breath and slump onto the animal hide couch, my thoughts in chaos. This wasn't a negotiation. There wasn't even room for discussion. The other party didn't do this for prophecy or for any benefit. They were simply pulled in, head over heels, by the sheer force of my 918 charm points into a love-at-first-sight situation. I asked the system, "How can I escape from here?" Ding, absolutely impossible. Damn it, I cursed under my breath. Well, guess I'll have to take it step by step. Outside the door, I could hear the low chatter of guards changing shifts, their footsteps as heavy as iron. These were not people to mess with. The patrols were scarily tight. Every few minutes, someone would pass the door. Even if I somehow managed to sneak out of the room, I wouldn't make it 50 meters before being dragged back. And if that happens, forget this slightly movable house arrest situation. It'd be straight to heavy chains, where even breathing would depend on others' mercy. Alia is a high-ranking warrior. She mentioned that herself. This is the Almori tribe, and she's their top warrior. With her protection, at least I wouldn't have to worry about constant, lethal dangers from the wilderness anymore. This place has ironically become the safest refuge I have for now. A place to survive, to grow stronger. For now, I have to endure. Swallow the humiliation to gain a chance to live. By my time to turn the tables. I walked up to the stone platform and picked up the tribal attire to try it on. Surprisingly, it fit perfectly, as if it had been tailor-made for me. My heart sank a little. This giantess had prepared way too thoroughly. Standing before the smooth stone wall, I looked at my own reflection. A human, wearing the garb of another race, trapped in a giant's castle, being fervently admired by a 10-foot, 6-tall female giant, and pushed toward some absurdly irrational engagement. Yet in my eyes, hidden from anyone else, was a cold ambition. It was ridiculous and pathetic, but at least I was still alive. As long as I'm alive, there's still a chance. The second day of my capture, I had just changed into the outfit adorned with blue crystals when Alia's cheerful footsteps echoed outside the door. "Linyon, are you up yet?" The door was pushed open, and she walked in. Her eyes lit up as soon as they landed on me. "Today, I'll show you around the castle and help you get familiar with the surroundings." I nodded and followed her. The castle was ridiculously large. Stationed along the corridors were giant guards wielding stone axes and spears. Each one was over 10 feet tall. Their muscles were as solid as rock, all low-ranking warriors. To them, fighting me would be like an adult picking on a child. These are the guard squads. They patrol and maintain order. Alia explained as she walked, her gaze almost never leaving me. She raised a hand, motioning toward a massive stone window at the end of the corridor. "From here, you can see the tribe's core, and beyond that lies the great forest." I glanced out. Beyond the wide platform outside the window were layers upon layers of stone houses, and farther still, an endless expanse of dense forest. "Alia!" Suddenly, a rough shout came from the other end of the corridor. The tone was both mocking and dissatisfied, as if intentionally picking a fight. I turned to look. A towering native man was striding toward us, a menacing presence that felt like a hammer to the chest. He was at least 11 foot, 6, with broad shoulders and a thick frame, his battle armor full of knife scars. The pressure he exuded far surpassed that of the regular guards, clearly an experienced and ruthless warrior. Trailing behind him were two equally hulking natives, their eyes locked onto me with intense hostility, as if I were some foreign invader. The surrounding tribal members immediately stopped and stepped aside, waiting to watch the drama unfold. Quiet murmurs spread among the onlookers. It's Kauron. He's the second strongest warrior in the tribe, after Alia. He's been chasing after her for almost 2 years now, hasn't he? They spoke in hushed tones, but thanks to the system, I could hear every word crystal clear. Kauron's taken down plenty of high-level beasts. Lots of female warriors admire him. But Alia's never accepted him. And now she suddenly brings back some little outsider? No way Kauron's okay with this. Look at that guy, he's so short. Standing next to her. It's like an adult with a child. How does he even deserve Alia? Well, I think he's quite handsome. The more I look, the more I like. Have you gone crazy? There are plenty of robust men in the tribe. Why are you all fawning over him? Yeah, he's short and weak. Other than his face being passable, he's nothing. Stop talking, you're blocking my view of the show. In the midst of the murmurs, Kauron had already reached us. He scanned me with a cold, condescending gaze, like he was squashing a bug under his foot. Then he fixed his eyes on Alia and spoke, his voice simmering with restrained anger, but sharp enough to cut like a knife. Alia, who is this little runt? And why are you with him? As soon as he spoke, silence fell over the hallway. It was clear, he was putting her on the spot in front of everyone. I stood by Alia, waiting to see her reaction. The side, frozen in place under a circle of scrutinizing gazes, my mind went blank. I had just started wandering around when I unexpectedly ran into a love rival, and somehow, I ended up being painted as the homewrecker. From Karun's demeanor, it was clear he had genuine feelings, but here I was, the so-called fiancé who had seemingly walked into the lion's den. Alia frowned, stepping forward decisively to shield me behind her. Her voice was crisp and direct. His name is Lingchen. He's the partner I chose. The day after tomorrow, on the Festival of Sacred Unions, I'll marry him. What? Curran looked like he'd just been struck by lightning, his eyes widening in disbelief. He took a step closer, his voice trembling with anger. Why, Alia? Explain it to me. I don't accept this. His enormous hand was about to land dangerously close to me when Alia's icy glare brought him to an immediate halt. Karun's chest heaved with frustration, his face full of unwillingness. I've pursued you for 2.5 years, fought countless high-level beasts for the tribe because of you, and done everything to win your heart, yet you never accepted me. And now, you're going to marry this random little runt? What does he have that I don't? The crowd instantly erupted in murmurs. Lord Karun is right. This outsider doesn't have anything going for him aside from a good face. A female giant scoffed. Sure, he looks easy on the eyes. If it weren't for Elia's protection, I would have snatched him up as a boy toy myself. Someone whispered, "Don't say that." She only laughed louder. Why not? If he ended up in my hands, I'd make sure he wouldn't be able to get out of bed every single day. I felt awkward beyond belief. Were it not for Elia's protection, this group of female giants would have probably torn me apart just for fun. I glanced at myself. On Earth, my height was average, but here in the Aoki tribe, where the average giant stood at 3 meters tall, I was undeniably a little runt. Not to mention, I was just a low-level warrior. Against someone like Karun, a high-level fighter, there was just no comparison. I was very aware of the situation. I wasn't a good match for Elia, and I didn't even like her. This engagement was always just a transaction. Now that Karun had confronted her publicly, it was the perfect chance to step back and extricate myself. I tugged lightly on Elia's sleeve and, looking up at her with sincerity, said, "He's right. I'm not good enough for you. Why not call this off? Let's not get married." As soon as the words dropped, the surrounding area fell deathly silent. No one expected that this small outsider would voluntarily back out. Even Karun seemed stunned. But then, Elia's gaze turned razor-sharp, as though I had touched a nerve. She spun around, locking eyes with me, and her voice was firm like steel. No, this marriage must happen. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried a weight that suffocated everyone around. Without missing a beat, she turned back to Karun, her eyes as frigid as ice. "I don't like you. Who I choose as my partner is none of your business." Karun's face turned ashen. He stared between Elia and me, the disdain in his eyes gradually morphing into deep-seated resentment. He growled through gritted teeth. "Kid, you just wait. I'll make sure you learn how unworthy you are to stand beside her." Elia's expression darkened, and the imposing aura of a high-level warrior exploded from her. The air seemed to freeze under its weight. "Karun, try laying a finger on him. I dare you." The familiar pressure made Karun flinch slightly. Though some of his rage subsided, he still sent me a murderous glare before giving a cold snort and storming off with his entourage, leaving one last thread in the air. Elia, you'll regret this. The crowd finally began dispersing after watching Karun leave, though they couldn't resist glancing back at me with curiosity as they went. I exhaled deeply, my chest tightening from the way Karun had looked at me. That death glare promised nothing but trouble. Being here in the Aoki tribe, my life just got a whole lot more complicated. Don't let him bother you, Elia said as she turned to face me. The chill in her demeanor melted away, returning to her usual warmth and gentleness. She reached out, giving my head a soft pat, her voice resolute. With me here, no one will lay a finger on you. This marriage will happen, and no one can stop it. Meeting her earnest gaze, I felt a bitterness well up inside me. I had hoped to use this chance to back out, but instead, not only did I fail to escape the engagement, I might have just gained a strong enemy in the process. Let's keep exploring, Elia said, taking hold of my hand. Her palm was firm and steady. I'll take you to see more. I could only follow her lead and continue walking. When we returned to my quarters later, I stared at my system interface with a furrowed brow. My power is still too low. Relying on that measly daily boost wasn't enough. At this slow rate, Karun's revenge would hit long before I could defend myself, and that wasn't even counting the dangers in the tribe or the time pressure of things back on Earth. There was only one shortcut: hunt monsters, absorb crystal cores. But with my current strength, heading out would be as good as suicide. If only I could get my hands on some crystal cores. The only person I could turn to for help was Elia. Guess I'll have to ask her. Setting my resolve, I got up and headed to the top floor. At the entrance to the level, 2 guards immediately bowed respectfully. I pushed open the heavy stone doors and saw Elia sitting at the stone table, carefully polishing that massive blade of hers. Lingchen, what brings you here? She set the blade down, her hardened expression softening into a gentle smile. Tired from exploring? Want something to drink? Elia, I'd like to ask you for a favor. I walked straight up to her and got straight to the point. Could you take me out to hunt monsters? Hunt monsters. Elia's smile froze. Frozen on the spot, she abruptly stood, her towering figure pressing forward, her tone turning sharper. No, absolutely not. You're too weak. Even a low-tier beast out there could rip you apart in seconds. Stepping outside is as good as suicide. She grabbed my arm and pulled me to the stone window, pointing at the gentle slope outside the castle walls. See that? There's a training room in the castle. You'll go there first. Without combat strength, I can't take you out. Training room. I was stunned and immediately pressed her for more. Everyone in your tribe gets stronger there. Yes. Elia nodded. The training room has an energy-gathering formation. It purifies the energy from beast cores. We meditate to absorb it, and that's how we increase our combat power. Something clicked, and my heart began to race. So the training room's energy source, it's the cores dropped by beasts? Correct. Elia stared at me. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Why not just absorb the cores directly? I wasn't letting this go. Wouldn't that be faster? Elia sighed, as if explaining the obvious. That won't work. Beast core energy is too wild. Absorbing it raw could kill you. Best case, leave you grievously injured. Worst case, you'd explode on the spot. I understood instantly. They couldn't directly convert beast core energy, but I could. My system could transform cores into combat power points. That was my biggest trump card. Should I tell her? The thought crossed my mind, but I squashed it immediately. If the system got exposed, who knows what could happen? But I was dependent on Elia now. If she gave up on me, I wouldn't last a day. As I hesitated, a familiar chime rang in my head. Rest assured, host. Elia's favorability score is 100 points. Absolute loyalty. I froze slightly, then let out a small breath of relief. 100 points meant our fates were intertwined. She wouldn't betray me. But another unsettling thought cropped up. I questioned the system internally. Why does it show loyalty for men but favorability for women? Isn't it the same metric? Why the gender difference? Loyalty reflects trust and recognition. Favorability leans more toward admiration and attachment. Both are forms of positive bonds, fundamentally the same. The terminology is merely optimized for clarity. You're not fooling anyone. I sneered in my mind. This is blatant bias. Don't give me the whole opposites attract spiel. Looking up at the towering, 10-foot-tall Elia, and recalling the equally massive women in their tribe, the thought sent shivers down my spine. On this planet, the intelligent species were all giants, and me? I looked like a kid standing next to them. I imagined a horde of female giants closing in, and a chill ran down my back. Host, there's no need to worry. The system only records emotional bonds. It doesn't enforce further development. We advise you focus on raising combat strength instead of being distracted by secondary factors. Secondary factors? I almost laughed bitterly. If I were actually surrounded, what would I fight back with? Especially against someone like Elia, whose favorability was maxed out and who was ridiculously powerful too. Dawn, why are you spacing out? Elia's warm hand touched my shoulder cautiously, her eyes full of concern. Are you feeling unwell? Or do you not like the idea of the training room? I'm fine. I snapped out of it, gritting my teeth before deciding to come clean. Elia, I'm not like you all. I can absorb beast core energy directly to increase my strength. Elia froze, her wide eyes locking onto me. She grabbed my shoulders, but then immediately let go, worried she might accidentally hurt me. You're serious? Absorb cores directly? That's impossible. It's true, I nodded. I can handle the wild energy within the cores and transform it into my own power. That's why I wanted to hunt beasts with you to collect cores. Elia stared at me silently for a while. Slowly, her shock shifted into joy. All of a sudden, she pulled me into a careful hug, cradling me like I was fragile glass. That's incredible, Dawn. Absolutely incredible. But in the next moment, her expression darkened. Even with such a talent, it's still too dangerous. You can't be reckless. I'll take you to the outskirts of the low-tier zone. I'll kill the beasts, and all you have to do is collect the cores. I'll make sure nothing happens to you. Warmth flooded my chest. Without a second of doubt, she accepted my words, and her first reaction was to shield me from danger. Thank you, Elia. There's no need to thank me. Elia ruffled my hair, a hint of indulgence in her smile. You're my man. Of course, I'm going to protect you. She straightened herself. There's still time. Gather your things, and we'll leave now. Be back before dark. She grabbed the long blade resting in the corner as she spoke. Don't worry. With me here, I'll make sure you collect as many cores as you can today. Elia prepared quickly, slipping into her silver-gray battle armor with her long blade in hand. Her presence, so overwhelming I subconsciously held my breath. The castle gates swung open, and morning light poured in. The guards saw her stepping out with me in tow, their curious eyes trailing us as they murmured amongst themselves. But not a single one dared to ask questions. They all bowed silently. Let's go. Elia took my hand firmly, her palm large and radiating warmth, pulling me into an invisible bubble of safety. The low-tier beast zone isn't far. We'll get there in half an hour. I nodded, letting her guide me like a child following an adult. She insisted I stay 2 steps behind, where it was safer. Every step was a challenge under 10 times the usual gravity, while Elia moved with ease, as if walking on flat ground. Here, Alia stopped at the edge of a fissure and lowered her voice. The entrance to the tide cave is 30 meters down this rock wall. I leaned over. A hot, humid draft mixed with a sickly, sour smell rushed up toward me. Without hesitation, Alia jumped down, using the wall for footing twice to slow her descent. She landed silently on a rocky platform below. I, on the other hand, had to grip onto some vines and climb down painfully slowly. By the time I reached the ground, covered in sweat, Alia had already been surveying the cave entrance for a while. There was dark red, sticky goo smeared around the cave's edges. Alia signaled to me with her hand and slipped inside first. I followed closely behind. The cave made my stomach churn uneasily. It was a naturally formed cavern, restructured into a nest. The high ceiling loomed ominously, and the passages stretched on endlessly into darkness. Suddenly, 6 creatures surged out from 3 different tunnels simultaneously. They looked like rats and bats merged, grotesquely magnified 100-fold. Each was roughly 2 meters long, their iron-black, chitinous exoskeletons gleaming faintly. Their mandibles clicked together, producing a sharp, grating noise, and droplets of acid dripped from their bodies, sizzling as they hit the ground. They didn't attack right away. Instead, they spread out in a fan formation, their mandibles grinding together in an alarming warning noise, clearly signaling reinforcements. I'm going to take them down. Alia leaned close and spoke in a low voice before darting forward in the blink of an eye. All I could see was a blur of her motion. Her foot stomped down hard, cracking the rock floor beneath her, and a high-tier shockwave erupted outward. She drew her enormous blade, wasted no time with finesse, and executed a wide horizontal slash. The blade sliced through the exoskeleton of the first creature, followed by an ear-piercing sound, and the monster was hewn clean in two. Its fluid sprayed meters across the cavern. Alia didn't stop. Pivoting on her left foot, she spun her body fluidly, changing her swing to an upward slice. The second creature raised its mandibles in a futile attempt to block. Its limbs were instantly severed and sent flying. The third and fourth lunged toward her from both sides. She didn't even lift her head. With a relaxed flick of her blade, she effortlessly bisected the pair midair. They dropped to the floor, lifeless. In less than 2 seconds, she had wiped them all out, leaving a pile of bodies behind. The last two creatures hesitated, fear finally catching up with them. They retreated, grinding their mandibles faster in a desperate plea for backup. Alia wasn't about to give them the chance. All I heard was 2 sharp, wet sounds, and the final 2 collapsed. The fight was over. She sheathed her blade, and I wasted no time dashing over to start harvesting the crystalline cores from their remains. For the next 20 minutes, it turned into a one-sided slaughter. For more waves of reinforcement crawlers came at us in succession, each consisting of roughly 10 to 20 creatures. Alia dealt with each of them the same way. A single strike per target, swift, clean, and devastating. All I had to do was collect the cores. The numbers climbed rapidly, 20, 35, 50. By the time the last beast was cleaved in half, my haul had reached 250 low-grade crystalline cores. The cave finally fell silent, its floor now littered with corpses and faintly pulsating eggs. Alia flicked the residue off her blade, surveyed the area to confirm there were no mature creatures nearby, and nodded. Time to leave. I looked at the mountain of bodies, then at the towering, 3.2-meter-tall warrior standing next to me. I couldn't help but ask, "How much of your strength did you even use just now?" She paused for a brief moment, then replied, 30%. I let out a bitter chuckle. The gap between us was painfully clear, but with 250 cores in my hands, I couldn't help but feel a spark reignite in me. "Let's go." Alia interrupted, motioning toward me. "Hold tight to me." Before I could react, she hooked an arm around my waist, hoisting me up single-handedly, while gripping her massive blade in the other. She launched herself onto the vertical wall, taking only a few rapid strides to clear the 30-meter climb. By the time we resurfaced, the sky had started to darken. "Let's head back. Night's almost here," I said. "All right," Alia responded plainly. By the time we reached the castle in the Green Oak tribe, it was already late at night. At the entrance, Alia stopped, hesitated for a split second, and then passed a small leather pouch from her waist to me. "What's this?" I asked. "Cores I took from the storage," she explained, her gaze steady. 100 mid-grade ones. "They're yours." I opened it, finding the bag stuffed with deep green crystalline gems. My system immediately pinged a notification. Energy source detected. Mid-tier crystalline cores times 100. Usable to enhance stat points. This is too much. I can't accept this. I tried to return it to her, but Alia held my hand firmly in place. "Take them. If you want to get stronger, stop hesitating." My throat tightened. "Thank you. You're too good to me. You're my man. If I won't look out for you, who will?" With that, she turned on her heel and walked off. "Absorb them quickly. I'll wait outside." Her footsteps faded away as I shut the door behind me. Taking a deep breath, I placed the storage bag and leather pouch onto the stone table. Altogether, there were 350 cores, their green light spilling like a glowing sea across the surface. "System," I murmured. "Command received. Initiating stat absorption." I sat cross-legged, greedily consuming the energy core by core. My strength surged. Agility skyrocketed. Constitution continued to climb. The stat readings on my status panel spiraled out of control. When the last core was absorbed, the roiling power inside felt almost ready to explode. I snapped my eyes open and immediately opened my stat panel. Strength, 348. Agility, 345. Constitution, 453. Charm, 918. Total combat power, 1146. Mid-tier peak. Standing up, my joints cracked loudly, like fireworks celebrating a new awakening. Under 10 times gravity, I swung a single punch, and it tore the air with a sharp whistle. Placing my fingers against a stone wall, I pressed slightly, and my knuckles sank half a centimeter into solid rock. So this is what it feels like to be powerful. I laughed darkly, fiercely. One day, from zero to mid-tier peak. Now, who the hell would dare stand in my way? Defeat the undefeatable? I glanced out the window. The castle square was already adorned with the colorful cloth and totem poles of the Union Festival. Tomorrow was the day of the betrothal, the starting point where I would truly establish a foothold in this place. On the crisp morning of the Union Festival, the castle square of the Aoki tribe was already packed with more than 1,000 tribal members. Most of the men towered over 3 meters, the women were at least 2.5 meters tall, and occasionally, a colossus over 5 meters would emerge, a living wall amidst the crowd. They wore ceremonial attire, robes stitched from monster pelts and glowing plant fibers, adorned with beast bones around their necks and dyed vine bracelets around their wrist. Standing within the totem circle, I was dressed in the wedding attire prepared for me by Alia. Even after the alterations to fit it to the smallest size, the clothes hung loosely over my 1.88-meter frame. The stares around me were sharp as knives, piercing through my being. Curiosity, assessment, disdain, envy. "Don't panic," Alia whispered as she leaned close, her voice calm. "I'm not panicking," I muttered, trying to keep my voice steady. Compared to any fully grown native here, I was still weaker. But at least, I wasn't the fragile nobody who'd snap a bone with every step anymore. The tribal elder began chanting an ancient prayer in the old and austere Kepler tongue. Praises to the planet, gratitude for the hunt, a plea for prosperity. Midway through the ceremony, a commotion stirred from the edges of the gathering. I looked up and saw a man, nearly 4 meters tall, pushing through the crowd and stepping into the circle. His upper body was covered in scars, the deepest one cutting clear from his left shoulder to his right abdomen, like he had been ripped apart by some massive beast and lived to tell the tale. His dark brown hair was braided into dozens of fine plaits, each secured at the ends with beast bones. He carried with him an ominous, suffocating aura. Kalron Aoki, elite warrior, early stage, 3.92 meters. Loyalty level, -100, mortal enemy. The stat panel popped up, and my heart sank. -100. That wasn't just dislike or irritation. That was full-on, "I'm going to kill you" energy. Kalron stopped 5 meters in front of me, towering over me, his dark red teeth grinning in a ferocious smirk. "Alia," he called out in a deep, taunting voice. "This is the mate you've chosen? An insignificant little runt weaker than even a hatchling." The crowd erupted instantly into whispers and laughter. Alia stepped forward, shielding me. Her voice was icy cold as she shot back. "Kalron, today is my union ceremony. If you still consider yourself a warrior of the Aoki tribe, step back." "Warrior?" Kalron let loose a loud, mocking laugh. "Of course, I'm a warrior. How many beasts have I hunted for the tribe? How many crystalline cores have I contributed? My victories are etched into the battle totems." And him. He jabbed a thick finger in my direction. "What has he killed? Can he even handle a low-tier crawler without your protection?" Every word was like a nail hammered into my weak spots. I could feel Alia's body tense, a clear sign she was ready to draw her weapon. The chieftain quickly stepped in to mediate, his voice gentle but firm. "Kalron, the Union Festival is a sacred ceremony. Any grievances can be set aside for now." "Set aside?" Kalron sneered, cutting him off, his piercing gaze locked on me. "You expect me to sit by while this outsider takes from the tribe's resources, possibly even leaving his seed behind? A weakling doesn't deserve this." Taking a deliberate step closer, the ground shook beneath his feet. "By ancient laws," he declared in a booming voice, "if someone objects to a pairing, they can issue a blood courage duel. The loser forfeits the rights, and the winner claims them. Have you forgotten, chieftain?" The entire square fell eerily silent. Elders furrowed their brows in disapproval, while the younger generation brimmed with excitement. Blood courage duels hadn't been invoked in over 20 years. The chieftain's face darkened. "That rule applies only between tribespeople disputing a mate. Rinlin is an outsider." "It does not." "Then bend the rule for him." Kalron snapped, showing no intention of backing down. "Or are you telling me the tribe's traditions bend for one frail human?" Alia's hand tightened around the hilt of her bone blade, just as she opened her mouth to speak. But a gentle hand pressed against her wrist. I stepped out from behind her, standing directly in front of Kalron. Looking up at the towering giant before me, I met his glare head-on. My tone was calm. I'll accept your challenge. The crowd exploded into chaos once again. Alia whipped her head toward me sharply. Rinlin, you can't. But not today, I interrupted, still staring at Kauron. Give me 7 days. 7 days from now, beneath the totem poles. No limits, life or death. We settle it then. Do you dare? Kauron squinted at me, his expression somewhere between surprise and amusement, as if he thought the idea of me even standing a chance was laughable. For a long moment, he said nothing. Then, baring his teeth, he finally grinned. Fine. 7 days. Enjoy your last week clinging to her skirts, because 7 days from now, you'll probably be a corpse. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving the ceremony in complete disarray. The chieftain sighed heavily and announced its suspension. The crowd dispersed, muttering and whispering about what had just unfolded. Alia spun around, gripping my arm tightly enough to draw a sharp inhale of pain from me. Are you out of your mind? Kauron's an elite warrior. You're not even mid-tier yet. I smiled at her. Haven't you noticed? I've changed. She blinked in confusion. You advanced to mid-tier? But yesterday, you were still low-tier. Leaning closer, I lowered my voice. I can absorb crystalline core energy directly. My power's growing fast. A hint of amazement crossed her face, but I chuckled dryly. These last few days, you'll come monster hunting with me. I need crystalline cores. 7 days from now, I'll show the entire tribe how powerful I can be. Alia didn't hesitate. Her eyes sharpened into determination. All right, Rinlin. I didn't misjudge you after all. You really are. I couldn't help but silently add in my head. If it weren't for my low charm stat, you probably would have killed me on sight the first time we met, huh? 7 days. Level 8 battle spirit in just 3 months. I remained calm, meeting the chief's formidable gaze head-on. I'm aware of my shortcomings, but if you'll grant me some time, I promise I won't let her or the tribe down. The chief leaned back in his oversized chair crafted from what looked like the bones of some ancient beast, his expression unreadable. Finally, he spoke, his voice heavy with warning and expectation. Good, because if you do, this tribe won't just cast you out, we'll erase your very existence. You're no battle giant, no true warrior in our eyes yet. But if you endure and dare to prove yourself in the trials to come, we may see your worth. My breath tightened at his words. Even without the literal weight of his gaze, the expectations layered upon me here were palpable. My survival, and perhaps something as absurdly grand as inclusion in this tribe, depended solely on what I could achieve. I understand, I said clearly, and I'm ready for what's ahead. The chief tilted his head slightly, observing me once more, as if weighing my soul against the words I just uttered. We'll see. Then he gestured to one of the massive weapons hanging from the wall. Pick one. If you're to stand even a fraction of a chance out there, you'll need more than just empty words. I took a step forward, staring at their weapon rack towering above me. Each weapon was disproportionately massive, meant for beings twice, even 3 times my size, and the sheer pressure of their combined presence alone was almost suffocating. But I reached up, fingers grazing the hilt of a particularly brutal-looking blade made of some obsidian-like material intertwined with what resembled glowing veins of molten rock. Its weight tugged at my arms immediately, but I forced my body to adjust. The chief chuckled darkly. That weapon belonged to one of our ancestors. They cut through mountains with it. And yet, it seems it may easily crush you first. I tightened my grip, refusing to falter. I'll make it work. The chief grunted, standing and towering over me once more. Your first test comes dawn. Survive it, and then we'll talk again. Dismissed. As I staggered out, the massive blade balanced on my back. The impossibility of my circumstances hit me, yet that only solidified my resolve. The system chimed in sarcastically at that exact moment. Oh, great genius. You sure have a knack for throwing yourself into the lion's den. Quiet, I muttered. This is nothing I can't handle. But deep down, I knew. This wasn't just a trial of strength. It was a fight for my right to exist in their world. And somewhere, amidst the unnerving whispers from giants and the oppressive weight of centuries of expectations, I felt something stir inside me, something defiant, something ready. Game on. Mid-level. But even as a mid-level, the gap between me and Elia, a high-level warrior, was like a chasm. I knew, though, with time, I could catch up to and even surpass everyone. The chieftain spoke again, cutting straight to the point. Elia is a high-level warrior. You're not worthy of her. That's the rule. The words were sharp, But I didn't argue. I just stood there, listening quietly. But she insists on marrying you, and I can't stop her, the chieftain sighed. So, all I ask is that you never hurt her. A silence hung in the air for a moment. Lowering his voice, the chieftain continued, I don't care how you ended up on Titan, but Elia is the hope of this tribe. She's our light to lead us from the barren lands to survival in this brutal world. She's chosen you, and that choice comes with responsibility, he said, his tone measured and heavy. Don't become her weakness. Don't drag her down. Don't let her get distracted, hurt, or worse, destroyed because of you. Holding his gaze, I replied, Chieftain, Elia has protected me, and she honors me. I won't make empty promises, but I can assure you this. As long as I'm alive, I won't let myself become her burden. The corners of my mouth lifted slightly. And as for whether I'm worthy or not, strength can be earned, can't it? The chieftain stared at me for a long time, as if sizing me up carefully. Finally, a faint smile tugged at his otherwise stone-like face. Quite the interesting little man, he said, leaning back in his chair. Karen's set to challenge you in a blood valor duel. How do you plan to respond? 7 days, he continued. At the totem pole. Tradition dictates I can't intervene, and neither can Elia. You're on your own. I understand, I said. If you win, no one in the tribe will openly dare question you again, at least not on the surface, the chieftain added with a pause in his tone. But if you lose, I didn't wait for him to finish. I won't lose. It wasn't mere confidence. I had reason to believe in myself. Just as I was about to ask another question, the heavy stone door swung open. Elia stood at the entrance, dressed in a dark teal ceremonial robe. Its simple lines accentuated her powerful presence even further. Chieftain, she said. Her voice carried clear and steady across the stone chamber. It's getting late. The chieftain waved her off. Go ahead. Elia walked up to me, towering over my frame, her sheer presence commanding the space. We're going back, she said simply, before bending down and scooping me up in one clean motion. This wasn't support. This was a full-on princess carry. My perspective shifted sharply as she held me securely with an arm under my back and another under my knees. Her grip was firm, leaving no room for escape. Wait. Put me down. I can walk on my own. I stammered. You're too slow, she replied matter-of-factly. Walking back to the tower would take you 20 minutes. I can carry you there in 3. This isn't appropriate, is it? My mind spun, struggling to process what was happening. Passers-by from the tribe all turned to look. Some stared in surprise, others smirked knowingly. Among them, younger giant women whispered and giggled behind their hands. What's inappropriate? Elia countered without hesitation, carrying me past the hall and to the stone staircase leading to the west tower. You're my mate. Carrying you follows the rules. I wanted to protest more, but she moved with such decisiveness, each step steady as if the steep stairs weren't even there. Afraid of falling, I instinctively grabbed onto the front of her robe. Elia let out a low chuckle, the vibration from her chest resonating through me. Eventually, I stopped struggling, allowing her to carry me through the corridors. Under a night sky that draped like a deep crimson-purple curtain, I tilted my head to try and get a clearer look at her face. But as soon as I looked up, her physique blocked my entire field of vision. My thoughts were all over the place, completely flustered. Despite the sheer awkwardness of it all, one thing gnawed at me. Back on Earth, on my home planet, I'd always embodied that classic macho ideal, standing as the protector, the decision-maker. Now here I was, being carried like a child by this young female giant with a fiery demeanor and equally fierce determination. And stranger still, as insane as it seemed, it wasn't entirely unpleasant. It carried the same kind of warmth and security you'd feel as a kid being embraced by your mom. Back on Earth, showing weakness was taboo, dependence was outright mocked. Even at the moment my ship crashed on this alien world, all I could think of was how to survive, how to succeed. But Elia didn't seem to care about anyone's judgment. She had one goal, to bring me back to our marital chamber and accomplish her mission. Tonight, she said, her voice low and deliberate, I'll make you my man. Oh, come on, I muttered inwardly. Are all the women on this planet so blunt? So impossible to avoid? Her steps pressed boldly up the spiral staircase of the tower, every move resolute, her muscles flexing with precision. I could smell the faint earthy freshness mingled with a subtle, soothing milk-like scent on her. Eventually, I gave up resisting. What good would it do? Reaching the top of the tower, she kicked open the door with a single motion. It wasn't locked. Seemed locks weren't even a thing in this tribe. She set me down on a soft bed layered with animal pelts, straightened, and looked down at me. In the dim lighting, her pale golden eyes shone brilliantly, twin orbs of soft, glowing moonlight. Tonight, she repeated, leaning closer, we consummate our marriage. I froze. Wait, what? Consummate? Her brows furrowed. What? You don't want to? Fine, I'll leave. Wait. We're already here. I sighed, resigning myself to the inevitable. There was no escaping tonight. If there's no way out, well, then I'll rise to the occasion. I can handle this, I'm sure, just worried my morale might give out before my body does. Elia stood tall in the dimly lit chamber, her presence filling the room. I braced myself for what came next. The towering height of 3.2 meters made the dome feel cramped. The shadows she cast nearly engulfed me in darkness. The air, under the weight of 10 times gravity, pressed into my lungs, heavy as stone. I tilted my head up to meet her gaze, her golden-patterned eyes locking onto mine. Forcing myself not to falter, I steeled my resolve. Clenching my teeth, I spat out the words deliberately, pushing back against her overwhelming presence. Elia, remove your armor. Take it off. Now. I had to hold my ground. No matter the size disparity, backing off first wasn't an option. Elia froze, visibly taken aback. A deep blush spread across her cheeks, glaringly vivid. She averted her gaze, avoiding my eyes. Her voice lowered, carrying a mellow tone. All right, no need to be so forceful. She reached for the clasps on the side of her chest plate. Clink. The first piece of armor hit the stone floor with a heavy thud, echoing throughout the chamber. My breath hitched. Clink, clink. One by one, the pieces of armor fell. Soon, nothing remained but a close-fitting undershirt. The soft beast fur clung to her figure, outlining her shoulders, back, waist, and legs with unsettling clarity. My pupils constricted. I knew her unarmored appearance would be striking, but seeing it firsthand left my mind blank, utterly overwhelmed. The neckline wasn't high, and the dim, amber light cast deeper shadows. I swallowed instinctively, the sound of my throat moving embarrassingly loud in the silence. I cursed myself internally, trying to maintain composure. Yet amidst the crushing gravity, an unfamiliar sense of nervousness crept in. In the next instant, her shadow shifted. Before I could process her movement, a massive hand engulfed my field of vision. Her eggshell white skin was smooth, her fingers long and jointed with precision, her palm lines clearly defined. That hand grasped my waist with unnerving expertise. She had perfect control, not too tight to hurt, but firm enough to immobilize me entirely. She lifted me off the ground effortlessly, leaving about 30 centimeters of empty space below my feet. My eyes were now level with her collarbones. Further up, her face loomed as her lips pressed into a thin line. Her molten gold eyes remained fixed on me, unblinking. Let's begin, she murmured, her voice deep, pressing down from above like a weighted veil. Suspended midair, controlled entirely by one of her hands, every alarm in my mind rang out in full force. Wait, I blurted, my voice tinged with panic. Elia, isn't this a little too fast? Shouldn't we build some kind of rapport first? Some kind of. What else do we need? She tilted her head slightly, strands of her hair brushing past my shoulder. You already recited the oath of the primal festival. By tribal law, tonight's the consummation. Her chest rumbled with her words, each vibration resonating through her body, a sensation that hit harder than it should, in all the wrong places. No, what I mean is, I stammered, clutching at anything coherent as my thoughts spiraled. But before I could manage a coherent rebuttal, Elia moved closer, her golden eyes reflecting only my image. Resisting proved futile. I silenced my thoughts and succumbed entirely to the moment. 2.5 minutes later, time itself seemed to stop. All that remained was a haze of fragmented memories. The chamber fell back into silence. Exhausted, I collapsed beside Elia, my energy utterly spent. Rinlin, you're incredible, she declared boldly, as if announcing her victory. You truly are my man, she added confidently. I forced a dry chuckle and replied, well, I'm glad you think so. Internally, though, I was a tumbling mess. If it weren't for this damn charisma stat holding me together, she probably would have tossed me aside like scrap metal. Elia gently pulled me into her arms again. Her sturdy yet tender grip held me securely, her warmth radiating through my fatigued body. My face pressed against the side of her chest. I could feel the firmness of her muscle and the steady thump of her heartbeat. Bottom, bottom, bottom. The rhythmic drumming, like a war drum, resonated deep within, clearing my mind while simultaneously flooding me with unease. By the way, I said, lifting my head, staring at her jawline looming just inches away. Take me hunting again tomorrow. I need to get stronger. Of course, she replied softly, her massive hand clumsily smoothing out my sweat-soaked black hair. But her patience showed in every motion. I believe in you. Thank you, Elia. She didn't respond, only tightened her embrace. The room's only remaining sounds were our breathing. Wrapped in her arms, I drifted off to sleep. The next day, Elia led me through waist-high red ferns. Her stride spanned nearly 3 meters, while I had to jog to keep pace, gasping for air. Half an hour later, we stopped at the jagged edge of a vast chasm. The fault's depths were lined with jagged stones, and the faint, skittering noises below hinted at countless chitinous bodies shifting against one another. This is the nest of the basalt-backed swarm ants, Elia said, lowering her voice. Her hand instinctively went to the bone blade strapped to her waist. Hold on, Elia, I blurted, grabbing her wrist suddenly. She turned, her golden-patterned eyes flashing a hint of confusion. We need to change tactics, I said quickly, my words rushing out. You weaken the monsters until they're hanging on by a thread, but save the final blow for me. It was only then that I remembered a key rule from the system. Delivering the killing blow personally nets you storable free attribute points, which can be distributed later as needed. Absorbing crystal cores grants instant, auto-assigned points, but outright defeating them allows me to accumulate and save freedom points. Both methods combined would let me grasp total control over my growth trajectory. I couldn't suppress the laughter that bubbled out. It was like I had suddenly found the secret path to clearing this impossible game. Elia's brows furrowed. Concern flashed in her eyes. What's wrong? Nothing. I wiped my face, tamping down the ridiculous grin. Trust me, just do as I say. Leave them barely alive, finish them off for me. Alia didn't ask further questions. She turned and leapt into the chasm, and I followed closely behind. The battle turned into a strange assembly line. With each strike, Alia precisely slashed through the dull gray exoskeletons, severed joints and antennae, but she deliberately avoided striking fatal areas. The result? The rock-skin-tied ants collapsed to the ground, writhing and gasping in anguish. I followed with a short-handled stone hammer, systematically delivering the finishing blow. I aimed at the exposed soft tissue where the exoskeletons were already cracked, raised the hammer with both hands, and brought it down with all my strength. Asterisk ding. Successfully killed rock-skin-tied and gained 5 freely distributable attribute points. Asterisk. Asterisk ding. Attribute points have been stored in the reserve pool for allocation anytime. Asterisk. Asterisk ding. Rock-skin-tied ant killed. Gained 5 free attribute points. Stored in reserve. Asterisk. Ding. +1. The series of system notifications echoed in my mind, each chime more exhilarating than the last. Every sound meant another point added to the pool of cards I could play at will. I became faster, more efficient, my movements evolving from clumsy to seamless. Nice, I muttered, suppressing the thrill as I turned to look at Alia. She was fully in her element. With her bone blade, she pried open the joint between the tied ant's head and thorax, revealing a glowing, earthen yellow core within. These cores are purer than yesterday's iron-shelled crawlers, she observed, wiping her hands before shoving a handful of the glowing cores toward me. Want to absorb them now? No, let's hold off, I replied, resisting the urge and silently questioning the system in my head. If I absorb the cores, can the attribute points be distributed freely like the ones from kills? Asterisk ding. Core-derived attribute points are not freely distributable. The system will automatically distribute them evenly across the 3 primary stats. Asterisk. The response sank my spirits for a moment, but I quickly shook off the disappointment. I followed up with another question. Asterisk, why is there a charisma stat on my panel? Care to explain? Asterisk. The system stuttered. Yes, stuttered, for a rare moment. After 3 seconds, it finally replied. Asterisk ding. Charisma is a native trait of the host. The system merely detects, quantifies, and displays it. Asterisk. I sneered, unimpressed. Native trait? You throw charisma into a world of giantesses, and you expect anything short of a faster death for me. Midnight. What are you zoning out about again? Alia's voice snapped me back to reality. She was crouching in front of me, her massive figure casting long shadows across the depths of the chasm. Her golden-ringed eyes unsettled me, yet there was genuine concern pooling in them. Let's go, I said, standing up. Next Beast Cave. The two of us finished clearing out the Rift Fang Cavern and made our way back to the tower under the cover of nightfall. Once inside, I closed the stone door behind me and barked out a command. System, tally today's spoils. Absorb all the cores. Allocate all the free attribute points from kills into strength. Asterisk ding. Acknowledged. Compiling data. Absorbing cores. Asterisk. Asterisk ding. Absorption complete. Asterisk. Status panel. Strength, 1000. Agility, 600. Constitution, 600. Combat power, 2200. High tier, peak. Realm ranking. Low tier, mid tier, high tier, supreme tier, monarch tier, saint tier, sovereign tier, emperor tier, deity tier, ancestor tier, primal tier, Tao tier, origin tier, eternal tier. Skill asterisk earth-shaking fist. Attack plus 50%. Bypasses 50% defense of same-tier adversaries. It worked, I murmured, snapping my eyes open. A sharp glint flickered in their depths like a blade catching light. I clenched my fist, the sound of my knuckles cracking echoing through the room. With a casual motion, I threw a punch at the stone wall. The burst of force detonated with a bang, leaving a deep imprint on the rock. Broken bits and dust tumbled to the ground. A second later, I disappeared from my original spot, leaving only a faint afterimage behind. In the blink of an eye, I was already at the stone door, standing firm as if my feet were anchored to the earth. The power coursing through me was enough to crush low-tier beasts. My agility and constitution were keeping perfect pace. I was no longer the rookie trailing behind Alia, scavenging leftovers. Now, my combat power outstripped hers. I could clear high-tier beast caves solo, and challenging supreme-tier creatures head-on didn't seem impossible anymore. I'm absurdly strong now, I chuckled low, a hint of exhilaration lacing my voice. Host, this system was always designed to help you become the strongest. You cheeky system. A little praise, and you're already bragging. The next morning, I put on a fresh combat outfit and stepped outside. At the end of the corridor, Alia was already waiting for me. Midnight, are we hunting beasts again today? She asked, her tone casual, as though I had long become one of her trusted comrades. Yeah, I replied. But this time, I'll do the fighting. You take a break. Really? That's my man. You being able to directly absorb cores is ridiculous. Fine, I'll leave it to you, she grinned. As I walked over, a contained aura of pressure radiated from me, causing the very air around to feel heavier. Shoulder to shoulder, we made our way down, with none of the old dynamic of me trailing behind her like before. The moment we stepped into the central plaza of the castle, a sharp, jeering voice rang out, cutting through the atmosphere. Well, look who it is. Our tribe's little guest of honor. Still hiding behind Alia today. I glanced up. It was Karen, striding forward with a group of his lackeys. At nearly 4 meters tall, his bulging muscles resembled slabs of stone, and the disdain mixed with jealousy in his eyes wasn't the slightest bit concealed. Word has it you went beast hunting yesterday, he sneered, leaning forward to deliberately loom over me. His tone was laced with mockery. You didn't piss yourself, did you? Legs go weak at the sight of a monster. With your incredible skills, you must still be stuck at low tier, early level, Karen said with a harsher laugh. How about I let my guys here spar with you a bit? Wouldn't want you to embarrass yourself in the field. Beaten to a pulp by a beast, you've shamed the Aoki tribe. The tribe's people walking by were all watching the commotion, their eyes full of mockery. To them, there was no way someone of my stature could defeat Karen. Karen, shut up. Alia frowned as she stepped forward, blocking me. Her golden eyes burned with restrained fury. Midnight's strength is not for you to belittle. Karen sneered and circled around her, glaring directly at me. In 7 days, during the totem pole battle, I'll show you what it really means to be a Kepler warrior. You're just a coward hiding behind a woman. I couldn't help but find it laughable. Right now, in this tribe, aside from the chief, there aren't many who can stand a chance against me. I gave Karen a cold glance, one so calm it was terrifying. For no reason at all, Karen felt a tightness in his chest, a chill crawling down his spine. I turned to Alia. Ignore the clown. Let's hunt. Without a second look at Karen, I headed towards the castle gates, my steps steady and weighted like carrying a mountain. Karen's lackeys instinctively stepped back. Karen froze in place, his face alternating between blue and red as his fists clenched tightly, turning pale from the force. Stop putting on an act. 7 days from now, I'll unmask your facade and let Alia see you for the trash you are. Without glancing back, I walked shoulder to shoulder with Alia out of the castle. Under the morning light, I felt even colder inside. 7 days from now, I'll use Karen's miserable defeat to show the Aoki tribe. I am no cub, I am a true warrior. Alia followed behind me like a steadfast tower. We're here. The rock lair of the Steelclaw Foxes is right ahead. All right, I'll take them down myself today. You just stand behind me and cheer me on. Cheer? Seriously? Of course. Mandatory. Watch closely. When my fist swings, those beasts are done for. Before the words were finished, 3 Steelclaw Foxes darted out of the underbrush, their blue-black fur gleaming, claws sharp like butcher knives, howling as they lunged. If it were yesterday, I might have still had to hide behind Alia. But now, I didn't retreat. Instead, I stepped forward, crushing gravel underfoot and launching myself like a cannonball. With a whistling right hook, I slammed down. Bang! The lead Steelclaw Fox exploded on the spot, leaving not even a trace behind. Alia was dumbfounded, completely stunned. Even she couldn't pulverize a Steelclaw Fox with a single punch. It took her a while to recover. WO midnight. How did you pull that off? 2 days, and now you're even stronger than me. I told you, your man is just that powerful. The other 2 Steelclaw Foxes froze in shock, staring at me as if they couldn't believe how brutal I was. I didn't give them a chance to react. Punches flew both left and right. Asterisk crack, crack, asterisk, and the 2 dropped dead on the spot. Their bodies collapsed, and their cores rolled on the ground. Man, this feels amazing, I said, shaking out my fists as my knuckles cracked like machine gun fire. No finesse, no flash, just sheer power, punching them out one by one. One fox attempted a sneak attack. I sidestepped the lunge and countered with an uppercut, smashing it into pieces with a single blow. Alia yelled from the sidelines. Whoa, you're crazy strong. Damn right I am. I grinned back. Who else do you see in the front, clearing the beasts? As we ventured deeper, the Steelclaw Foxes grew more numerous. They leaped from the trees, crept out from behind rocks, dozens at a time, swarming us like a tide. I just stood my ground, swinging my fists wildly. With each gust of my punches, waves of beasts fell. Core after core littered the ground around us. Eventually, I got bored, started counting instead. 1, 2, 3. That one ran, doesn't count. Start over. Alia cheered herself hoarse. I finally told her to stop as I slowed my pace, still taking down a beast every punch. The high-tier beasts were tough, but even when their claws nicked me, they only left small white marks. My skin didn't break, and any minor scratch healed in seconds. I was practically an indestructible tank. When the quarry was cleared, I still wasn't satisfied. Rubbing my hands together, I asked, "Any other spots?" "That was just warm-up. I've got more in me." The sky was darkening, the chill increasing. "West of here is the Fong Wolf Den," Alia replied. "It's full of high-level Fong beasts. They're much fiercer than Steelclaw Foxes. But at night, there might be super-tier monsters. They have sharp senses and combat power that surpass even mine. We need to head back soon." "Super-tier, huh?" My eyes lit up before I quickly curbed my excitement. I was only at the peak of high tier. Running into a super-tier beast, losing my life would be even worse than losing face. Okay, let's clear the Fong Wolf Den quickly and head back before dark. The Fong Wolf Den was pitch black, so dark I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. The stench inside was nauseating, almost enough to knock me out. The moment I stepped in, 2 giant Fong beasts charged at me. They were the size of calves, their fangs bared and menacing. Instead of fear, I felt a thrill surge through me. Perfect. Let's see how many punches you can take. Charging forward, I swung with a right hook. One beast's head caved in completely. It died without even a cry. The second lunged for me. I sidestepped, bringing down a crushing blow from above. Crunch, its spine snapped audibly, leaving it sprawled helplessly on the ground. That's it. I scoffed, disappointed. I'd expected more, yet they still crumpled under 1 punch each. Venturing deeper into the den, more and more Fong beasts poured out, some larger and tougher, elite beasts. Yet they made no difference. Under my fists, they fell like wheat in a harvest. The cave floor was soon littered with cores stacked in heaps. By the time we exited the den, the sky was nearly black, chilling winds howling softly. In the distance, faint noises hinted. A roar echoed, making my scalp prickle with tension. Arya grabbed my arm and started running. "Move it! A high-tier monster might be coming out." She dragged me along as we fled, but all I could think was, next time, I have to see what a high-tier monster looks like. Then I'll level up and take it down too. Back at the castle tower, I slammed the stone door shut, collapsed into the stone chair, and let out a long breath. Before I could even catch my breath properly, the system panel lit up with a soft ding. Ding. Loot has been tallied. Absorb all. Absorb it all. Ding. Absorption complete. Strength, 1676. Agility, 916. Constitution, 1058. Combat power, 3650, late stage high tier. Skill, ground shaking heavy strike upgraded. 50% strength bonus damage. Ignores 50% defense of same tier enemies. Asterisk asterisk. Looking at my character stats, I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Arya stared at the surging energy surrounding me, her golden eyes contracting. It was clear my growth speed had shocked her. I clenched my fists. The overwhelming power coursing through my veins made my entire body heat up. Kalen wanted to fight me. Huh? Right now. Forget about him. Asterisk, even the clan leader might not be able to take me down. Asterisk. That evening. Lintel, come here. Time to rest. Arya called softly. I looked at her, grinning, and said, Arya, help me disrobe. The next morning, I stood at the gate of the massive stone fortress. Behind me came the sound of heavy, deliberate footsteps. Arya had donned her snug, beast-skin battle armor, her 3-meter-tall figure radiating an air of dominance. Lintel, just how OP did you get last night? Her deep voice was laced with suspicion, her gaze probing. I turned my head with a grin. What can I say? Your man's ridiculously strong. Let's go. Time to hunt some beasts again. When we arrived at the monster-infested plains, the creatures sensed my oppressive energy and avoided us, not daring to show themselves. As my foot pressed into the ground, applying force, the earth trembled slightly beneath me. Tenfold gravity? It might as well not exist for me anymore. Violent power surged within my limbs as I advanced step by step. Each footfall made the ground quake. In the hollow of the Scarlet Plains, a swarm of creeping insect-like monsters emerged from the soil, their metallic-looking shells gleaming coldly in the morning light. To me, they were nothing more than bugs waiting to be squashed. Watch this. Letting out a sharp roar, I channeled my energy into my right fist. Pale golden energy from the star core condensed tangibly around my knuckles. Activating my core skill, ground-shaking heavy strike, the bonus attack damage rendered defenses meaningless. It was absolute destruction for low-tier monsters like these. I smashed down with a single punch. Golden energy tore through the thin morning mist, and a deafening boom shattered the silence. The ground splintered into webbed cracks centered around my fist. Dozens of monsters were obliterated instantly, their pale blue cores splattering alongside the dark green ichor, spraying everywhere. The system notification chimed repeatedly in my mind. Arya, who was initially planning to engage, paused mid-movement, stunned. She watched, frozen, as I stormed the monster horde with just my bare fists, clearing vast swathes of them with every blow. The ground was soon strewn with cores rolling every which way. This is insane, she murmured, her body trembling slightly. Yesterday, you weren't even close to this. How? How are you almost stronger than the clan leader overnight? I smirked and replied nonchalantly. I used up all the cores and attribute points we collected yesterday. Of course my stats skyrocketed. Before my words finished lingering in the air, a sharp screech pierced through the field. 3 larger, bronze-shelled beasts charged out from their burrow. Their bulky figures were intimidating, their dorsal spines shimmering faintly with a sinister green toxin. Monsters like those used to require Arya's help. Now, they were just more fodder in front of me. I dashed forward, my movements too swift to follow, leaving behind an afterimage as I effortlessly avoided the poisoned spines. My right fist glimmered gold once more as I aimed squarely at the first beast's skull. Crack! The sound rang clear as I shattered the heads of all 3 monsters in succession, reducing them to mere dust. Arya, standing a short distance away with arms crossed, had transitioned from being stunned to outright admiration. Her face flushed, her expression betraying awe. She quickly stepped closer to collect the spilled cores, fingers brushing my hand as she worked. Her usually precise movements seemed uncharacteristically delicate this time, like she was afraid of interrupting or upsetting me. "Lintel, you're seriously incredible." Her voice lowered, her gaze glittering as though she were admiring the stars. "When I picked you up from the Scarlet Plains on a whim, who would have thought that in just 2 or 3 days, you'd surpass me so much I can't even come close anymore?" Seeing her so shy, I cheekily puffed out my chest and smirked. "Well, yeah, who do you think your man is?" Victory had clearly gone to my head. Without thinking, I stretched out a hand toward her chest. Standing at her height, that's the spot I could conveniently reach. Honestly, I just wanted to mess with her. Surprised, she instinctively flinched back. A second later, her face turned crimson from her ears all the way down. She glared at me, both embarrassed and exasperated, but there wasn't an ounce of real anger in her eyes. "Lintel, you're impossible." Her usual sharpness melted into softness, a tone so unfamiliar it didn't suit someone as fearsome and resolute as her. What caught me off guard was her next move. Instead of stepping away, she leaned slightly closer to me. I burst out laughing, but inside, I stayed grounded. If not for the survival evolution system, I'd either be dead or stuck with menial labor on this godforsaken planet. "All right, let's head back." "Okay." Then, playfully, I pulled a fast one. "Carry me back. I don't feel like walking." "Fine." Arya crouched down and hoisted me up, proper Princess Carrie style. Despite my 6 feet, 1.8 meters, height, she carried me easily, taking large strides toward the fortress. Nestled in her arms, I couldn't help but feel ridiculously comfortable. From being forced into her arms at first, to now asking for it myself. It was absurd, even to me. Suddenly, I broke the moment by asking casually, "Would you ever? Do you like me?" "Of course, I'll always love you. Wherever you go, I'll go. We won't ever be apart." "That's good to hear." But deep down, I still felt uneasy. What if one day my charm wears off? Would she still stay by my side? I was lost in thought when we arrived at the castle. Karen saw us from a distance and came rushing over, his face full of mockery. Well, isn't it the little shrimp and his pretty boy face? Got smacked dumb by the weakest beast, eh? Can't even stand on your own 2 feet, and had to be carried back by Alia? How humiliating. Just wait till the match. I'll beat you so bad even your parents won't recognize you, little dwarf. Karen, shut it. Midnight isn't hurt. I only carried him back because I wanted to. Alia snapped. Come on, Alia. Don't waste your breath on someone like him. Let's go, I said, brushing it off casually. Huh, loser, Karen muttered under his breath as we walked away. Alia carried me all the way to our marital quarters. Karen's always picking on you. You better crush him on that stage for me. Don't worry, he's not worth my attention. Come here, Alia. Help me undress. Don't let some clown kill the mood. As you wish, Midnight. Morning. I stayed nestled in Alia's arms, unwilling to move. Standing over 3 meters tall with snow-white skin, sharp features, and mesmerizing golden-ringed eyes that seemed to hold their own light, Alia was the embodiment of elegance. Meanwhile, at only 1.8 meters, I looked like a child standing next to her. And yet, somehow, last night, I'd ended up handing myself over without even realizing it. The more I thought about it, the more frustrating it felt. Let me just say, the female giants on this planet are on a whole different level. Asterisk ding. Host's thoughts are straying. Please return to the main storyline immediately. Asterisk. The system's cold and mechanical prompt yanked my mind back to reality. I cleared my throat and lightly tapped Alia awake. Alia, get up. We're heading out to hunt more beasts. All right, Midnight. The two of us left the castle together. Today, we'll clear out every monster within a 50-kilometer radius. Not a single one left behind. Alia nodded silently, dutifully tagging along and collecting the beast cores from the creatures I slayed. Once, she had been the top prodigy of the Aoki tribe, a late-stage high-level warrior. Yet now, she willingly trailed behind me, acting like a loyal sidekick. Hours passed as we bulldozed through the Crimson Plains like a 2-person army. Cracked earth pits, rocky slopes, thickets, dried-up riverbeds. Wherever a monster appeared, I'd destroy it with a single punch. Iron-shelled creepers, brown-armored hoppers, spiked gnarls, venomous foxes, They didn't even have a chance to fight back. Alia barely made a move, focusing instead on surveying our surroundings in case anything managed to sneak through. She watched me obliterate enemy after enemy, and the admiration in her eyes burned brighter with each kill. Occasionally, she'd even let out a quiet gasp in amazement. Her cautious demeanor stood in stark contrast to the decisive warrior I'd seen on the battlefield. By the time the sun reached its zenith in the violet-red sky, baking the crimson plains with its heat, the air reeked of blood and was thick with faint traces of blue energy radiating from shattered beast cores. When I crushed the last spiked crawler, there wasn't a single monster left within a 50-kilometer radius. Their bodies were strewn across the ground while their cores had been stuffed into 2 large bags by Alia. I wiped the sweat off my forehead, my internal energy still frighteningly abundant. Got all the cores? Alia handed over the beast hide bags, grinning uncontrollably. All packed up. I hefted the bags and felt their satisfying weight. But as the sun began to inch toward the horizon, my expression hardened into steel. You head back to the tribe first. I'm staying here tonight. I want to see what kind of beasts emerge after dark. I'm curious to test just how strong they really are. The smile immediately vanished from Alia's face. She grabbed my forearm and wouldn't let go. No way. High-level beasts come out at night. Even the tribe leader doesn't venture out this late. They've got terrifying senses of smell and hearing. I placed a steady hand on hers, my voice calm but firm. Don't worry. I'm absurdly strong now. But Alia's grip only tightened, worry clouding her golden eyes. Even if you're strong, nights are unpredictable. Those monsters excel at ambushes. What if something happens to you? That's not an option. I cut her off decisively. I need to see the most dangerous side of this planet with my own eyes. That's the only way I can truly stand firm here and protect you and the Aoki tribe. She bit her lip, glaring up at me with determination. Then I'm not leaving. I'll stay with you. Where you go, I go. If danger comes, we'll face it together. I'm not letting you do this alone. Stunned for a moment, I felt a mix of warmth and exasperation in my heart. Finally, I relented with a nod. Fine, you can stay, but you must stick close to me. No wandering off. The worry melted from Alia's face, replaced by an unstoppable smile as she nodded vigorously. I promise. I'll stay by your side. With her massive, warm hand firmly holding mine, we wandered across the crimson plains in search of a suitable spot to spend the night. Before long, we came across a natural cave hidden in the base of a rocky slope. Elevated and dry, it was an ideal place to hole up for the night. I scouted the cave thoroughly, ensuring there were no hidden monsters or traps, before letting Alia guard the entrance while I settled into a dry corner to rest. I quietly regenerated my energy and kept a keen awareness of the power within me, staying ready for whatever the night might bring. Sitting at the cave's mouth and blocking it with her towering frame, Alia kept her golden-ringed eyes fixed on the rolling plains outside, ever vigilant. Her 3-meter-tall form stood like a protective wall at the entrance. The setting sun illuminated me, making me seem even more robust and dependable. Night quickly enveloped the skies, as the purple-red dusk was devoured by darkness. The plains became eerily silent, almost unnervingly so. A cold wind, carrying red sand, swept across the rocks, shrieking like the sound of blades being sharpened. Inside the cave, I sat cross-legged, unmoving, yet my breathing remained calm and steady, as if I were no different from an ordinary person. During the day, my killings had been relentless, and I had saved up all my gains for this very moment, to break through my limits. In my mind, I gave a cold command. System, tally up today's hunting rewards. Perform an immediate calculation. Asterisk ding. Calculating, asterisk. Low-tier beasts, 217. Mid-tier beasts, 73. High-tier beasts, 18. Beast crystals, 308. Free attribute points, 550. Would you like to absorb the beast crystals and allocate the attribute points? My eyes opened as my tone left no room for debate. Absorb all the crystals. Allocate all 350 points to strength. The next moment, 308 beast crystals erupted in blinding light, instantly disintegrating within me. A faint blue energy surged like a tsunami, flooding my body, forcibly stretching and reshaping my tendons and bones. Bones cracked audibly, muscles tore apart only to regenerate stronger. A wild surge of strength coursed through my blood. Low-tier crystals granted only 2 points per crystal, mid-tier granted 5, and high-tier provided a whopping 20 points each. Asterisk ding. Low-tier crystals absorbed. Automatic attribute points plus 434. Asterisk. Asterisk ding. Mid-tier crystals absorbed. Automatic attribute points plus 365. Asterisk. Asterisk ding. High-tier crystals absorbed. Automatic attribute points plus 360. Asterisk. Asterisk ding. A total of 1159 automatic attribute points have been evenly distributed among strength, agility, and constitution. Asterisk. Asterisk ding. The 350 free attribute points have all been added to strength. Asterisk. In an instant, my attribute panel popped up. Player, Lin Chun. Attributes. Strength, 2,412. Agility, 1,302. Constitution, 1,444. Charisma, 918. Combat power, 5158. Realm, mid-stage emperor rank. Tip: your combat power has surpassed the strongest individuals in Greenwood Tribe's history. 5158 combat power. I had catapulted from just over 3,000 to over 5,000, breaking straight into mid-stage emperor rank. Anyone witnessing this would have been absolutely floored. However, my expression turned icy as I swiftly stifled every ounce of the rampant power and aura within me. I compressed it tightly, leaving nothing exposed. My hidden strength was my trump card, and no one would see through me until I made my move. Outwardly, I maintained a frail and unassuming appearance, my aura completely ordinary, like a nondescript weakling. Damn, feels good to be unmatched under the heavens. As I opened my eyes, a flash of golden light was quick to vanish, leaving me calm and steady once more. Although overwhelmingly powerful, I continued to carry myself as if I were nothing special. Suddenly, Aliana, who was guarding the cave entrance, shuddered and turned to stare at me. Her breath hitched in disbelief. Though she couldn't see my stats, her instincts loudly screamed that I had just undergone an earth-shattering transformation. I was no longer the same, and far surpassed the tribal chief. Perhaps I belonged to the kind of legend the tribe could only whisper about. Her voice trembled as she stammered. Lin Chun, how did you grow stronger again? This aura, I can't decipher it at all. I approached her tall figure, a faint smirk curling my lips. Without waiting, I nonchalantly patted her shoulder. Smack. The crisp sound echoed in the cave. Aliana froze completely. Her face flushed bright red as golden pupils welled with moisture. She glared at me, a mix of anger and embarrassment. Stop joking around. The monsters are almost here. I chuckled, casually sealing away all traces of my aura once more, radiating weakness once again. Relax, little one. Let me take care of it. Understanding dawned on Aliana instantly. She nodded fiercely, her eyes brimming with trust. Roar. The deafening roar of a beast shattered the silence of the Crimson Plains. Flames erupted, tearing apart the darkness as a vivid crimson ripped across the horizon. A massive, 5-meter-long infernal flame lion stalked out of the molten shadows, its infernal red-orange scales glowing with lava-like intensity. Its mane danced like fiery hellfire, and its beastly eyes brimmed with pure killing intent. With each step it took, the ground beneath it burned black, and the suffocating aura of fire nearly crushed the air out of my lungs. Asterisk ding. Scanning complete. Asterisk. Target, Infernal Flame Lion, Super Tier. Combat Power, 3,100. Traits, Mastery of Flames, Lava Armor, Swift Predatory Strike. 3,100 Combat Power. The true overlord of the night. A beast even the tribal chief would think twice about provoking. Aliana's face turned pale as she gripped her bone-bladed weapon tightly, readying to charge out in defense. Be careful, Lin Chun. This thing is too strong. I'll hold it off while you find an opening. I gently grabbed her wrist, pulling her behind me with an effortless tug. No need. Just watch. Roar. The infernal flame lion, utterly enraged, leapt forward with an explosive lunge. Its massive form became a blazing torrent as it charged straight toward me. Its claws, radiating scalding lava heat, and a hellish inferno accompanied its overwhelming, face-to-face killing intent. Aliana gasped, hands covering her mouth as her entire body trembled. But I didn't move, not even flinching. Only when its claw was mere inches from me did I finally act. With one movement, I swung my fist. No tricks, no complexities, just a single punch. Powered by Emperor-rank strength and amplified with a mastery skill, ground-shattering strike, my punch blazed like gold, exploding into a brilliant flash. Shatter. The impact ripped apart the flames, and the shockwave swept across the field with deafening force. Boom, crackle. The punch collided with the molten claw, and with a thunderous crack, the lava-scaled talon shattered into fragments. The lava armor peeled apart like brittle layers under my strike, while the massive infernal flame lion was forcibly blown back midair, sent crashing far behind. Go. The wailing hadn't fully erupted yet. I stomped forward, my figure flashing as quickly as a shadow blur appeared. I rushed directly toward the inferno flame lion midair. With all my strength behind my second punch, I aimed and struck with force. Boom! A massive explosion reverberated. Golden energy burst out in an instant, triggering the range impact of the heavy fist quaking earth technique on the spot. The inferno flame lion's head was shattered in one punch. Hot blood and flesh, mixed with extinguished embers, rained down from the air. This so-called terrifying beast of the night didn't even last a second. Less than 2 seconds, and it was annihilated. Crushed, utterly crushed. Alia stood frozen in place, having completely forgotten to blink. In her golden eyes, all that was left was my lean figure. Under the dark sky, I defeated the monster with a single punch, pounding fear into silence. Her mouth opened slightly, but she didn't manage to say a word. All that remained was astonishment and an undeniable trace of admiration. I bent down to pick up the extremely high-tier crystal core that the flame lion had dropped. It felt cool to the touch, and its energy was frighteningly pure. Without even glancing at the core, I tossed it directly behind me to Alia. "Take it," I said calmly. "Use it in the tribe's training chamber. Don't go spreading tonight's events for now." She instinctively caught it, her hands trembling slightly. The way she looked at me revealed that she had completely placed her faith in me. "You're amazing, Lin Shun," she murmured before leaning in and planting a kiss. I froze, caught entirely off guard. Alia was wonderful, truly. She was a little too tall, and I nearly stumbled from the weight she pressed on me. "All right, let's head back to the tribe," I said. She smiled. "Okay." When we returned to the Greenwood tribe, I knew it was essential to gain influence and claim a voice in decisions. The ship had been destroyed. I had to establish myself here first, unite the tribe, figure out how to push my limits further, and ultimately return to Blue Star to bring my people to safety. Blue Star was still waiting for me. Meanwhile, back on Blue Star, in the government office of the Dragon Nation, a weary elderly man, in his 60s, sat at his desk. He was the supreme leader of the nation. "I wonder if Lin Shin has made it to Kepler 666b yet," he said softly. "Let's hope that planet is truly habitable. The sun is growing dimmer by the day. At most, it might last a few more decades. Once the sun dies, Blue Star will freeze into a dead planet, and all of us will perish." The deputy leader, lowering his voice, offered some reassurance. "Don't worry, Supreme Leader. All we can do now is trust Lin Shin. He's the strongest warrior Blue Star has ever produced. If he can't succeed, there's no hope left for anyone." The old man fell silent, eventually murmuring, "We can only pray." Now on Kepler 666b, 1 week after the tribe festival of offering, the fateful blood valor duel in the Greenwood tribe was scheduled to take place. The central tribal square was packed with people. The noise threatened to shatter the night sky. Virtually everyone had dropped their daily work just to witness the coming battle. Every conversation seemed to circle around just 2 names, Lin Shun and Karen. "Do you think that outsider really dares to duel with Lord Karen? It's like he's asking for death. Obviously, he's just fronting because he has no way out and is feeling cornered. Lord Karen is one of the top 5 warriors of our tribe. 1 punch, and that outsider will be dead on the spot. I bet he won't last 3 moves. He's looking to get himself killed. How could Lady Alia even like him? An outsider dares to steal our women? He's as good as dead today. I'll bet 100 pounds of beast meat that Karen will floor him with a single move. 200 pounds from me. That puny guy won't even put up a fight." The jeers and laughter came wave after wave, all directed at me. No one believed in me. In their eyes, I was still that useless outsider from Blue Star who had crash-landed here, half dead. Standing at the edge of the square, I was calm, my expression showing nothing of concern. I kept my head slightly lowered, my aura controlled, appearing meek, like an unremarkable soft target that could be easily squashed. Next to me, Alia was tense, her palms sweating as her entire body stiffened. But the look in her eyes as she turned to me was resolute. She knew I wasn't as weak as I seemed on the surface. On the high platform, the tribal chief and elders sat watching the duel. Staring down at me, the chief frowned faintly and sighed. He's bold, but I fear his strength won't measure up. He'll likely meet his downfall today. One of the elders smirked coldly. Outsiders are always arrogant. Think wooing Alia will give him a free rise? Karen will make him understand the rules. Elsewhere, Karen stood triumphantly, donned in the finest beast-hide armor and holding his colossal bone spear. Elevated above the crowd's cheers, he was basking in their support. He looked down on me with contempt, his expression filled with malice and amusement, as if he was staring at a bug he was about to squash. "You there, outsider," Karen shouted, his voice loud enough for everyone to hear. "Kneel and beg for mercy now. Sever one arm as penance, and crawl away, or I'll slaughter you where you stand and scatter your remains." The crowd erupted into laughter, treating me like I was already dead. I raised my head and silently met his gaze with a cold smirk. "Save your breath. Let's get this over with. I don't have time to waste." The laughing died instantly. Karen's face darkened, a murderous gleam flashing in his eyes. "Fine. You're asking for death, and I'll gladly grant it." The chief stood, his commanding voice overpowering the crowd. "Blood Valor Duel of the Greenwood Tribe begins." Life and death were on the line, and the battle officially commenced. As soon as the words left the chief's mouth, Karen roared like a beast, his muscles bulging and veins pulsing as he unleashed his high-tier combat power. Dust whirled around him as his power distorted the air. Bone spear in hand, Karen charged at me like a savage predator, bellowing for my death. To the crowd, this would be an instant knockout. Kill. So many people were just waiting to see me impaled by a spear, smirking with mockery lingering on their faces. Isla's heartbeat ached as her fists clenched tightly, turning white. She was so tense she could hardly breathe. The bone spear tore through the wind, aimed straight for my chest, and in the split second before it could land, I moved. I didn't take a step back, nor did I bother with a fighting stance. My concealed power suddenly erupted like a dormant volcano waking after thousands of years, unleashing imperial rank pressure that swept across the entire field. Everyone felt their chests tighten as though a beast's gaze had locked onto them. Each breath became a struggle, and even the tribe members around me could barely stand. I raised just one finger. With a deafening crack, the bone spear Karen had thrown with all his strength shattered on the spot, shards flying in every direction. The recoil split Karen's grip open, blood spilling as his entire arm went numb in an instant. The ferocity on his face hadn't even faded before it twisted into pure terror. The next moment, a casual sweep of my hand sent an immense, invisible force crashing down. Boom. Karen was flung like a rag doll, slamming mercilessly into the totem pole. The sound of his bones cracking rang clearly through the air. He coughed up mouthfuls of blood, his body limp and unable to rise again. Just one move. The tribe's strongest elite warrior had been utterly defeated in an instant. The crowd fell deathly silent, the kind where even the drop of a pin would echo. Those mocking smirks and sneers from earlier, frozen on their faces, transforming into disbelief and sheer terror. Countless people's knees gave out as they collapsed to the ground. No way. Lord Karen was taken down in one single strike. This pressure, it's stronger than the chieftain's. He was hiding his power all along. On the high platform, the tribe chieftain shot to his feet, his face drained of all color as visible tremors ran through his body. The elders were frozen in their seats, unable to mutter even half a word. Isla gazed at me, her golden eyes brimming with pride and awe, her heart in complete disarray. Step by step, I walked toward Karen, crumpled on the ground. Each step felt like it stomped directly on the hearts of everyone present. No one dared speak, their breathing completely erratic. I looked down at Karen and spoke, my voice cold and cutting as a blade. "You're too weak. In front of me, you're not even worthy of making me take this seriously for a single second." Karen trembled on the ground, writhing in pain, his fear crushing any remnants of dignity. He looked first at the overwhelming force radiating from me, then at his fellow tribe members, all paralyzed by shock. Finally, he accepted his fate. Grinding his teeth, he began to crawl on hands and knees, forcing himself to prostrate at my feet, his forehead hitting the stone below. How can someone be this strong? I responded calmly, without a trace of emotion. It's not that I'm that strong, it's that you're that weak. Yield or not. His throat tensed, but he didn't dare feign defiance any longer. I yield. The Aokamura tribe honors strength above all else. Isla being with you is her blessing. I, Karen, hereby swear my life and loyalty to you. Even if it means going through fire and brimstone, I will never betray you. Something inside me stirred, and I immediately summoned the system. Ding. Karen loyalty, 80%. Just a few days ago, his loyalty level was in negatives. Now it had rocketed to 80%. A display of power. A life-or-death battle. Loyalty forged through sheer dominance. I nodded and accepted him, turning to cast my gaze over the entire crowd. Unleashing the full power of my imperial rank, the overwhelming might blanketed the vast square, causing a tremor to run through the ground itself. My voice boomed like a tolling bell, resounding through the air. From this day forward, I, Rinlin, am the Aokamura tribe's first warrior. Asterisk. I will lead you to glory and make the Aokamura tribe the most supreme force in this world. Asterisk. There was a moment of dead silence, and then the crowd erupted. All the tribe's people knelt in unison, bowing deeply as their voices thundered. Lord Rinlin is invincible. Greetings to the first warrior. We swear unwavering loyalty to Lord Rinlin. Someone even screamed out, I'll have your babies. I laughed, shaking my head to regain control of the scene. No need to worry about babies. There's already Isla for that. Follow me, and I'll make sure you live the good life. Good food, good drink, the best of it all. Cheers swept across the entire Forgotten Hill district, unstoppable like wildfire. Standing before the totem poles, Isla gazed lovingly at me. Karen knelt behind me in loyalty, and the entire tribe lay prostrate beneath my feet. Just days ago after Earth's collapse, I had arrived on Kepler with nothing, barely alive, no more than a speck of dust. Now, I was their war god, but this was only the beginning. To celebrate the birth of the tribe's first warrior, the revelry stretched late into the night, fires slowly burning low. I thought I could finally rest and enjoy a quiet night with Isla. But the reality? It smacked me square in the face in the most literal way possible. From the totem pole to the western tower, the distance was barely a few hundred meters. I never imagined those steps would let me truly experience the sheer chaos of having a charm value of 918. Lord Rinlin, allow me to serve you. A 3.5-meter-tall giantess leaped from the crowd, her loose beast-hide outfit shifting in ways I couldn't unsee as she ran toward me. My sight officially derailed. My lord, I wish to give you children. Another giantess dropped onto her knees right at my feet, golden eyes filled with unhinged fervor as she stared straight up at me. You're the most handsome and charismatic male I've ever seen. So what if you're not tall? You've got power, and you're pretty. Take me. I don't mind being just a concubine. Look at me. My chest is way bigger than Isla's. My hips are better. I hadn't even processed all this madness when the number of giantesses swarming me skyrocketed. 20. No. 30. All surrounding me with burning eyes as if they'd devour me whole. Stay calm. I tried lifting a hand to regain control, but it didn't help in the slightest. One was stroking my face. Another was trying to lift me off the ground altogether. Someone even dared to untie their beast-hide battle armor right there in the middle of the plaza. What are you all doing in broad daylight? I felt chills run down my spine. At that moment, a cold voice cut through the air. What do you think you're doing? Illyria stepped in front of me, her golden eyes flashing with an icy glint. The overwhelming energy of a peak-tier warrior crashed down like a storm. Get lost, all of you. The giant women retreated in unison. Illyria's gaze was as sharp as a blade, her voice cold enough to freeze someone in place. Lynchen is my man. If anyone dares take another step forward, I won't show mercy. A few murmured discontentedly. Why do you get to monopolize him? Exactly. Lord Lynchen belongs to all of us. Illyria's piercing gaze pinned them down. Because I'm the top warrior of the Aoki tribe. And because I can throw you out right now. Care to try me? The women instantly fell silent, awkwardly retreating. Illyria turned back and wrapped her arm around my waist, effortlessly lifting me as though I weighed nothing. She carried me towards the tower on the western side without breaking stride. Wait, I can walk on my own, I protested, struggling slightly. No, Illyria didn't even glance back. They're crazy. I can't trust them. You literally just scared them off. You don't understand, Illyria said, glancing down at me with a wary look in her eyes. In our tribe, when the women find a truly strong male, there's nothing they won't do. I opened my mouth to argue, but found myself speechless. Back in the marital chamber, Illyria set me down on a stone bed and stood firmly in front of the door, her stance making it clear that no one was getting in. Sitting at the edge of the bed, I couldn't help but shiver at the memory of the earlier confrontation. This is way too much, I muttered to myself. I silently felt a bit grateful. If Illyria hadn't stepped up, I might have been forced into being the tribe's stud. This 918 charisma score is insane. I thought it had been a mistake to accidentally max it out, but now it feels like divine intervention. As I drifted in thought, a commotion erupted outside the door. Illyria, the chieftain has ordered us to attend to Lord Lynchen. You can't block us. This is the chieftain's command. Lord Lynchen is the tribe's foremost warrior. He must be served. Illyria's face darkened as she opened her mouth to counter, but I got up and stopped her. Let them in. She turned to me, her expression tightening. Lynchen, I smiled. It's an arrangement from the chieftain. It won't go over well if I refuse. Besides, we do need help for chores. You can't be expected to fight battles and take care of me at the same time. Illyria bit her lip, but eventually stepped aside. 4 giant women walked in, all over 3 meters tall, with proportional figures and pleasingly symmetrical features. It was obvious they'd been handpicked. They lined up obediently and bowed in unison. Lord Lynchen. Names? I asked evenly. Avelini, Linda, Sarah, Talissa. I noted their names and turned to Illyria. What do you think? Illyria's cold gaze swept over them. After a moment, she reluctantly nodded. They'll do. She immediately turned back to them, her voice frostier than ever. You're here to serve him. Don't get any funny ideas, or I swear I'll deal with you myself. The 4 women quickly bowed their heads. We wouldn't dare. Biting my lip to hide a smile, I waved dismissively. Wait outside. If I need anything, I'll call. Yes, my lord. They exited quietly, shutting the door behind them. I lay back on the stone bed, only for Illyria to snuggle up next to me, murmuring softly. Why'd you let them stay? We need the extra hands, I explained in a soothing voice. I don't want you doing everything. And besides, as long as you're here, they won't dare cross any lines. Illyria huffed. They better not. I couldn't help but smirk. Truth be told, who wouldn't admire beautiful giantesses? Illyria lowered her gaze, her golden eyes serious and almost terrifying. You're only allowed to have me. Understood. I pinched her cheek lightly. Relax. I'm nothing but faithful. Finally satisfied, Illyria wrapped her arms tightly around me. I glanced up and found myself squished beneath her twin peaks. This was something only someone of my stature would truly understand. Illyria picked me up and carried me towards the bed. Lynchen, it's bedtime. I sighed. Another humbling night. The next morning, I barely stirred awake when someone knocked on the door outside. Lord Lynchen, the chieftain requests your presence in his study. After a swift washing up and some help donning my armor, I headed towards the chieftain's study with Illyria by my side. The study was lined with beast-hide maps and bone scrolls. The chieftain, hair and beard white as snow, sat with a majestic yet solemn air. As I entered, he immediately rose and gestured for me to take his seat. I obliged, sitting down while Illyria stood at my flank. The chieftain looked at me with genuine pride lighting up his face. Congratulations on becoming the Aoki tribe's greatest warrior. No one dares challenge your position now. I offered a faint smile. You flatter me, chieftain. He waved a hand. This isn't flattery. Your strength surpasses that of any of our ancestral champions. You are the pride of our tribe and our greatest blessing. His face grew grim as the conversation shifted. But today, I've summoned you because we have a problem. I arched a brow. What's the problem? He unrolled a beast-hide map and pointed at 2 locations marked boldly. There are 17 tribes in the Forgotten Hills. These 2, Blood Axe and Black Rock, have been our adversaries for years. I fixated on the map. What's their strength? The chieftain's voice grew heavier. Their leaders are both peak-tier warriors. Chang ally themselves to seize our hunting grounds and crystal core resources, I said, furrowing my brow. Another fight recently? I asked. The clan leader nodded. Just over the past few days in the Crimson Plains, our warriors clashed with them multiple times over crystal cores. We've had casualties on both sides, and even yesterday, 2 of our young warriors were injured. I let out a cold laugh. 2 late-stage top-tier fighters dare to make a move? As long as I'm here, no one touches Greenwood. The clan leader froze for a moment, then seriously warned me. You might be able to crush them, but they have numbers. Don't get careless. My tone was calm, yet sharp. Then they'll disappear forever. I'll pay their tribe a visit myself someday. The clan leader took a deep breath, his expression complicated as he stared at me, the outsider he couldn't quite figure out. Then, in a low voice, he added, "There's something else. I spent a hefty price to bring in a wandering sorcerer. He built us a level 3 cultivation chamber." My eyes lit up. Level 3. The clan leader nodded. Yes, it's the reason why Alia was able to advance to late-stage high tier. But even with the chamber, the problem is, it's too expensive to maintain, he sighed. It burns through 1,000 low-tier crystal cores every day. Our tribe simply can't sustain it. I frowned. 1,000 a day? That's insane. The clan leader gave a bitter laugh. The higher the level of the cultivation chamber, the larger the consumption. Level 3 is already our limit, and even then, we can only use it occasionally. It's impossible for regular use. I don't know how you managed to grow so strong, but if you have a way, please help Greenwood tribe. I thought for a moment. Does the tribe have any sorcerers? The clan leader shook his head. Sorcerers are in high demand. Who would settle in a poor, remote place like ours? I fell silent for a moment, calling out inwardly. System, can you create cultivation chambers? Ding. Once the host reaches the saint level, the sorcerer profession will be unlocked. Sorcerer can construct cultivation chambers and magic formations, consume stellar essence, or to level up the sorcerer class. Higher levels can create higher-level cultivation chambers. My eyes lit up. So it's possible to build one? How do I get stellar essence or... Ding. Stellar essence, or is a planetary energy resource. Most deposits are controlled by monsters. For now, let's set the ore aside, I said, looking straight at the clan leader. Clan leader, do you trust me? He paused, then immediately nodded. I do. You're the tribe's strongest warrior and Alia's partner. If I don't trust you, who else would I trust? I smirked. All right then, how many crystal cores do we have left? He counted quickly. 2,000 low tier, 50 mid tier, 5 high tier, and 1 top tier. The spark in my eyes brightened. All of them. I want them all. The clan leader didn't hesitate for even a second. Fine. He called for the guards. Bring all the crystal cores from the storage and deliver them to Lin Chun. Yes, sir. Within minutes, the crates were brought forward. When they were opened, the crystal cores were stacked to the brim, their glowing radiance pushing against my chest with overwhelming energy. I inhaled deeply. Perfect. Rising to my feet, I declared, Clan leader, I'm going to break through. These crystal cores are about to become far more valuable. Confusion deepened in his gaze. How do you plan on using them? This small amount of cores, what difference can they make? I grinned, a hint of mystery in my expression. Don't ask. It's my trump card. The clan leader could only nod begrudgingly. All right, I'll wait for your news. Carrying the crate of cores, I returned to the western tower, instructing Avril and her team to guard the entrance. Let no one near. Yes, sir, they replied. I sat cross-legged on a stone bed, flipping open the crate. The dazzling glow of crystal cores made my heart race. I commanded silently, System, absorb. Ding. Absorbing crystal cores. 2,000 low-tier cores absorbed. Automatic attribute points, plus 4,000. 50 mid-tier cores absorbed. Automatic attribute points, plus 2,750. 5 high-tier cores absorbed. Automatic attribute points, plus 200. 1 top-tier core absorbed. Automatic attribute points, plus 100. Total attribute points, 7,050, distributed evenly across strength, agility, and constitution. Ding. Total combat power surpasses 10,000. Breakthrough achieved. Saint level, initial stage. Ding. New profession unlocked. Sorcerer. Current level, 1. Constructible. Level 1 cultivation chamber. Level 1 magic formation. Tip. Crystal cores can be consumed to level up the sorcerer profession. I opened my eyes, the surging strength within me feeling like a tidal wave. A grin tugged stubbornly at my lips. Scanning my panel, I noted my updated stats. Strength 4,762, Agility 3,652, Constitution 3,794, Charisma 918, Combat Power 12,208, Saint Level, Initial Stage. So this is what being saint level feels like. I'm absurdly powerful now. I was just about to experiment with my newfound sorcerer skills when chaos erupted outside the door. Frantic footsteps and panicked cries reached my ears. Lord Linshun, something terrible has happened. Avril burst through the door, her face pale as a sheet. Lady Alia and Lord Karen are in trouble. My expression darkened. Speak clearly. Avril's voice trembled. This morning, Lady Alia went hunting in the Crimson Plains and ran into hunting parties from both the Blood Axe and Blackrock tribes. They were after the Crystal Core, but Lady Elia refused. A fight broke out on the spot. Karen of the Blood Axe tribe and Gray of the Blackrock tribe, both late-stage elites, the two strongest warriors under their chieftains. Lady Elia took on both of them alone, but got beaten badly. Lord Karen has also been gravely injured and fell unconscious. She's still holding on, but she won't last much longer. The chieftain has already rushed over. A chilling light flared in my eyes. Karen? Gray? If they dare lay a hand on someone of mine, they better not think they'll live to see tomorrow. My voice was cold enough to cut through bone. Where are they? Eastern side of the Crimson Plains, near Blackwind Canyon. In an instant, I stepped forward, my figure turning into a streak of lightning, vanishing in a flash. Eastern Crimson Plains, outside the rocky incline of Blackwind Canyon. The ground was soaked in blood. Elia knelt on one knee, dripping with blood. Her beast-hide battle armor was shattered, exposing gaping wounds with flesh turned outward. She gritted her teeth, golden eyes stubbornly fierce, though her body was on the brink of collapse. Behind her, Karen lay sprawled on the ground, a gash exposing his bones across his back, unconscious and motionless. Around them, over a dozen warriors of the Greenwood tribe lay in pools of blood. Some had already fallen silent. Others let out faint groans of pain. Opposite her were two towering brutes. One wielded a blood-stained battle axe, his face as rugged as a mountain, a man known as Karen, the Blood Axe tribe's greatest warrior. The other, with a body as dark as stone and forearms covered in tough, calloused armor, was Gray, the Black Rock tribe's top fighter. Behind them, more than 30 elite warriors blocked all escape routes. Karen toyed with a crystal core in his hand. It was what he had just taken from Elia. He sneered. Give it up already. You can't possibly handle the two of us together. Gray's voice ground out like rocks scraping against each other. We heard you guys got yourselves an outsider who even became your top warrior, he taunted. Where is he? Hiding behind a woman's back? Karen burst into a mocking laugh. And what's this I hear about him being only 5 feet 11 inches? And that he married you? What a joke. Shut up. Elia roared, trembling with anger. Karen doubled down with filthier words. Why don't you come with me instead? I'll make sure you enjoy yourself. Elia's teeth clenched tightly. I'll kill you, Karen sneered coldly. With what strength? Let me tell you something. 2 days from now, the Blood Axe and Blackrock tribes will join forces to completely annihilate Greenwood. Elia gritted her teeth and fought back. Rin will end you all before then. Karen laughed even harder. That stray dog you took in? My sources say he couldn't win against a child. Holding his axe, he took a step toward her. No point struggling. I'll send you off first, and then I'll deal with Rin afterward. Elia tried to rise, but her strength had already given out. In her mind, only one name remained. Rin, I'm sorry. I can't wait for you anymore. Karen raised his axe high, ready to strike her down. But in the next instant, a deafening explosion echoed as a golden streak of light descended from the heavens, shattering the ground as a tidal wave of dust surged upward. Karen didn't even get the chance to swing before he was sent flying hundreds of feet back, slamming into a massive boulder, shattering the boulder into dust. As the smoke cleared, a figure standing 5 feet 11 inches appeared, stepping in front of Elia. Rin, Elia's voice quivered. The overwhelming weight of my presence crashed upon the battlefield, suffocating everyone like the collapse of the sky itself. My glare was as icy as death reincarnate, and the sheer force of my murderous intent left them all struggling to even breathe. At the sight of Elia's battered body, I narrowed my eyes sharply in fury. Elia, how are you? I'm sorry I was late. Leave the rest to me. Seeing me, Elia's tears burst free, as if the walls she'd been holding up finally crumbled. Rin, you came. I inhaled deeply, centering myself, then turned to face over 30 men of the Blood Axe and Blackrock tribes. My voice was sharp enough to freeze water solid. Tell me, who touched her? Gray's face turned pale as his wide eyes stared at me in disbelief. You're the short one? Impossible. This pressure, it's 10 times stronger than even a chieftain's. Karen crawled out of the rubble, his half-mangled body soaked in blood. His voice shook. What monster are you? I didn't answer. Instead, I simply raised my hand. The next moment, the golden force exploded forth. The shockwave pulverized the ground and shredded boulders into dust. Gray and the 20-some warriors behind him didn't even have time to scream before they were reduced to nothing but a mist of blood. With one decisive blow, the battlefield fell silent, deathly so. Karen's legs gave out beneath him, collapsing into a kneeling position as his face turned ashen white. Spare me. I didn't know you were this strong. I was wrong. Please, have mercy. I spared him a glance. Without a word, my fist followed through again. Karen's head burst into shreds of flesh on the spot, his body slumping lifeless to the ground. Blood filled the air, thick and heavy. The remaining men were paralyzed, too terrified to even move. I turned back and rushed to Elia's side, carefully lifting her into my arms. She leaned weakly against me, exhaustion pressing through her petite frame, but a faint smile still tugged at her lips. You came. I knew you'd come. I held her close, my killing intent rolling off me, but my voice softening in contrast. I'm sorry. I was late. Elia shook her head faintly before letting her eyes close. She passed out on the spot. I inspected her injuries, relieved to find that while severe, they were not fatal. Only then did I relax the tension suffusing my body. Holding Elia, who despite her warrior figure fit in my arms like a feather, I scanned the area, my gaze lingering on the fallen warriors of the Greenwood tribe, before resting on the headless corpses of Karen and Gray. My voice was icy cold, promising vengeance. Bloodaxe tribe. Blackrock tribe. Fine. Today, you wounded my people. Someday, I'll wipe yours off the face of this earth. It was at that moment the chieftains arrived. Bursting onto the scene, one immediately asked in a panic, "How bad are the inju? Is everything okay at home?" I replied, "Elia is fine. Karen is unconscious. I'll take her back first. I'll leave this to you." The chief nodded. "Don't worry, I'll handle it." Holding Elia, I quickly strode back to the Aomori tribe. Behind me, 2 of the first warriors from the clans and over 30 elite fighters, all completely wiped out. Meanwhile, Bloodaxe and Blackrock hadn't even realized what had happened. 2 days later, I stood in the square, watching Elia awake and Karen's condition gradually improving. "Take care and heal well," I said. Turning toward the southeast, I added, "I'll deal with Bloodaxe and Blackrock. They're going to pay for this." Elia struggled to get up. "Midnight, I'm coming with you." I held her down. "No, you're not fully healed yet. Stay here and recover. I can handle them myself." Karen, lying on the ground and gasping heavily, gritted his teeth and spoke through labored breaths. "Lord Midnight, let me come with you. I want to avenge them with my own hands." I glanced at him. "You're in no shape for that. I can clean them out on my own." Still, Karen stubbornly shook his head. "This injury is nothing. Please, let me go with you." With a nod, I finally agreed. "Fine, you lead the way. I don't know where their camp is. But you're not fighting. Just stay behind me and watch." Karen responded softly. "Understood, Lord Midnight." I started walking out of the tribe. Behind me, Elia, the chief, and the rest of the clan watched in silence. Their gazes held both reverence and a desperate hope, as if entrusting their lives to me. Karen and I traveled together. And by together, I mean his one step was equal to 3 of mine. The height difference was ridiculous. I looked like a child walking beside him. But size didn't matter, power did. As we moved, I started thinking about the new witchcraft profession I had recently unlocked. Witchcraft role, Level 1, upgrade requirement, Star Marrow, or Level 1 Level 2, 500 pounds, current, 0 pounds. 500 pounds. That's no trivial number. I turned to Karen. "Do you know anything about Star Marrow, or?" He was momentarily stunned, then quickly nodded. "I do. It's a resource used for witchcraft cultivation. Only witches can directly absorb the energy inside, which is why witches are revered wherever they go. So you guys can't use it?" I asked. "No," Karen shook his head. "We can only cultivate using arrays in specialized rooms, drawing power from crystal cores. The energy in Star Marrow ore is too unruly for us. It would harm us if absorbed. But beasts can absorb it and grow immensely stronger after doing so. Because of that, ore veins are usually guarded by powerful beasts. It's only the major cities' strong contenders who dare to compete for them. Small border tribes like ours wouldn't even dare approach. Besides, we don't have any witches, so the wouldn't be of use to us anyway. I had a clearer understanding now. Witches were rare and highly sought after on this planet. They built cultivation rooms, set up magic arrays, and cast spells. They were naturally valued. Other people relied on innate talent. I had the system. As long as I could get enough, or I could force an upgrade. Karen hesitated before cautiously asking, Lord Midnight, do you need the or for something? I replied nonchalantly, it's useful. Karen immediately zipped his mouth shut, not daring to probe further. I noticed the flicker of both doubt and astonishment in his expression. It was plain as day. An outsider asking about resources for witches most likely suggested I was one too. Maybe even a ridiculously powerful one. Based on his reaction, he seemed to grasp the gravity of that possibility. I didn't bother explaining further. Letting people fill in the gaps themselves often left a stronger impression. Walking for a while longer, I asked, are we there yet? Karen pointed southeast. Another hour or so. That's where Bloodaxe tribe is. I squinted and could faintly make out the outline of a fortress in the distance. They dared to harm my woman? Today, Bloodaxe and Blackrock will understand the meaning of courting death. The Bloodaxe tribe sat nestled in a valley flanked by two towering rocky hills. A 10-meter-high wooden wall surrounded the settlement, adorned with blood-red flags. Even from a distance, I could hear boisterous noises and the practiced cries of kill, echoing from within. Karen lowered his voice. They have about 5,000 people in total, with 2,000 able to fight. The chief is mid-superior rank. Their top young warrior, Kalen, has already been slain by you. Beyond that, they have 3 high-tier individuals. I nodded. That kind of strength was nothing to someone like me. I uttered a single word. Move. Karen froze. We're just walking right in? I shot back. What? Should I send them a formal invitation first? Karen clammed up. Inside the main hall of the Bloodaxe tribe, the chief frowned deeply. Why hasn't Kalen returned yet? Don't tell me something's gone wrong. Some dismissed the idea, claiming it was impossible. Others reminded him that they had planned to meet up with Blackrock today to eradicate Almori. But the more the chief thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Send someone to find him. If you do, have him head straight to the rendezvous location. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the tribe, 2 hulking gate guards spotted Karen and me approaching. After blinking in surprise, they burst into laughter. Hey, isn't that Karen from Almori? What is he doing here with some little runt? Coming to surrender? Or just begging for death? Karen's face turned stormy, and he stepped forward with a shout. You Bloodaxe mutts, come out here and face your doom. The guard's expressions darkened. Are you insane? You dare to cause trouble here. Karen unsheathed his blade. Enough talk. Tell your chief to get his ass out here. One of the guards immediately turned and ran inside to report, while the other raised his axe and barked a warning. Karen, you're not leaving here alive. Karen sneered coldly. You think you're enough to stop me? Before Karen could finish his words, the massive gate behind us violently swung open. A group of hulking warriors stormed out. Leading them was a man over 4 meters tall, shirtless, and thoroughly menacing. Muscles like solid rocks, a blood-red battle axe totem tattooed on his chest. It was none other than Grom, the chieftain of the Bloodaxe tribe. Behind him trailed over 100 elite warriors, blocking the entire path. Grom grinned menacingly at Karen. Karen of the Greenwood tribe? Got tired of living and came to throw your life away. He glanced at me briefly, his face dripping with contempt. And you brought a little run along? Your new pet? The towering brutes behind him immediately exploded into laughter. Doesn't even come up to my knee. Greenwood ran out of warriors? What's he going to do? Throw himself at us? Karen's fists clenched in rage, veins popping out on the back of his hand. But I didn't miss it. Some of the female giants were giving me strange looks, a hungry, predatory gleam in their eyes. One of them, a nearly 4-meter-tall female giant named Gully, stared down at me, borderline drooling. She sidled up to Grom, whining coyly. Chief, don't kill him. Leave him for me. I want to take him back and play with him. Her sickly sweet tone was enough to churn my stomach. Gully's face was all bulk and meat, yet she was putting on a cutesy act. It made me gag the more I looked at her. Grom laughed loudly. Weren't you the one who hated runts the most? Gully swayed her hips. This one's different. I want him. Grom waved dismissively. Fine. He's yours. Gully grinned with malicious delight. her heavy footsteps causing the ground to quake as she crouched down, reaching out a massive hand to grab me. "Come here, little cutie. You're coming with me." Her thick lips puckered toward me, the stench of her breath combined with the sight of her yellowed teeth hitting me full force. Coldly, I spoke, "Back off, you ugly freak." The next second, I raised a fist. With a bang, Gully exploded into a mist of blood, splattering the surrounding giants in crimson. The entire scene fell deathly silent. Everyone stared at me, eyes wide, as if they had just seen a ghost. The grin on Grom's face froze instantly. The warriors of the Blood Axe tribe were utterly dumbfounded. How is that possible? That was Gully. She was mid-tier high rank. One punch. I don't believe it. The same giants who had mocked me moments ago were now pale, trembling with fear. Karen sneered. "High rank. In front of Lord Rinshin. That's nothing but an ant." Grom's face turned a sickly green, his eyes locked on me desperately. What are you?" I casually shook off my hand, responding faintly. "Rinshin of the Greenwood tribe." "Rinshin?" Grom's pupils constricted. "You're the little runt Kalen mentioned?" I smiled slightly. "Are you talking about Kalen, your supposed #1 warrior of the Blood Axe tribe?" Grom's heart sank like a stone. "Where's Kalen?" My tone remained calm. "Dead. I killed him." It was as if lightning struck Grom. His body wavered on his feet. The warriors behind him erupted. "Impossible. That guy's lying." "Chief, don't believe him." Grom forced himself to suppress his fear, gritting his teeth. "Even if you're strong, there's no way you're leaving here alive today. My Blood Axe tribe has thousands of people, enough to bury you just by sheer numbers." I scanned the ever-growing gathering crowd and smiled even colder. "Thousands. Just more ants. Come at me. Don't waste my time." Grom flew into a rage. "You're asking for death. Everyone attack. Kill him." Over 200 elite warriors charged at once, battle axes, massive hammers, lances, and spiked maces whipping through the air, their momentum like a collapsing mountain. Karen's face went pale as he instinctively retreated. I, however, stayed rooted, unmoving, until the moment a battle axe hovered centimeters above my head. Only then did I lift my hand. One punch. Boom! A golden light erupted from my fist. The force swept across the battlefield, obliterating the first row of warriors along with their weapons into vaporized blood mist. The next 100 warriors were flung backward like ragdolls struck by a massive invisible wall. Grom's eyes were on the verge of popping out of his skull. And that was just the beginning. I walked forward, each step accompanied by a punch. One punch, another section of warriors turned into a mist of blood. "Monster. He's a monster. Run. Get out of here. Please spare me." Terror consumed their courage. Those who remained alive turned to flee, panic-stricken. But my attacks were faster. A punch to the left, hundreds of giants reduced to ash. A punch to the right, more than 1,000 erupted into blood mist. In less than 30 seconds, every elite warrior that had come out of the Blood Axe stronghold lay annihilated. Rivers of blood flowed at the entrance, with nothing left on the ground but fragments of flesh, puddles of blood, and scattered weapons. Not a single intact body remained. Standing amidst the carnage, my clothes remained spotless. I raised my head and locked eyes with Grom. His legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, trembling uncontrollably, his face pale as paper. "Spare me. I didn't know you were this powerful. Don't kill me. I'll submit to you, hand over the entire tribe to you." I gazed down at him, my voice as cold and sharp as a blade. "You touched my woman." Grom banged his head against the ground desperately. "It wasn't me. It was Kalen. He acted on his own. I swear I didn't know. Please spare me." I shook my head. Too late. With a single punch, Grom's head exploded, his body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Chaos erupted within the Blood Axe tribe as the remaining women, children, and elders who had been hiding earlier were paralyzed in terror, not even able to muster the strength to run. Karen stood behind me, dumbfounded. Over 1,000 elite warriors and a mid-tier high-rank chieftain, wiped out in under 30 seconds. "Karen," I called out. Karen snapped out of his daze instantly. "Why yes, Lord Rinshin. Go search. Dig out all the crystal cores." "Yes." An hour later, Karen came back, hugging several large chests, his hands trembling badly. Low tier, 1,873 pieces. Mid tier, 467 pieces. High tier, 71 pieces. And 5 ultra tier crystal cores. My eyes lit up. System, store everything into the space. With a wave of my hand, the crystal cores vanished into thin air. Ding! Acquired low-tier crystal core times 1873, mid-tier crystal core times 467, high-tier crystal core times 71, ultra-tier crystal core times 5. Karen stared, mouth agape, utterly stunned. Vanishing crystal cores. Lord Linling really is a wizard. Who else could manage such a feat? Hey, Karen, stop standing there like you're lost. Lead the way to the Blackrock tribe. Yes, Lord Linling. The two of us departed from the Blood Axe tribe, heading straight for the Blackrock tribe. According to Karen, it wasn't far, just a little over 2 hours' journey. After less than an hour of walking, Karen abruptly stopped, pointing ahead. Lord Linling, look. I squinted and looked about a mile ahead. There was a dense crowd surging toward us. Leading them were two figures like mountains themselves. One stood over 4 meters tall, his dark golden skin gleaming as he carried a massive stone hammer on his back. Next to him was another towering figure, jet black and with thick, hardened keratin encasing both arms. Karen's face paled. That's Kane, chief of the Blackrock tribe. Mid-ultra tier. The one next to him is trouble too, though I can't recall his name now. This force of 400 to 500 warriors was undoubtedly the Blackrock tribe's entire army, headed for the Blood Axe tribe to join forces and destroy the Greenwood tribe. But clearly, they were too late. Kane soon spotted us, his expression freezing for a moment before darkening. Karen, what are you doing here? His gaze swept over to me, and his pupils contracted. You're the outsider? I didn't bother to respond, but Karen snorted coldly. Kane, you're planning to team up with the Blood Axe tribe to take out Greenwood, huh? Kane's expression turned grim. How do you know that? Karen burst into laughter. How do I know? I just came from the Blood Axe tribe. Grum and Cullen are dead. So is your first warrior. All of them dead. It was like Kane had taken a sledgehammer to the gut. His body swayed. Behind him, his warriors erupted into chaos. Impossible. Chief Grum couldn't have died. He's mid-ultra tier. Karen, stop spouting nonsense. Kane barely suppressed his fury, glaring daggers at me. Was it you? I answered calmly. Yes. A torrent of murderous energy exploded in Kane's eyes. I don't care who you are. You die today. Attack. Kill him. For the 500 warriors roared as they surged forward, a tidal wave of bloodlust flooding the air. I watched them approach, shaking my head slightly. Fools. With a forward punch, a golden blast tore through the air. The warriors at the front exploded into a mist of blood. The second punch fell right after, obliterating another wave. Then the third, fourth, fifth. In less than 10 seconds, the once mighty force of 400 to 500 was reduced to a scattering of a few dozen. Kane stood rooted in place, white as a sheet. His newly chosen first warrior's legs buckled under him as he dropped to his knees. SP, spare me. I didn't even glance over as a punch obliterated his skull. Kane broke completely, collapsing to his knees with a loud thud as he kowtowed frantically. Mercy, please spare me. It was the Blood Axe chief who forced me to ally with them. I never wanted to hurt you. My voice was icy. When you make a mistake, you pay for it. Another punch, and Kane's head shattered, his body crumpling lifelessly to the ground. The few dozen surviving Blackrock warriors collapsed onto the ground, paralyzed by terror. Not one dared even to crawl away. Karen quickly stepped forward to collect the crystal cores, his count done in no time. Low tier, 1,240 pieces. Mid tier, 346. High tier, 52. Ultra tier, 3. A system notification popped up immediately. System space. Low tier 3,113, mid tier 813, high tier 123, ultra tier 8. I combined the gains and calculated. Low tier 6,226 points, mid tier 4,065, high tier 2,460, ultra tier 800, for a total of 13,551 points. A grin tugged at my lips. After absorbing these, my combat power would at least double. We were about to leave, but suddenly, my back prickled as an overwhelming presence locked onto me. I whipped around to stare a mile away at a massive boulder. No one was there, but that gaze was suffocating, stronger even than mine. Narrowing my eyes, I focused for a few seconds. From behind the boulder, a figure over 4 meters tall retreated silently, melting into the shadows. Interesting. A little guy, barely 6 feet tall, yet so strong. And not exactly like the locals either. Greenwood tribe, huh? With that, the figure vanished entirely. I retracted my focus. Karen asked nervously, Lord Linlang, what happened? Nothing, I replied, shaking my head. Let's go home. By the time we returned to Greenwood, night had fallen. Standing at the entrance, Elia had been waiting for a long while. The moment she saw me, she rushed over. Linlang, her arms tightened around me in an unyielding embrace. You're back? Are you hurt? I was almost out of breath from the tight embrace. No, I'm fine, just let go first. Instead of letting go, Elia held me even tighter, tears streaming down her face. I was so scared. You went to face 2 clans alone. I was worried sick. Karen chuckled from the side. Elia, relax. Someone like Lord Dawn. Who could possibly hurt him? Only then did Elia release me, her eyes still red. The Bloodaxe clan and the Blackrock clan, were they really wiped out? Karen's smugness was off the charts. Of course they were. Lord Dawn punches through crowds. Grum and Kane didn't even get a word out before being turned into blood mist. I frowned and cut in. That's enough exaggeration. Go handle your own business. Karen laughed awkwardly, responding with a yes, sir, before disappearing into the settlement. No doubt he'd go off boasting again. Elia stared at me with eyes full of admiration. The next thing I knew, she suddenly bent down and scooped me up in her arms, carrying me princess style. I froze. What are you doing? Elia replied confidently. Carrying you back. You're my man, my hero. I struggled. I can walk on my own. She only held me tighter. No, I want to carry you. I stopped resisting, burying my face in her chest, unable to suppress the smile creeping up my lips. Elia blushed but didn't loosen her grip, holding me even closer as she carried me through the gates of the settlement. The villagers were stunned, whispering among themselves. That's insane. Is Lord Dawn being carried again? Mind your business. That's between a husband and wife. I wish I could find a man that strong. You? Dream on. Once we were back in the room, Elia gently set me down and said softly, Take a rest. I'll make something for you to eat. I grabbed her hand. No need. Step out. I'm going into seclusion. Elia paused for a moment before nodding. All right, I won't disturb you. She turned to leave, closing the door behind her. I sat cross-legged and called out, System. Here. Compile all the energy cores and start the absorption. Compiling. Total usable energy cores. Low tier, 3,113 mid-tier, 813 high-tier, 123 ultra-tier 8. Initiating absorption. Waves of energy surged into my body. I closed my eyes, enduring the rush as my strength, agility, and physique skyrocketed. 2 hours later. Absorption complete. Gained 13,551 attribute points. Auto-distributing. Distribution complete. Stats. Strength. 9,279 agility. 8,169 constitution. 8,311. Battle power. 25,759. Current rank. Early Saint stage. My eyes shot open, frustration brewing. Damn it, system. What's going on? I poured all these cores into upgrades, and I'm still at the early Saint stage. Host. Progressing from early to mid-Saint stage requires 30,000 battle power points. What the hell? Everything just consumes more resources as I go. You're already progressing rapidly. If these cores were given to a Titan, they'd barely increase their power by 1,000. You gained over 10,000. That's a massive boost. Fine, whatever. I'll stop dwelling on it. Let's check the wizard class next. Note, wizard profession is upgradable. Current wizard level, 1. Required for level 2, 500 pounds of star marrow, Oregon. Current stash, 0 pounds. I squinted. Star marrow or would have to become a top priority. Karen mentioned that star marrow mines were usually guarded by powerful beasts. But with my current strength, I might just be able to handle it. As I opened the door, Karen was standing not far away, seemingly waiting for me. Karen, you waiting for me? He scratched his head. Lord Dawn, I thought about it more. The star marrow or you asked about. There's actually a deposit nearby. My eyes lit up. Where? The Darkwood Forest, Karen said, lowering his voice. North of the Greenwood clan, about a day's journey from here. There's a star marrow vein there. They say wizards tried mining it in the past, but some kind of monsters took over. No one's dared to go near it since. What kind of monsters? Karen looked sheepish. I'm not sure. All I know is that no one who's gone in has ever come back out. But someone of your strength, Lord Dawn, you can definitely do it. I fell silent for a few seconds. Danger often comes with greater rewards. You know the exact location? Karen nodded. I do. I passed it once while hunting with the elders, but we didn't dare get too close. Are you really planning to go, my lord? I am. At dawn tomorrow, you'll lead me there. Understood, Lord Dawn. Ding. Karen's loyalty has risen from 80% to 90%. I patted his arm. Go prepare. We leave at first light. Karen strode off, his steps firmer than before. Standing at the doorway, I gazed northward. Darkwood Forest, the vein, the lurking monsters. Let's hope this trip isn't a waste. Once back inside, Elia was already there, watching me with thinly veiled worry. Dawn, are you really heading to the Darkwood Forest with Karen tomorrow? Yeah. It's dangerous. I know. Elliot didn't say anything for a moment before walking closer. Crouch down and look at me carefully. I can't stop you, she whispered softly. But promise me, you have to come back safely. I stared into her golden eyes and nodded. All right, I promise. Elia's eyes reddened as she suddenly pulled me into a tight embrace, her voice low and urgent. Stay with me tonight. I tried to be stubborn. Again? Then I conceded. Fine. Casually, I quipped, kiddo. Elia froze in confusion. You have a younger brother? Where is he? What's so hard for him? I quickly corrected myself. No brother. Just a slip of the tongue. Go to sleep, I said. The night breeze brushed softly past the window. Tomorrow, we head to the dark forest to find Star Marrow or. At the break of dawn, Karen was already standing at the door, broad and upright, his demeanor full of reverence. I opened the door and gave my command. Let's move. Dark forest awaits. Karen immediately responded. Yes, Lord Rinchin. Behind me, Elia followed with her 4 giant female attendants in tow, worry etched on all 5 of their faces. Elia leaned down, her trembling hand brushing against my cheek. Her voice quivered. Promise me you'll come back alive. Don't be reckless. The dark forest isn't a joke. The 4 attendants spoke in unison. Lord Rinchin, we beg you to return safely. We'll await you in the tribe. I simply smiled, patting Elia on the hip, giving them all a nod. Wait for me to return. With that, I turned and strode forward, Karen trailing close behind. The women stood at the gates of the tribe, gazing after us, not moving until our figures had disappeared into the distance. The journey to the dark forest took an entire day. The crimson earth was parched and cracked, the sparse, withered trees growing shorter with each step, the landscape growing increasingly desolate. Beasts of the scarlet plains, lured by our scent, began to encircle us. In an instant, dozens of them emerged from burrows and the shrubs surrounding us, blocking the path in sheer numbers. Shadow worms slithered stealthily through the darkness, aiming to drain my very life force. Lava-clawed beasts raised their venomous, scorching pincers, bringing them crashing down toward me. Phase specters appeared suddenly before me, their sneering roars attempting to shake my resolve. Sky blades dove toward us, releasing cuts of pressurized air with every swing. Shrieking bats descended next, their infrasonic pulses like knives stabbing directly into my mind. Corrosive serpents spat streams of acidic venom, while earth-split lizards charged recklessly forward. But with my current strength, these creatures might as well have been courting death. I threw out a casual punch, its force tearing through the air. The wind alone was enough to reduce the beasts to nothing but bursts of crimson mist. Behind me, Karen was left utterly dumbfounded. He had planned to step in and assist, but hadn't even had the chance to lift a finger. In mere moments, dozens of beasts lay vanquished. Karen, wide-eyed with awe, could only watch as I effortlessly cleared the way. Beasts defeated, X36. Low-grade cores, X18. Mid-grade cores, X12. High-grade cores, X6. Free attribute points, X276. Items have been stored in the system inventory. I hadn't allocated the cores or attribute points yet. Everything remained untouched in the system storage. As dusk approached, the scenery around us shifted abruptly. The endless crimson plains vanished, replaced by an expansive, primeval forest. Towering ancient trees, hundreds of feet tall, overshadowed the landscape. Not a sliver of light penetrated the dense canopy above. The air had grown cold and damp. It sent a peculiar mix of decaying leaves and faint floral sweetness. The moss-covered ground swallowed every sound, and the deathly silence of the surroundings was enough to unnerve anyone. In the stillness, even the occasional distant beastly roar made the hair on the back of one's neck stand on end. Purple vines coiled tightly around bark, bioluminescent fungi dotting the forest floor. There was a thick, sticky pulse of energy permeating the air around us. It was unmistakably star marrow energy, so potent, it almost seemed tangible. This was the forbidden zone spoken of by the Aomori tribe, the dark forest. Karen pointed toward the deeper recesses of the forest, his voice low, as he indicated a faint white glow emanating from a cavern. Lord Rinchin, the star marrow lode is just ahead. I nodded but felt increasingly heavy with unease. The moment I had stepped into the forest, I'd been overwhelmed by an intense sense of foreboding. It was stronger than what I'd felt facing the blood axe, and it surpassed even the lingering sensation of being watched when I had decimated the Blackrock tribe. Within the cavern ahead, an elderly man stood in solemn stillness. He was a towering figure, nearly 12 feet tall, his snow-white hair framing a face heavily creased with age. Despite his weathered features, his posture remained unyieldingly straight. The oppressive energy radiating from him surpassed that of even an early-stage Saint-Tier warrior like myself. The old man's eyes were shut but gave the eerie impression he could see far more clearly than most. The moment we arrived, his presence locked onto me and Karen with frightening precision. The elder slowly opened his eyes, his cold gaze sharpening as he turned to the striking woman standing nearby. Bowing respectfully, he addressed her. "Young mistress, we have company." The young mistress stood an imposing 13 feet tall, her alabaster skin flawless, her golden eyes icy and piercing. Her long, blackish-purple hair fell gracefully to her waist, a luxurious crown set with blue gemstones perched atop her head. Her pristine white gown cascading to the rocky floor, she looked every bit the part of a regal titan from some noble lineage. Adjusting the silver ring on her finger with deliberate ease, she spoke with cold arrogance. "Locals, I presume? Drive them away. I have no time to waste on interruptions during the star marrow excavation." "Understood," the elder replied curtly. As Karen and I stepped into the cavern, it became clear that the interior had been expertly cleared for mining. Shining star marrow ores studded the cavern walls, their pale light casting long shadows across the polished stone. At the chamber's center stood a laboring titan, another towering figure roughly 13 feet high, chiseling away at the ore with practiced skill. By his side loomed the haughty young mistress and the commanding elder. The old man wasted no time locking his gaze on us, his expression hardening. His voice boomed. "Cease your trespassing. This is not a place for you to linger. Leave immediately, or you'll force my hand." I couldn't help but curse internally. Damn it, they beat us to it. What's worse was a tangible gap in power. The young mistress was at least at late-stage Saint-Tier. As for the old man, his strength was an enigma, but it was clear from his aura alone that he was far above me. A direct confrontation would be suicide. I swiftly muttered to Karen, "We have to go." But the powerful fists at his sides were already clenched with frustration. "But Lord Rinchin, we can't just. Why not just take them out?" I whispered anxiously. "Don't be stupid. That woman's stronger than me. And that old man, he's even scarier. If we fight, we're dead." I grabbed Karen, ready to leave quietly, when suddenly, the old man, Li Lao, spoke up. "Hold on." My body froze, and a chill ran down my spine. "It's over. He's about to make a move." I forced myself to stay still, not daring to even look back. Li Lao bent slightly toward the towering woman next to him. "Miss, I told you about the one who wiped out both the Blackrock and Bloodaxe tribes. It's him." My heart sank. So it was him watching me back then. Damn it, he spilled everything. The giant woman smirked, a tinge of mockery in her tone. "You mean this little guy? Turn around." My heartbeat quickened violently, but I had no choice. Slowly, I turned, forcing a smile onto my face. The moment I turned, her piercing gaze locked onto my face. It was as though something struck her. A blush quickly crept up her cheeks. Her thoughts began to spiral. Why? Why am I feeling this way about a small guy like him? But the more I look, the more I can't stop myself. Her expression shifted from disdain to fascination as she took a step forward, her towering 4-meter frame enveloping me in her shadow, making it hard to breathe. She was so close now that we were nearly touching. A soft, elegant fragrance wafted over. Caught in this strange tension, my nerves were frayed. But, of all things, my mind decided to betray me. How can a giant like her smell this good? I quickly snapped out of it, putting on the most respectful act I could muster. Beautiful big sister, we're just passing through. We didn't mean to bother you. We'll leave right away. She burst into a hearty laugh at the words, big sister, bending down to look at me more closely. Her golden eyes glimmered with amusement and something warmer, almost fond. Little brother, aren't you quite the sweet talker? What's your name? Where are you from? I'm Lingchun, from the Qingmu tribe. I wasn't about to lie. There was no way out if she caught me. Her smile deepened. She studied me a little longer, her amusement never wavering. Tell the truth now, what brings you here? No way, this was just an accidental detour. I gulped hard. We're looking for Star Marrow ore. But since it's clear you've got this site claimed, we'll leave right away. No trouble, I promise. I grabbed Karen, ready to bolt. We barely got 2 steps before her cold command stopped us in our tracks. Hold it. I froze again. She turned to Li Lao. Give them 800 pounds of Star Marrow ore. Li Lao's face immediately stiffened in shock. Miss, that's far too valuable. 800 pounds is no small amount. The chief will. Her sharp tone cut him off. I said give it to them. If father asks, I'll take the blame. Now do it. Li Lao didn't argue further. With a grim expression, he motioned to have the ore packed into hide bags and brought over. I stared at the hefty bag handed to me, completely stunned. I'd come expecting death. Now I was being handed 800 pounds of ore. With trembling hands, I accepted the bag and said quietly, "Thank you, big sister." The towering woman waved us off, though her golden eyes lingered a moment too long, filled with reluctance. "Go," she finally said. I didn't hesitate, dragging a still-dazed Karen with me as we slipped into the dark forest. Behind us, the giant woman tilted her head, watching me leave, her lips curling into a sly smile. Her eyes glinted with resolve. "Qingmu tribe, huh? Once I finish up here, I'll come find you. You're going to be my man." Li Lao, standing beside her, looked on, utterly baffled. The usually aloof young lady was showing unheard of interest in a guy way smaller than her. Once we were far from the mine, Karen glanced at the bag in disbelief. Lord Lingchen, why would she just give us so much? I shook my head, the question still gnawing at me too. Doesn't matter. Let's just get back. This place is full of people far stronger than us. We shouldn't push our luck anymore. Karen nodded immediately. Yes, sir. His eyes, however, now looked at me with newfound respect. Even the elite royalty of the higher continents treated me differently. I clearly wasn't ordinary. Neither of us said a word as we quickened our pace, rushing back to Qingmu tribe under the cover of night. By the time we reached the gates, a familiar figure was already waiting, Aaliyah, alongside 4 of her giant handmaidens. The second she saw me, Aaliyah rushed over, throwing her arms around me tightly, her voice trembling with emotion. "Lingchen, you're back? Are you hurt?" I was so worried I could barely breathe. Smiling, I patted her back reassuringly. What could possibly happen to me? Trust your man. The 4 handmaidens, Avery, Linda, Sarah, and Talisa, gathered around, bowing deeply, their faces lighting up with delight. "Lord Lingchun." I gave a small nod in reply, then turned to Karen, dismissing him for the time being. Once he left, Aaliyah's focus shifted immediately to the hide bag in my hands. "Is that Star Marrow ore?" "Yep." I loosened the bag's tie, revealing the faintly glowing white stone inside. "Just got a little, about 800 pounds. Aaliyah froze on the spot, her jaw dropping. Even her handmaidens gasped audibly behind her. Recovering quickly, she frowned. "But we don't have a mage. Even with this, we can't use it." I raised a finger, pointing at myself, my grin cheeky and proud. "The mage you're looking for is right here." The entire group stared at me in shock, their disbelief plain. "You're a mage?" "MMHM." I raised an eyebrow smugly. "Impressive, huh?" A beat later, chaos erupted. The women squealed and cheered, surging forward in excitement, surrounding me and practically squeezing me breathless. It felt like I could barely breathe. "You're just too strong. The Aoki tribe finally has a witch." They were both excited and exhilarated, their chatter seemingly endless. I sighed and gently pushed them aside. All right. If you press me any harder, I might really keel over. I need to go into seclusion and cultivate. Go on, give me some space." Elia nodded, and only then did the 4 maids relent, though their wide, admiring eyes never left me, even as I retreated. Shutting the door firmly behind me, I blocked out their gazes and any distractions. I sat cross-legged in the center of the dimly lit room, my voice steady as I called out. System, greetings, host. What are your commands? Absorb 500 pounds of star essence, or store the remaining 300 pounds in the space. Upgrade the witch profession to level 2. Command received. Beginning absorption. Absorption complete. 500 pounds consumed. 300 pounds stored in inventory. Profession upgrade successful. You are now a level 2 witch. Unlocked. Level 2 training room. Level 2 magic arrays. As the system's notifications concluded, an uncontrollable grin spread across my face. Level 2. Finally, I've made it. The tension that had gripped me for days snapped like an overstretched string. It felt like a 1,000-pound weight had been lifted off my shoulders. From the moment I crash-landed on Kepler 666b, it was either battle for survival or push myself to level up just to make it through another day. Earth's sun has gone out, leaving my people trapped on a frozen planet. The communication devices were broken, and my ship, a one-shot effort that had drained Earth's remaining resources, was destroyed. I couldn't return even if I wanted to, and there was no second ship capable of bringing everyone here. Resource scarcity and imminent death had propelled me to this point, but reality hadn't changed one bit. Forget it, I muttered wryly, a bitter smile tugging at my lips. I'll give myself 3 days, 3 days rest before I figure out what to do next. I stretched, pushing my anxiety down where it wouldn't reach me, at least for now. Pulling open the door, I found the 4 maids waiting faithfully outside. As soon as they saw me, they eagerly closed in. Avril looped her arm around mine, speaking softly. Master Rin, is your cultivation session complete? I nodded. Yeah. Linda jumped in eagerly. Then let us serve you. Sarah and Talisa nodded their agreement enthusiastically. Their eyes sparkled with admiration and devotion, so intense it was almost overwhelming. Before I could respond, Elia stepped out of a nearby room, approaching with a pleased smile. She gently took my hand. Rin, you must be tired. Let me accompany you so you can rest. The setting sun cast a warm orange glow over the massive stone structures, stretching our shadows far across the earth. Surrounded by their care and attention, I felt a rare and fleeting warmth of contentment. Encircled by mountains dotted with fragrant blooms, my fatigue and unease seemed to dissipate entirely. Here, on a planet light years from Earth, I wasn't just becoming stronger. I had loyal followers who would lay down their lives for me, as well as someone who truly cherished me. For the time being, the dangers of the future, the lurking threats of this alien planet, and the impossibility of returning to Earth, none of it mattered. Dwelling on what I couldn't control was pointless. Instead, I chose to savor this moment of peace and affection. Ahem, I joked, glancing at the women arrayed around me. My beautiful ladies. No, my stunning beauties, behold. I'm here. For 3 days, I abandoned all pretense of restraint, indulging in an uncharacteristic bout of hedonism. Like a ruler in his prime, I embraced the fleeting luxury of idleness. I rested on Elia's lap while Avril massaged my shoulders. Linda hand-fed me fruits as Sarah and Talisa worked on easing the tension in my legs. The sunlight streaming through the stone window bathed them in a golden glow, creating an almost dreamlike atmosphere. Master Rin, is this pressure enough? Avril leaned closer, her proximity making it feel as if the very air had grown heavy. I murmured lazily, biting into a piece of fruit without much thought, and lightly grazing Linda's fingertip in the process. Her face instantly turned crimson, and though she shyly lowered her head, her gaze kept darting back to me. Elia, ever composed, simply brushed her fingers through my hair, her gentle, indulgent eyes betraying no hint of jealousy. Since crash landing on Kepler 666b, I'd never had the chance to truly rest. It had been non-stop fighting, or preparing to fight. My nerves had been frayed to their limit. Now, though, with my strength at the St. Tyr's early stage, my witch profession upgraded to level 2, a stockpile of crystal cores, and 276 attribute points in reserve, maybe I could finally afford to take a breather. Rin, Elia whispered softly, her fingers combing through my hair. The chieftain sent someone yesterday. He wants to speak with you. What about? Something about cultivation, she replied uncertainly. But you looked so tired these past days that I didn't bring it up until now. Stretching languidly, I sat up. All right, let's go and see what he wants. The The four maids immediately moved to follow me. You all stay here. Elia and I can handle this. Understood, Master Rin. Their instant obedience brought a satisfied smile to my face. 918 charm points really weren't just for show. I remember cursing myself back when I accidentally invested in them, but now, let's just say I've changed my stance. The chieftain resided in the largest stone building at the heart of the tribe. When I entered, I found him seated at a stone table, absent-mindedly turning a crystal core over in his hands. Upon seeing us, he immediately stood and greeted me with an overly respectful smile. Rin, you've arrived. No need for formalities, chieftain. I took a seat across from him. I heard you wanted to see me? Arya stood behind me, her golden eyes filled with tender affection. The leader nodded, but his expression suddenly grew serious, as though he were about to drop a bombshell. Lin Chun, I have some questions about cultivation, he said gravely. You've only been here for a few days, yet your progress is absurd. How on earth do you cultivate like that? I froze for a moment before laughing. There wasn't really an answer I could give. It's not like I could just admit I could directly absorb crystal cores. So, I asked instead, Chief, do you all advance that slowly in cultivation? The chief sighed. We rely solely on cultivation rooms with arrays to absorb crystal essence, but the efficiency is abysmal. The cultivation rooms aren't advanced enough, and our innate talent is lacking on top of that. Talented individuals absorb faster. Those less gifted take their time. It's just how it is. I've spent hundreds of years just scraping my way to the super rank. Innate talent? I immediately picked up on the key term. The chief nodded. Exactly. The greater the natural talent, the faster one absorbs energy and advances through the ranks. I pressed further. What level are you, Chief? With a bitter smile, the chief answered, Level 3. I turned to Arya. What about you? She looked slightly embarrassed. Level 4. And Karen? Karen is a level 3. Most of the tribe is level 2. Some are even at level 1. The chief explained. I frowned slightly. Is there any way to improve natural talent? The chief shook his head, his face full of helplessness. Not usually. It's basically determined at birth. We're natives of this lower-level continent. Achieving levels 3 or 4 is already considered exceptional here. Maybe there's a way, but those advanced methods are so removed from us that we can't even imagine accessing them. I stayed silent for a moment, internally cursing that fate wasn't as valuable as being born lucky. Without missing a beat, I directed my question to the system. What's my talent level? Ding. Host requires no innate talent. What does that mean? With me, the system, what need do you have for talent? You can directly absorb crystal cores and star marrow. That is your greatest talent. I paused for a second before bursting into laughter. All right, you win. As it should be. Ignoring the system's cocky tone, I cut straight to the point. Can you help them improve their talent levels? Ding. Searching functionalities. Search complete. Members with 100% loyalty or affection toward the host can be added to the system database. Once added, the host may consume crystal cores to raise their levels or use star marrow to enhance their innate talent. My eyes widened. Wait, I can do that. Wouldn't it be easier to just raise their levels directly? Why bother enhancing talent? The higher the talent, the fewer crystal cores needed for level advancement. Without enhancing innate talent, advancing someone with level 1 talent to Emperor rank would require 10 times the crystal cores of someone with level 10 talent. Everything suddenly clicked, but with it came another concern. Wait, Arya's affection toward me has been at 100% for ages. Why hasn't she been added to the database yet? Right after the words left my mouth, the system chimed in loudly. Ding, target Arya meets the 100% affection requirement and is eligible for database entry. Would you like to add Arya to the system database? I nearly spat out blood from frustration. Seriously? Add her right now. I cursed internally. Damn system. Keeping such a game-changing feature hidden until I asked? Were you just going to sit there in silence? Ding. The system functions are for hosts to explore independently. This system does its job, not explanations. Geez, you've got a real attitude. It's amusing to be cursed at by a host, honestly. I took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing my irritation. Fine. If they weren't going to tell me, I'd figure it out myself. Little did I know, the system's limitations weren't about controlling me. They were shaped by my own desires. Whatever I could imagine it capable of, it would eventually develop a way to do. This ridiculous setup was the brainchild of some twisted author. Lin Chun. Arya's voice snapped me out of my train of thought. I looked up to find Arya and the chief staring at me with worried expressions. Are you all right? Arya crouched down and touched my forehead gently. I'm fine, I reassured her, looking at the chief. About the talent issue, I might have a solution. The chief froze in disbelief. Then his joy became evident. Lin Shen, are you serious? I said might. I clarified with a small smile. It's not doable right now, but once the conditions align, I'll explain how we can proceed. The chief was so moved his hands began to tremble. He even stood up and bowed deeply. If you can truly make this happen, you'll be the savior of the Greenwood tribe. I quickly held him up. Don't say that. I'm part of the tribe too. Arya stood quietly beside me. Her golden eyes were now brimming with admiration and undisguised affection. Chief, we'll take our leave for now. Let's discuss this more once everything is ready. When that day comes, I'll do everything in my power to help. The Greenwood tribe is my home now too. Thank you, Lin Shun, the chief said, his joy barely contained. Let's go, I said, signaling Arya to follow me. As we walked slowly through the tribe, Arya clasped my hand and couldn't resist asking, can you really? Can our talents grow stronger? They can, but it takes time, I nodded. And it'll need a lot of star essence stones. Star essence stones. Ellie sighed. Those are too hard to come by. Last time, you brought back 800 pounds from the dark forest. That's already the highest record in the history of our tribe. I smiled without answering, but mentally, I was crunching numbers. There were still 300 pounds left in the system storage. Adding the stockpile of beast cores, it was far from enough to boost Elia's realm and enhance her talent. No rush. Let's take a few days to rest first. By the way, Rilin. Elia suddenly paused, her expression awkward. That woman you ran into in the dark forest. Who was she exactly? The image of silver skin and golden eyes, for meters tall, flashed through my mind, sending a chill down my back. I don't know. The next second, a deafening explosion came from the direction of the tribal gates. Boom! The sharp alarm tore through the night. Enemy attack. Elia and I exchanged a glance before bolting toward the gates. The scene at the gates was carnage. Warriors were strewn about, groaning in pain. Karen was sprawled at the very front, blood at the corner of his mouth, still struggling to get up. Two figures stood amidst the carnage. One was 4 meters tall, with silver-white skin and golden eyes, draped in an ornate white dress, the female giant from that day. The other stood over 3 meters, with white hair and beard, exuding an aura so sinister it felt like an abyss. Old Lee. The female giant's oppressive presence made it hard to breathe. Old Lee's terrifying demeanor was even harder to endure, making the Greenwood tribe seem as flimsy as paper. The giantess spoke coldly. Who is Rilin? All eyes immediately pinned on me. She followed their gaze, and when her eyes met mine, her icy face suddenly broke into a smile. Rilin, I finally found you. She strode forward, like she was coming to claim what was hers. Elia immediately stepped in front of me, her gaze sharp. Stop. What do you think you're doing? The female giant cast her a scornful glance. And who are you? Elia gritted her teeth. I'm Rilin's woman. The giantess's smile turned colder and more domineering. Not anymore. He's going to be my man now. Elia, furious, was about to charge. I grabbed her arm. Don't move. You can't beat her. Elia's eyes reddened, but she could only glare daggers at the other woman. I stepped forward, raised my head, and forced myself to speak. You come to my tribe. What is it that you want? The female giant leaned closer, her golden eyes a mix of indulgence and command. To take you with me. Today, you must leave with me. A chill ran down my spine. What if I don't want to go? This is my home. I'm not leaving. Her smile instantly disappeared, her face taking on a grim look. No, it's not up to you. You must come with me. At her words, she gestured to Old Lee. Old Lee released his oppressive aura, and it was as if the entire tribe had been crushed under a giant stone. Tribe members turned ghastly pale, the weaker ones collapsing to their knees on the spot. Elia clung tightly to my arm, trembling violently but refusing to back down. My scalp tingled as I mentally screamed at the system. Is this woman seriously going to crush everyone to death? Ding! Crisis detected. Solution generated. Increase charm to 999 to influence late Emperor-ranked powerhouses' minds. Raise affection to 90%, and the target will comply with the host's requests. I froze. What's my current stat? 918. Increasing by 81 points is required. Consume points. I gritted my teeth and confirmed. Consumed 81 points. Charm set to 999. In the next instant, an invisible aura seemed to surge from within me. The female giant was about to issue another order, but suddenly froze, her golden eyes losing their malice, replaced by infatuation and a strange tenderness. Reelin, Reelin. She immediately commanded Oldly to stop. Stand down. The suffocating pressure vanished, and the tribe's people finally gasped for air. The giantess, however, seemed utterly entranced, staring at me without blinking. I cautiously spoke. Can you calm down? I can. She nodded obediently. I'll listen to anything you say. Oldly stared in stunned disbelief, a chill creeping up his spine. How could the lady act like she was under a spell? The more absurd part? Despite being 4 meters tall, she refused to leave, insisting on staying glued to my side. Oldly was frantic with worry, trying in vain to reason with her. Miss, we need to head back to Icewind City. She shook her head. No, I'm staying by Reelin's side. Unable to resist, Oldly argued. What's so great about him? You've never behaved like this before. Now you look like a lovesick fool. The female giant's face darkened. Oldly, you've crossed the line. Step back. My affairs are none of your concern. Oldly realized he couldn't sway her, and, gritting his teeth, stayed nearby to watch her like a hawk. All the while, Oldly's mind churned with suspicion. What kind of trick is this kid pulling to have even the Lady of Icewind wrapped around his finger? The female giant followed me closely, like a docile kitten. Alia's blazing glare looked as though it could burn holes through her. With no other choice, I led everyone back to my quarters to sort things out. As soon as we stepped into the stone courtyard, 4 maids immediately rushed to greet me. Lord Reelin, you're back. Lord Reelin, who's this woman? The maids kept chattering, but the next moment, they all froze, their faces turning bright red as their gazes. It changed. Lord Lingchun, so handsome. I want to keep looking at you. Can I hug you? I got chills all over my scalp. This is bad. My charm points shot up to 999. They can't hold it together anymore. With Alia around before, they wouldn't dare cross the line. Now they're completely out of control. Avril was the first to launch herself at me, clinging tightly. Lord Lingchun, I like you. Linda squeezed in from the side, hugging me just as tightly. I like you too. Sarah and Talisha surrounded me, trapping me in the middle, refusing to let go like they were fighting over me. Alia stomped her foot angrily. You guys are too much. Let go of him. I quickly tried to calm her down. Relax, they're just really fond of me. Alia gritted her teeth, watching her man being hugged ferociously by 4 maids, her chest heaving with frustration. Just then, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Detected target Avril's affection level, 100%. Eligible for database entry, ***. Ding! Detected target Linda's affection level, 100%. Eligible for database entry, ***. Ding! Detected target Sarah's affection level, 100%. Eligible for database entry, ***. Ding! Detected target Talisha's affection level, 100%. Eligible for database entry, ***. Would you like to record these targets into the system database? I sighed helplessly. Go ahead and record them. Ding! Recording complete, ***. I opened the panel, and the stats were displayed right before my eyes. Name, Avril. Affection, 100%. Innate talent, level 2. Level, intermediate, early stage. Upgrade to level 3 talent requires star essence, or 2,000 pounds. Name, Linda. Affection, 100%. Innate talent, level 2. Level, intermediate, early stage. Upgrade to level 3 talent requires star essence, or 2,000 pounds. Name, Sarah. Affection, 100%. Innate talent, level 2. Level, beginner, peak stage. Upgrade to level 3 talent requires star essence, or 500 pounds. Advancing to intermediate, early stage requires crystal cores. Talent level 2, cost multiplier, 9x. Name, Talisha. Affection, 100%. Innate talent, level 2. Level, beginner, peak stage. Upgrade to level 3 talent requires star essence, or 2,000 pounds. Advancing to intermediate, early stage requires crystal cores. Talent level 2, cost multiplier, 9x. I then pulled up Alia's panel. Name, Alia. Affection, 100%. Innate talent. Level 4. Level. Advanced, mid-stage. Upgrade to level 5 talent requires star essence, or 10,000 pounds. Advancing to advanced. Late stage requires crystal cores. Talent level 4. Cost multiplier. 7x. Seeing these stats laid out, I almost passed out on the spot. This is unsustainable. I can't afford to keep this up. I checked my storage and saw only 300 pounds of star essence are left. Tears nearly welled up. Too broke. Then I glanced at the male giants nearby. Through the window, I could see Karen leading his team, cleaning up the mess. They looked at me with admiration, though his loyalty was stuck at 95% and refusing to budge. Pushing it to 100%? Almost impossible. Male giants of Kepler Star are born proud. Getting one to wholeheartedly pledge loyalty to someone small like me? Not happening. I gritted my teeth and made up my mind. Might as well just raise an army of female giants in the future. With women, I can use my charm to push their affection to 100%. But right now, there's a bigger problem. 5 female giants are crowding me. Alia's jealousy is practically oozing, and the 4 maids' gazes are filled with adoration. To cap it off, the 13-foot-tall female giant in front of me is watching me closely too. I rubbed my temples, smiling bitterly. They're sweet, but this is too much for my back. All right, everyone calm down. You all step back. I need to talk to this big sister alone. Alia's face grew colder. Fine, but don't be in there for too long. The 4 maids looked equally reluctant. I got it. Just go now. I coaxed them, suppressing my frustration. I sent Alia to take the 4 maids aside for a talk, hopefully to set some ground rules so they don't keep clinging to me. Then I invited the tall female giant and Oldly inside my room. Now, only 3 of us remained in the room. Me, the 4-meter-tall female giant, and Oldly, who stood on guard like a hawk behind her. Take a seat, I said, pointing to a stone stool. The female giant obeyed and sat down. Oldly, standing behind her, glared at me so intensely it felt like he thought I was about to devour someone. I cleared my throat and broke the silence. So, big sister, what's your name? The female giant smiled softly, so kind and gentle it could melt a person. My name is Bingyu. My father is the clan leader of Ice Phoenix City. Ice Phoenix City? I frowned. Never heard of it. Oldly sneered. Of course frogs and whales wouldn't know. You low-tier bumpkins wouldn't understand cities like ours. If we didn't have business here, we wouldn't even bother coming to this backwater. I didn't get angry. Instead, I shot back. Then go on, enlighten me. How's this planet's land divided? Oldly, seeing Bingyu nod in approval, began to explain. The young lady and I are from the medium-level Kayan continent, specifically Ice Phoenix City. You're in the Forgotten Barrens, part of a low-tier continent. Limited resources, weak cultivation. It'd be a marvel if you ever produced a sovereign-tier powerhouse. Truly pitiful. He continued, counting the 6 cities of the Cyan Rock continent. Wild Rock, Thunderous Peak, Blazing Flame, Radiant Light, Stormwind, and Ice Phoenix. Ice Moon chimed in. Ice Phoenix City has been managed by my family for generations. Above us lies the higher continent. We've never been there, but it's said that their top-tier fighters could crush the entire Cyan Rock continent with ease. A sinking feeling washed over me. Old Man Lee is already this powerful, and yet someone from the higher continent? If they so much as glare at me, I'd probably evaporate on the spot. Old Man Lee interjected. Kid, scared now, huh? Ice Moon continued. The beasts on this planet are terrifying too. Numerous, quick to cultivate, and they've taken over most of the resourceful lands. Lowering my voice, I asked, then why did you come to the Forgotten Hills? To mine astral marrow ores, Ice Moon replied casually. We discovered a vein in the Shadow Forest long ago. This time, we came specifically to extract it. How much have you dug out? I asked further. Not much. Around 8,000 pounds, she answered. I nearly spit blood. 8,000 pounds of rare ores is not much. My Greenwood tribe hasn't seen this amount even over centuries. Ice Moon looked at me, her tone melting into warmth. We planned to leave today, bringing you along on our way back. But you don't seem to want to leave. I quickly waved her off. I can't go. This is my home. She sighed softly. Then I'll stay here with you. Old Man Lee immediately stepped in. Miss, absolutely not. The clan leader is awaiting our return. He then glared at me coldly. Kid, I don't know what trick you pulled to mesmerize the young lady here, but I'm warning you. If you dare harm so much as a hair on her head, I'll end you. Oldly, Ice Moon snapped, glaring disapprovingly at the older man. I quickly forced a smile. Senior, please, I wouldn't dare harm her. I wouldn't even have enough courage for it, even if someone gave me 10 lives. I have no clue why she's acting like this. Maybe I'm just pleasing to the eye, I ventured awkwardly. Lee scoffed, scanning me from top to bottom. Pleasing to the eye? Sure, but you're about as short as they come. I've never seen a supposedly grown man this tiny. Scratching the bridge of my nose, I chuckled nervously. Born this way. Nothing I can do about it. But inside, I wanted to scream. I was considered tall at 5 feet 11 inches back on Earth. Here I'm the shrimp? Seriously? Interrupting my inner meltdown, Ice Moon ordered sharply. Old Lee, leave us. Now. He stiffened in surprise. Miss? I want to talk to Lin Shen alone, she said firmly. Lee hesitated, but Ice Moon's tone grew colder. I said leave. Don't make me repeat myself. Reluctantly, he retreated, shooting me a slicing glare before exiting, his eyes loaded with the unsaid. Hurt her, and I'll make you regret it. The door closed behind him, leaving just the two of us in an increasingly tense silence. Ice Moon stepped closer. Her towering figure, a full 13 feet tall, leaned down, her golden eyes filled with fiery obsession, as though she wanted to devour me whole. I tilted my head up, meeting her gaze. Her silver skin glimmered faintly under the dim light. Her features seemed meticulously sculpted, her jet-black hair streaked with violet cascaded past her waist. A sapphire-studded tiara crowned her head, and her pristine white gown was extravagantly elegant, dangerously sheer, its thin fabric struggling to conceal her curves. My throat tightened uncomfortably. With all my willpower, I took an instinctive step back. Ice Moon, calm down. Don't do anything reckless. She tilted her head with a sweet, yet unsettling smile. Restrain myself? What? Internally, I was yelling like a madman. Asterisk, she's doing this on purpose. If this keeps up, I really might lose it. But if I do, her father's going to chop me into pieces and feed me to the beasts. Asterisk. At that moment, a voice chimed in my head, my system. Mockingly, it said, Host, are you for real? The opportunity is literally landing in your lap. I growled internally. Shut up. Taking a deep breath, I shoved my impulse down into the deepest pit of my stomach. My eyes flicked up to her towering figure, then back down at my own height. As the imbalance sank in, humiliation rushed through me. How the hell does a 5 feet 11 inches man even think about standing his ground against a 13-foot-tall woman? It wasn't a standoff. It was a kid facing an adult. My struggle would be nothing more than pitiful flailing at this point. Before I could drown any deeper in self-pity, the door flung open abruptly with a bang. Elia stormed in, followed by 4 maids, and immediately yanked me behind her while glaring daggers at Ice Moon. What do you think you're doing to my man? She demanded. Raising a brow, Ice Moon retorted coldly. I wasn't doing anything. Then why were you standing so close to him? Elia spat back, fury evident. Because I like him, Ice Moon replied plainly, unfazed. Elia's eyes reddened, anger mixed with desperation. He's my man. Unbothered, Ice Moon stepped closer. Not for long. Soon, he'll be mine. The tension exploded as the two locked eyes, their rivalry filling the room with oppressive energy. My scalp tingled with unease. Hurriedly, I jumped between them. Ladies, please calm down. Elia was shaking with reined-in rage, her fists clenched. Ice Moon didn't back off either, the sheer force of her aura making it hard to breathe. I turned to Ice Moon and spoke in a low voice. You should head back. If your father catches wind of this, it'll bring nothing but trouble. Adding a softer tone, I said, You can come find me in the Greenwood tribe later if you miss me. Ice Moon was silent for a moment before nodding reluctantly. Fine, but wait for me. I'll be back soon. I exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. Thank God I'd maxed out my charisma stat to 999. Without it, there's no way I'd have survived this encounter with a 4-meter-tall goddess ready to toss me over her shoulder. Just as Ice Moon started to leave, she froze mid-step and then spun back around. Before I could react, her massive hands shot forward, one gripping my waist, the other cradling the back of my head. The next thing I knew, her large lips descended, enveloping mine completely in an overpowering kiss. MFF. My eyes widened in shock. Behind her, Elia let out a piercing scream. What the hell are you doing? She and her maids tried rushing forward, but Ice Moon, with her overwhelming strength, held them back effortlessly. I couldn't move, just stood there watching. Honestly, if I wanted to make a move, one punch was enough to stun Binghua. But I didn't. I knew deep down, this situation wasn't entirely a bad thing for me. By the time the kiss ended, I was almost gasping for air. A 4-meter-tall giantess, one bite, and half my face was practically covered. And yet, Binghua carried this faintly sweet fragrance, cold yet alluring. I tried to act composed, though secretly, I was pretty pleased. You all saw it, didn't you? She made the move first. Don't blame me for anything. On this planet, all the beautiful giantesses seemed to have a natural elegance about them. Binghua finally let go of me after God knows how long. Her face was flushed bright red, her gaze soft, and there was even a faint shimmer at the corner of her mouth. Lingchen, I'm heading back now. I nodded blankly in response. She called out toward the door. Li Lao, we're leaving. A voice replied from outside. Yes, young lady. With 2 flashes, their figures vanished into the night. I stood frozen in place, unable to process everything for the longest time. Then, Alia rushed over, looking aggrieved. I want a kiss too. Finally snapping out of it, I chuckled. All right, I'll give you one too. I can't reach, crouch down a bit. Alia obediently crouched, and I stood on my tiptoes to kiss her. Unlike Binghua, who was commanding and almost overwhelming, Alia's kiss was soft and sweet, but her possessiveness lingered even more persistently. The 4 maids standing nearby watched closely, longing to intervene, but dared not speak up. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the council chamber was weighed down like a heavy stone pressing into the air. The Aoki clan chief sat at the head seat, frowning deeply. Across from him was the chieftain of the Boulder tribe, Sherpatian, a burly middle-aged man whose expression was desperate, his eyes red with anxiety. The 2 clans had maintained generations of marital alliances, bonded allies through and through. The Aoki chieftain asked gravely, Patian, what happened? Sherpatian gritted his teeth. Old friend, we're in big trouble. Speak. The Red Wolf, Blazing Sky, Iron Spine, and Gale tribes are joining forces. They're planning to attack your Aoki clan. The expression on the Aoki chief's face darkened. What? Sherpatian continued, restraining his frustration. They're using Blood Axe and Blackrock as a pretense, accusing you of breaking the rules. They claim that if they don't eliminate you now, the Aoki clan will trample over the rest of the Forgotten Barons sooner or later. The Aoki chieftain slammed his palm down on the table. Bullshit. When those Blood Axe and Blackrock clans were bullying us, they all covered their ears and played dumb. But now that we've grown strong, they're scrambling to gang up on us? Sherpatian let out a long sigh. That's just how the world is. You're weak, and everyone steps on you. You're strong, and everyone fears you. The Aoki chieftain slowly leaned back into his seat, his gaze icy. The times have changed. It's no longer certain who will fall. Sherpatian's brow furrowed. You've got a contingency? The Aoki chief smiled faintly. I do. Alia found a man. His name's Lingchen. He took down both the Blood Axe and Blackrock clans single-handedly. Sherpatian inhaled sharply. A single man wiping out 2 tribes? That sounded like pure madness. He swallowed hard. Old friend, I don't mean to doubt you, but it just seems. The Aoki chieftain waved dismissively. It doesn't matter if you believe me or not. But that's the truth. Lingchen's current strength, it's far beyond anything you could imagine. Sherpatian stood silent for a moment before rising. Either way, I'm here tonight to give you a heads up. He lowered his voice as though offering a suggestion. Old friend, don't go in head on. When the time comes, I'll lead my people to support you. Our families have been allies for generations. I don't want to see the Aoki clan wiped out like this. The Aoki chieftain also stood, patting him on the shoulder. Thank you for the warning, but rest assured, we can handle it. If those fools from those tribes dare to show up, I can't guarantee it won't be them lying in the dirt instead. Sherpatian studied him, conflicted. Do you really have that much confidence? The Aoki leader's eye sharpened. With Lingchen by my side, I'm more than confident. Sherpatian gave a decisive nod. All right, I'll head back for now, but call on me if you need anything. The Aoki leader escorted him out the grand hall, then immediately called, Gather the men. A hulking man quickly entered, bowing respectfully. Chief, your orders. Go invite Lingchen. Tell him there's an urgent matter to discuss. Yes, sir. The giant man hurried off, and the Aoki chieftain stood in front of the window, the night reflecting his cold smile. Those pathetic tribes. If they want death, so be it. It's the perfect way to show the Forgotten Barons that the Aoki clan is no longer the weak-willed pushovers we once were. At the same time, I was leaning against Alia, savoring a rare moment of peace. Suddenly, urgent footsteps echoed outside as a respectful voice called, "Lord Lingchen, the chief requests your presence. He says it's an urgent matter." I opened my eyes and frowned. What could possibly warrant this so late at night? Alia sat up, worry etched into her face. I patted her hand, threw on my clothes, and stepped outside. The night breeze carried a bone-chilling cold as it swept against me. Taking a deep breath, I began heading toward the council chamber. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers east of the Aoki clan, in the desolate chaos of Rock Ridge, the barren wasteland, littered with broken skeletons and crumbling stones, was as grim as a forsaken graveyard. In the daylight, the sun scorched everything. At night, the wind was a cutting blade. It was the last place anyone would consider staying. Yet at this very moment, countless torches spat light across the ridge, illuminating the impossible sight of thousands silently gathering. The elite warriors and chiefs of the 4 tribes, Red Wolf, Blazing Sky, Iron Spine, and Storm Fury, had all gathered. The 4 most notorious factions of the Forgotten Hills were now in one place. Thousands of Titan warriors, ranging from 8 to 13 feet tall, wore beast-hide armor and gripped weapons in their massive hands. Their killing intent was so dense it felt like the air had thickened. No one spoke, and the only sounds were the whistling of the wind and the crackling of torches. In the center of the gathering stood 4 figures shoulder to shoulder, the most formidable chieftains on this continent. All eyes were on them. Their target was the Aokama tribe. In this moment, they were strategizing how to launch their attack. Someone spoke coldly, breaking the silence. "Why are we even wasting time discussing? Let's just charge in and crush them." The Red Wolf chieftain, Jia Quangsha, slammed down his massive hand, bellowing with laughter. Standing over 13 feet tall, his bare chest was covered in knife scars, and his bronze skin glinted under the firelight. His voice boomed like thunder, shaking even the torches. "The 4 of us are afraid of one little Akamu tribe," he sneered, sweeping his piercing gaze across the crowd with blatant disdain. "Aokamu's strongest is their chief, Mogliai. What? Mid-level transcendent at best. I'm late transcendent. 2 of you are mid-level, and 1's early transcendent. All 4 tribes combined, and we fear him? Laughable." The Blazing Sky chieftain, Finchitian, raised a hand to cut him off. Though standing a bit shorter than Quangsha, his demeanor was far colder and steadier. "Quangsha, hold your temper." His voice was calm but carried the weight of command, silencing the surrounding warriors. "Mogliai destroyed 2 entire tribes in one breath. He has something up his sleeve. Underestimating him would be foolish." "Foolish," Quangsha scoffed with a sinister laugh. "Finchitian, you've grown timid with age." Blood Axe and Blackrock were irrelevant tribes. Grum and Karn, the 2 chiefs? Weaklings. Combined, they're not even worth a single one of my swings. He smirked, his voice dripping with derision. The fact they were wiped out only proves how useless they were. It doesn't mean Aokamu is strong. The Storm Fury chieftain, Feng Wuhan, interrupted with a voice as cold as a winter breeze. "Your logic is flawed. The intel I received points to a different problem." He swept his enigmatic gaze around, deliberately slowing his words. "The ones who destroyed Blood Axe and Blackrock weren't Mogliai. It was someone called Lingchen." Lingchen, the Iron Spine chieftain, Tai Muzhin, rumbled. His voice, deep and gravelly, reverberated from somewhere deep in his massive chest. "I know him." He grinned toothily, revealing yellow-stained teeth. "That's the little man Elia brought back to the Aokamu tribe. Said she was going to marry him." Quangsha froze mid-scoff. Tai Muzhin continued, his grin widening. "Some of our youngsters attended the wedding recently. Saw him with their own eyes. That Lingchen, he's tiny, doesn't even reach 6.5 feet. Not even 6.5 feet." Feng Wuhan gave a short, sharp laugh on the spot. "So he's a runt? Seriously, are you sure your people weren't mistaken?" "No chance," Tai Muzhin retorted confidently. "My boys couldn't stop laughing when they got back." Said Elia, one of the fiercest female warriors out there, actually chose a puny little guy for a husband. That Lingchen's power level? Low-tier beginner, at best. Any average warrior could snap him like a twig. Ha! Ha ha! Quangsha threw his head back in uproarious laughter, his booming voice echoing across the outcropped stones, causing a few loose ones to tumble down. And here I thought we'd be up against some terrifying powerhouse. The great destroyer of tribes is just some puny little runt? Low-tier beginner? Finchitian, have anything else to add? Finchitian frowned deeply, unwilling to dismiss the situation so easily. He remained silent. Feng Wuhan, clearly unconvinced, raised a skeptical eyebrow. Hold on. If he's just some weak little guy, how could he possibly wipe out 2 tribes? Tai Muzhin shrugged nonchalantly. Who knows? Maybe Aokamu's spreading fake news to scare us. Or maybe it wasn't Lingqian at all. Mowgli probably used some underhanded trick. Either way, if he really is that weak, then what's there to worry about? Quangsha slammed his fist into his palm decisively. Enough talk. Everyone disperse. Gather the warriors immediately. Tonight, we march to wipe Aokamu off the map. By sundown, their camp will be ash. Wait. Finchitian suddenly raised his voice, cutting through the momentum and halting the fiery Quangsha in his tracks. Quangsha whirled around with a look of irritated impatience. Finchitian, what now? Keeping his simmering temper in check, Finchitian spoke through gritted teeth. I may not be the sharpest, but I'm no fool. Charging in recklessly guarantees one thing. We suffer needless losses. Quangsha folded his massive arms over his scarred chest, leaning back with a scoff. Fine. Enlighten me. What's your grand plan? Finchitian paused, his graveness leaving room for suspense before he laid out his plan in hushed tones. We send a small scouting team to the outskirts of the Aokamu tribe. They capture hostages. Anyone will do. Take those hostages 30 miles east to Black Wind Valley. Force Aokamu's heavy hitters to leave their camp to rescue them. Black Wind Valley's terrain is tricky and steep. It'll slow down whoever goes to save the hostages. That's all the opening we need. Finchitian looked at the other chieftains, his cold voice measured. Once their strong fighters are drawn out east of the camp, the 4 of us, with all our elites, hit Aokamu from the west. Hard, fast, no mercy. Total surprise. Quangsha frowned, clearly mulling it over. Draw them out? Draw out who? The best case scenario? Mowgli himself shows up, Finchitian said with a dangerous glint in his eyes. The Aokamu tribe without their chieftain? They'd fall like leaves in a storm. And if it's Lingqian that shows up, Finchitian smirked darkly. Even better. He cast a glance into the flickering torchlit shadows. Let's gamble. What's the bet? The bet is, Finchitian said, his voice as sharp as the chilly night air, whether Lingqian is actually a threat. Standing in the firelight, the chieftain's towering shadows stretched long across the stone, ominous and foreboding. Finchitian's words pierced the silence once more. If it's Mowgli that shows up, fine. That means Aokamu is vulnerable with just Lingqian left behind. But, he paused, his voice dropping lower. If that Lingqian really is the man who destroyed 2 tribes overnight, the monster, he glanced at the other 3. Then it's all 4 of us. We'll take him down together. I don't believe 4 high ranks can't handle him. Jia Quangsha's eyes lit up with excitement. All right, let's do it. He turned sharply and shouted into the crowd. Lei Hu, come here. From the masses emerged a massive young man, standing 4 meters tall, with shoulders and back as if forged from iron. His piercing eyes seemed to glow terrifyingly. His muscular chest bared for all to see, inked with the tattoo of a blood wolf, exuding a ferocious killing intent. This was Lei Hu, the fiercest young warrior of the Chilang tribe, a peak-level high rank. Chief. Lei Hu knelt on one knee before Jia Quangsha. Jia Quangsha looked down at him, his tone calm but chilling. This task is yours. Take elite warriors from the 4 tribes to Greenwood's outskirts and capture someone. Once captured, take them to Blackwind Valley and make Greenwood come save them. Remember, just lure them in. No need for a direct fight. No matter if it's Magritte or Lingqian. As soon as they enter the valley to make the rescue, retreat immediately and regroup with us. Lei Hu raised his head, fighting spirit blazing in his eyes. Understood. I'll handle it cleanly and efficiently. Jia Quangsha laughed heartily, slapping him on the shoulder. Good. Don't embarrass me. Finchitian added gravely. Then let's get started. Feng Wuhan stayed silent, gaze fixed on the distant night as his frown deepened. The name Lingqian sent a chill down his spine. A short man, standing merely 1.8 meters? A low-rank beginner? If he were truly useless, why would Greenwood marry Elliot to him? If he were truly trash, Why would Magritte elevate him to number 1 in the tribe? Clutching the hilt of his blade, Feng Wuhan's intuition told him, this won't be an easy cleanup. Meanwhile, in Greenwood Tribe, the council chamber of the Boulder Fortress glowed brightly with light. I pushed open the door, and Magritte was standing by the window. He turned as he noticed my arrival. You're here. I moved closer. Chief, what's so urgent? After a moment of silence, Magritte told me everything that Sherpatian had brought back. Hearing him out, I froze briefly, then burst into laughter. I thought it was something big. I casually slumped into the giant chair, my smaller stature seeming starkly out of place, but my demeanor was calm and fearless. Don't worry about it. A bunch of petty clowns. I crossed a leg over the other, my gaze as cold as a blade. In this barren land, with my current strength, no one can touch me. Pausing for a moment, I smirked with disdain. Not to mention, I have a unique skill, earth-shaking punch. Not a single opponent below the Saint rank will survive against me. I was fully aware of the hierarchical structure since the day I awakened my system. Low rank, mid rank, high rank, ultra rank, royal rank, saint rank, exalted rank, emperor rank, and god rank. Each rank further divided into initial, intermediate, advanced, and peak stages. And I'm a saint rank now. My system upgrades as effortlessly as drinking water. In Forgotten Highlands, the strongest were just a few peak ultra rank tribe chiefs. Royal rank and above couldn't even be bothered with this forsaken place. As for me, in this realm, I reign supreme. Chief, if there's nothing else, I'll head back. I stood, brushing off imaginary dust from my clothes. Don't bother with trivial matters like this. No matter how many of them come, I'll handle them all in a flash. Magritte's eyes reddened, and he knelt on one knee before me. Lingshan, thank you. Startled, I quickly moved to help him up. Chief, what are you doing? Stand up. He didn't rise. His gaze locked on me with determination. Without you, Greenwood Tribe might have remained underfoot forever. You saved Elia, saved this tribe, and brought us hope. Enough of that. Get up. My tone, though not loud, carried weight. Greenwood Tribe is my home now too. I smiled lightly. If you want to thank someone, thank Elia. She's the one who tied me here. Magritte blinked, then chuckled as he rose, scratching his head. I didn't manage her well. Sorry for the trouble she caused you. It's fine, I waved dismissively. She didn't trouble me much. In fact, I like her, and we're husband and wife now. Looking Magritte straight in the eye, I stated with certainty, anyone dares touch Greenwood Tribe, I'll destroy their entire tribe. At that moment, Magritte, looking at this 1.8-meter young man, felt completely reassured. All right, Chief, I'm off to bed, I yawned. Whether they come or not, if they do, they won't leave. Turning to leave, I left the resolute Magritte behind as I hurried back to embrace Elia in slumber. The night outside had taken a firm hold. The stone-paved road of the fortress was cold, the wind carrying a bite. I gazed up at the sky above Kepler. The night was littered with stars, dazzlingly bright. Taking in a deep breath, a smirk formed at the corner of my mouth. The 4 tribes joining forces? Huh. An assembly of nobodies who haven't even reached royal rank dares seek death? Shrugging off unnecessary thoughts, I continued heading toward the bridal room. Upon pushing the door open, there she was, Elia, still seated by the bed. The flickering candlelight illuminated her cool gray skin with an icy glow. Her golden eyes reflected the dancing flame, full of warmth. She was waiting, unwilling to sleep without me. Lingshan, she immediately rose, her imposing 3.2-meter frame exuding an overwhelming presence, and in moments, enveloped me in her arms. You're back? Did the chief need you? What's going on? Did something happen? She had me in a tight hold, my face buried in her chest. The familiar, warm scent calmed me down instantly. It's nothing, just some small trouble. In a muffled voice, I asked, why aren't you asleep yet? Couldn't sleep. Arya lowered her head, resting her chin on top of mine, urging me further. Don't brush me off. Tell me exactly what the chief said. I wriggled out a bit and looked up. Some reckless tribes decided to band together. They want to come after us. Arya's eyes widened immediately, her golden gaze blazing with anger. They dare. Her fists clenched as she spoke in outrage. When Bloodaxe bullied us, they turned a blind eye. When Blackrock stole our land, they pretended not to hear. Now that we're finally standing tall, they want to team up and crush us. Suddenly, she turned and stormed toward the door. I'm going to find the chief. If they dare come, I'll make them pay. Come back. I grabbed her hand and yanked her back to the bed. At 5 feet 11 inches, I looked like a child next to her towering frame. But my grip was firm, and Arya stumbled. Calm down. I stared up at her, smiling sharply. It's not that serious. Just a bunch of clowns. I can handle it alone. My tone was sure. Trust your man. I'm strong. Arya looked at me, the fire in her eyes slowly dimming, her gaze softening. She thought back to when she first met me, watching me fiercely slay beasts in the tidal caves. I had been weak then, yet I'd stood in front of her as if invincible. The riptide caverns, the morning hunts, the midnight escape. Time and again, I'd turned the impossible into the possible. During the Blood Oath battle, I struck down Karen with one move. In her darkest hour, I destroyed Gray and Carlin in a rage to save her. And who could forget how I single-handedly crushed the Blood Axe and Blackrock tribes, leaving no doubt about who we were. Yeah, I'm that ruthless. All right. Arya nodded and crouched down, so we were eye to eye. I trust you, Rin. She extended her enormous hand, brushing my face lightly. But I can't help but boil with anger when I think about them. Who do they think they are? In the past, we were weak, and they bullied us. Now that we're stronger, they still want to stomp us into the dirt. I held her hand, my tone cold as a blade. Because they're fools. Huh. They don't understand that the Almori tribe has changed. My eyes gleamed with a sharp chill. They still think we're the same weak tribe they used to push around. They think ganging up can pin us down. But they're wrong. I sneered slightly, my voice resolute. The Almori tribe has me now. Arya stared at me, her chest filling with warmth. She suddenly realized that the best decision she ever made was dragging this small, scrappy human back with her. No, her best decision was during the Festival of Union, when she stood before the entire tribe and claimed me as her man. All right, I patted her hand. Don't stay mad. Come back to bed and get some sleep. Arya pulled back the covers and lay down, extending her arms toward me. I leapt into bed, snuggling into her embrace. She held me tightly, her chin resting on my head. The familiar warmth and scent wrapped around me. Closing my eyes, leaning into her softness, I felt as though I'd returned to the safest place in the world. Rin, yeah. Thank you. For what? Thank you for being my man. I looked up at her. In the candlelight, she was breathtaking, her golden eyes shining with nothing but me in their reflection. I smiled lightly, touching her face. Silly, I should be thanking you. Thank you for choosing to be my woman. Satisfied, Arya smiled and planted a gentle kiss on my forehead. Sleep. MHM. That night, I slept soundly in the arms of my 3-meter-tall goddess. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the stone windows, painting the ground golden. I was still holding Arya as I slept, dreaming of my icy homeland back on Earth. The village chief patted my shoulder in my dream. Good lad, you've done it. Just as I was about to respond, a loud, urgent shout erupted outside the door. Lord Rin, something big has happened. My eyes shot open, my expression immediately turning grim. Are you kidding me? Who's out here ruining my morning again? I barked toward the door. If it's something trivial, you're dead meat. Arya stirred awake, rubbing her eyes as she sat up and gently patted my back. Don't be angry, husband. It might really be urgent. Go check it out. Sighing, I got up, threw on some clothes, and pushed the door open. The sunlight made me squint. All right, spill it. What's going on? The guard was panting, looking pale. Lord Rin, it's serious. 7 of our patrolling tribesmen were captured. Captured? Who did it? No idea. But the chief suspects it was those tribes planning to attack us. They left a message, saying if we want our people back, we have to go to Black Wind Valley to the east. The chief asked me to come for your decision. I stood there for a few seconds, then let out a cold chuckle. Well then, it began. Go back and tell the chief. I'm heading out to bring the person back now. The guard turned and bolted. Elia stood by the door, her eyes filled with worry. I gave her a smile. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Elia bit her lip. I'm coming with you. No need, just wait for me at home. At least take Karen with you. Fine. I nodded, turned to leave, and called Karen to head straight to the eastern edge of the tribe. Thunderclouds rolled in on the horizon as if someone was lying in wait, ready for me to jump into their trap. At dawn, I yawned on my way east. My face showed no signs of panic, only a touch of disdain. Karen anxiously pressed. It's just the 2 of us going to save the person? What if this is a trap? I didn't even look back. Of course it's a trap, genius. Then why go? It's way too risky. If I'm not afraid, why should you be? Karen sighed and steeled himself. It's not death I fear. I'm afraid of you getting hurt. Elia would kill me. I stopped, turned back, and smirked as if daring him. So what if it's a trap? If you're strong enough, traps are just jokes. Karen froze for a second, then grinned wide. True enough. You've taken down 2 whole tribes before. What could they possibly do to stop you? Karen and I continued heading east. By the first light of dawn, the 2 of us had disappeared over the eastern horizon. 3 miles outside the Aoki tribe, a scout wrapped in dirt-colored beast hide stood behind a pile of rocks. Watching us from afar, he confirmed that we had left, then immediately turned and sprinted in the opposite direction. For the Titans, 10 or so kilometers goes by quickly. The scouts soon made it back to Rocky Ridge. On the ridge, the elite warriors of 4 tribes, thousands of them, were still in position, waiting. The Red Wolf chief, Zacchaeosa, sat atop a boulder, polishing his battle axe. Funchi Tian stared towards the Aoki tribe, hands behind his back. Feng Wuhan leaned against a dead tree, tapping the hilt of his knife. And Taimuzhen sat cross-legged, eyes shut, meditating. The sound of hurried footsteps drew closer, and the scout dropped to one knee before them. Report. Zacchaeosa jumped to his feet. Speak. The scout looked up, suppressing his excitement. He headed out to rescue someone. It's just him and one other. Zacchaeosa's eyes lit up instantly. He turned to Funchi Tian and burst into laughter. It's all falling into place. That little pipsqueak actually went into Black Wind Valley. Funchi Tian smirked darkly. Whether or not he's truly tough doesn't matter. If he's not an Aoki tribe, Mogulai is as good as captured. Zacchaeosa raised his hand and barked an order. Everyone, assemble. Let's move. Thousands of warriors roared in response, their battle cries echoing through the landscape. Taimuzhen cracked his neck, growling, Finally. I was sick of waiting. Feng Wuhan wordlessly tightened his grip on his blade. His brows furrowed. Something about the name Raylin sent a chill through him. The 4 tribe leaders exchanged glances, then stepped forward together, their elite fighters surging behind them like floodwaters toward the Aoki tribe. To the west of the Aoki tribe, guards atop the city walls lazily shuffled in their patrol. A young guard yawned, casting his gaze over the wilderness. His pupils suddenly contracted. On the horizon, a black line appeared, growing thicker by the moment, soon revealing a swarm of figures, countless in number. A dark tide surged closer, waves of bodies pressing toward the city walls like an unstoppable force. What is that? The young guard's voice trembled. An older soldier squinted for a better look, his face instantly turning pale. It's an attack, enemy forces. The morning stillness was shattered by the blaring of warning horns. Close the gates. Notify the chief. Prepare for battle, every last one of you. Chaos erupted along the walls as guards scrambled, swords drawn. Some bolted for the central keep in a mad dash. Inside the council hall, Mogulai stood at a window, staring anxiously east. His chest felt tight, but he forced himself to remember what I had said last night. Asterisk, I alone am enough. Asterisk. The sound of boots hammering the floor grew louder until a guard burst in, panting and pale-faced. Chief, the western side, they're closing in. Thousands of them heading straight for us. Mogulai spun around and rushed to the window. Out on the horizon, a black mass surged forward like a tidal wave. Blades glittered under the early light, and the weight of killing intent hung, so heavy it seemed to choke the air. His mind reeled. They arrived the moment he left? A diversion tactic. Mogulai shouted, furious. Send word after Raylin. He has to come back now. The guard's face twisted, near tears. We can't. They've surrounded us completely. We're trapped. Mogulai gripped the windowsill to steady himself, barely stopping from collapsing. Without me, the tribe's strongest warrior was Mogulai himself, and he was only mid-tier supergrade at best. On the other side, there were 4 supergrade leaders, one of them late tier. This wasn't a battle they could hope to win. Loud, urgent footsteps sounded once again. Elia barged in with her 4 attendants, golden eyes burning like kindled flames. Chief, we're surrounded, what now? The attendants' faces were pale, but their posture firm. Mogulai looked at them, his heart sinking. Elia was only 82. She wasn't meant to die here. Swallowing the tremor in his throat, he spoke calmly. Soon. The elders and I will fight to rip a hole in their encirclement. You all must escape the moment we do. Find Raylin, whatever it takes, and bring him back." He placed a hand on Elia's shoulder. "We're old. Aoki's future rests on you now. You have to survive." Elia froze, but only for a heartbeat. The next instant, she shook her head vigorously, the flame in her eyes flaring even brighter. "I'm not leaving. I'll fight alongside you. Growing up, I had no parents. You all raised me. You can't ask me to dash, run, and leave you all to die. I can't do that. Chieftain, there's no need to persuade me anymore." Alia clenched her fists, her voice as steely as iron. "If worst comes to worst, we'll fight to the death. The people of the Greenwood tribe would rather die than flee. Rather die than flee." Avril stepped forward to stand beside her, unwavering. "We're not leaving either." Linda, Sarah, and Talisa followed suit. The four maids all spoke in unison. "We vow to stand or fall with the tribe." Morgrew, both anxious and enraged, snapped, "Don't act tough. You have to get out of here. Staying alive gives you a chance for revenge." Alia shook her head, her gaze ice-cold and resolute. "I won't leave." She looked west, where the sounds of battle were drawing closer. "If death is unavoidable, we'll make them pay dearly for it. To the death for the tribe." The maids echoed with sharp, unwavering determination. Morgrew opened his mouth to speak, but couldn't find the words. The next moment, a thunderous roar came from outside the castle, shaking the stone walls. "Morgrew, you old dog. Come out here. Stop hiding. None of you are leaving alive today." The voice of Czar Sansnarl dripped with arrogance and disdain. The people in the council hall gripped their weapons tighter. The elders shouted furiously, "We'll fight them to the end. Take one down. That's fair. Take two. That's a bonus." The Greenwood tribe has no cowards. Morgrew looked at the fierce determination etched on the faces around him. After a long silence, he suddenly laughed, a laugh tinged with sorrow and resolve. "All right then." He nodded. "If we can't back down, we'll go all in." He turned and strode towards the door, with Alia close on his heels. The four maids and the elders followed one after another. The castle gates creaked open, allowing blinding sunlight to flood in. Outside, a massive, shadowy horde of warriors approached, blackening the horizon. Morgrew barked an order. "Move out." The group rushed toward the city walls. Beyond the walls, thousands of Titan warriors had formed an impenetrable encirclement around the Greenwood tribe. Leading the charge were four figures standing shoulder to shoulder. Czar Sansnarl wielded his battle axe with cocky arrogance. Bryn Redsky stood with hands clasped behind his back, a venomous smirk on his face. Ironwood gazed up at the walls, arms crossed, his stance casual yet predatory. Silent Wind said nothing, his piercing gaze fixed on the tribe's gate. Behind them, elite warriors from the allied tribes readied their weapons, their expressions ravenous with the anticipation of slaughter. To them, this wasn't a battle, it was a massacre. The gate of the Greenwood tribe creaked open. Morgrew led the way out, with Alia and the four maids at his side, and the elders flanking them. The two sides faced off, the tension thick and suffocating. Czar Sansnarl sneered, his eyes on Morgrew. "You actually had the guts to come out? Huh, old dog?" Morgrew ignored the taunt and instead asked in a steady voice, "Where has the Greenwood tribe wronged you? Why are you pushing us to our deaths?" Czar blinked in surprise before bursting into laughter. "Wronged us? No, you haven't done anything to provoke any tribe." Morgrew's frown deepened. "Then why attack us?" Czar's smile faded, replaced by a harsh glare. "Because you're easy prey." He stepped forward, lowering his voice so only Morgrew could hear. "You shouldn't have taken down Bloodaxe and Blackrock. Taking down two tribes shows you've been growing stronger. And we can't allow a tribe like yours to continue existing." Morgrew fell silent, but Alia stepped forward, her voice shaking with fury. "So if we're weak, we get beaten, and if we're strong, we still die?" Czar locked eyes with her, his lips curling into an amused grin. "Exactly. None of you are walking away from this alive. And once we're done killing you all, we'll lie in wait for that guy, Lynchin. When he comes back, we'll send him to join you down below." Alia's fists clenched so tightly that her knuckles turned white with anger. Bryn Redsky, standing nearby, urged coolly, "Enough talk. Let's kill them all already." Czar gave a snort of acknowledgement, raising his battle axe to point it toward the Greenwood tribe. "Attack. Kill them all. Leave no one alive." The roar of the Titan warriors erupted, as they surged forward like a black wave. Morgru took a deep breath. Prepare for battle. He was the first to charge out, the elders close behind him. Alia gripped her long blade, murder in her eyes. Avril, Linda, Sarah, Talisa. Here, stick with me. Yes. The 5 women rushed out together, as 2 human tides collided with full force. The battle erupted into a bloodbath in seconds. Morgru confronted Zarsansnarl head-on. His opponent swung a massive axe, the force of the blow rattling the air. Morgru ducked just in time and countered with a thrust at his throat. Zar smirked, deftly sweeping his axe sideways to parry, forcing Morgru back. The two were locked in a brutal clash almost instantly. Zar had the edge in both power and speed, his axe whistling through the air with bone-shattering force. Morgru gritted his teeth, barely holding his ground as he was pushed back repeatedly. Elsewhere, the 4 elders faced off against Bryn Redsky, Ironwood, Silent Wind, and the enemy elders. Bryn, with his superior skill, nearly overwhelmed his opponent, cutting through with an almost leisurely brutality. Ironwood charged unrelentingly, smashing his opponent with punches so powerful they made him vomit blood. But even so, the elder refused to retreat. Silent Wind's blade struck like lightning, carving deep, bone-revealing wounds in mere seconds. The remaining elders were faring far worse. Outnumbered and outmatched, 2 quickly fell and lay motionless. Alia led her 4 maids as they carved a path through the enemy horde. Behind them stood the young warriors of the Blaze Flame, Iron Ridge, and Stormchaser tribes. Their battle wasn't over. Her strength, her prowess, they were meant to dominate. Yet the numbers against her turned the situation into a cruel joke. A towering brute stepped forward, blocking her path with a mocking smirk. "This is Ilya? Well, you don't look bad. I'll give you that." Beside him, a bald man barked out a laugh, jeering. "Heard you picked a runt for a man. What a waste." A wiry, tall figure licked his lips and chimed in. "What use is that, little guy? You'd be better off with us." Their laughter swelled, echoing cruelly around her. Fury burned in Ilya's golden eyes, her gaze like molten fire as her voice trembled with rage. "You're asking for death." With a primal scream, she charged, blade aimed for vital flesh. The brute, with his thick skin and brute strength, shrugged off her attacks. Dodging, he sneered. "Feisty, aren't we? I like that." The others encircled her, trading blows while their mockery stung as sharply as the strikes. "Where's your little man now? Hiding behind your skirts?" Must be shaking too hard to show his face. "Come on, Ilya, why not take a look at me? Bet I'm far stronger than him." Her breath came sharper, rage boiling over, yet their numbers and taunts wore her down. Each strike of hers met with overwhelming defense, and their jeering cut deeper than any blade. Then, a gut-wrenching scream split through the chaos. Ilya whipped her head around, eyes wide with horror. Sarah had been struck by a young warrior, sent flying before crashing into the earth. Blood poured from her mouth, painting an ominous picture. Sarah, panic clutched Ilya as color drained from her face. She moved to rush to her side, only to hear another agonized cry. Talisa was caught between 2 warriors, a blade raking across her back. Blood soaked through her leather armor in a crimson flood. "Talisa!" Desperation clawed at her chest, but the looming brute blocked her way. "Not so fast. Your fight's with me." Ilya gritted her teeth, cutting through him with a powerful swing of her blade, only for a half-dozen others to take his place. Avril and Linda flanked her, shielding her with their lives, but their skill and strength were no match for the elite warriors opposing them. It didn't take long before Avril took a heavy punch to the chest, forcing her backward with a muffled cry. Linda was kicked hard, her body slamming to the ground beside Sarah, unmoving. "Avril! Linda!" Ilya's roars of anguish ripped through the battlefield, her vision blurred by fury and heartbreak. All 4 of her sisters in arms, the women who'd fought alongside her, who were as dear to her as family, lay broken on the ground, their condition unknown. Her throat tightened as a guttural howl tore from her lips, the sound of a beast cornered with no way out. With an unrelenting ferocity, she drove her blade forward, slashing with a strength born of despair. Her strike cleaved through the brute's massive chest, splitting it open, the raw wound exposing bone. He twitched once, twice, then ceased to move entirely. Standing amidst blood and carnage, her own body battered and torn, Ilya turned her bloodshot eyes toward the remaining warriors. Her steps faltered, but the sheer force of her rage made them hesitate, gripping their weapons tighter. For a brief moment, the battle paused, thick tension choking the air. Then, a thunderous roar shattered it. "You filthy wench! You dare kill my son!" Ilia's head snapped toward the voice. Fury and grief twisted the face of Finchitian, a towering figure whose presence radiated despair-inducing power. His bloodshot gaze fell on the lifeless body at her feet, the strongest warrior of the Funtian tribe's younger generation, his son. "You wretched woman, I'll take your life for this." Finchitian abandoned the defeated foe at his feet, his overwhelming energy crashing down on her like a mountain collapsing. Ilia froze, her body locking up under the sheer weight of his mid-tier overstage aura. She was pinned, unmoving, as he closed the distance between them, the end glaring in her face. Gripping her blade tighter, she prepared to strike with everything left in her. If she was going to die, she'd make sure to take a piece of him with her. Seconds before the final blow, "Ilia," an aged yet resolute voice broke through the suffocating tension. A figure stumbled into view, bloodied and bearing a dozen grave wounds, but upright nonetheless. Mogrel. Her voice faltered with a mixture of hope and agony. Her tribe's leader, battered beyond recognition, still stood tall, still fought, despite the odds stacked against him. "Chief," Ilia called out, her heart clenching. Mogrel didn't look back. His determined gaze locked onto Finchitian, who radiated murderous intent. Gripping his sword with strength he shouldn't still possess, he stepped forward to meet the monster's attack. But the chief had just barely survived his fight with Jia Quangsha, his energy drained to a husk of its former self. The impact of Finchitian's strike was like the sky falling. Mogrel swung to block and, boom, the explosion of energy shattered the ground beneath him. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he was sent flying past Ilia, landing lifelessly at her feet. With that single blow, Mogrel had spent the life he had left to shield her, leaving behind only a battered, broken body. "Chief," Ilia dropped her blade, cradling the man who'd always been their pillar of strength. Blood spilled relentlessly from his mouth as his lips moved, trembling, desperate to say something. But before the words could leave his mouth, Finchitian surged forward, his intention clear. "Old fool, let's see if you've got any more strength to take me on." Another devastating palm descended, a force of nature, and this time, no one could step in. Ilia wrapped herself protectively around Mogrel, her eyes shutting tight. Her mind flashed to him, the man she'd brought back to the tribe, the one who always smiled, his crescent eyes full of warmth and mischief, the one who rested so easily in her embrace. She could feel his laugh, his presence. Mourning, her lips parted, a whisper of apology escaped. "I don't think I'll make it to see you come back." But 1 hour earlier, miles away, in a raging sprint through the wildlands, I was closing in, alongside a resolute figure bearing a colossal bone spear. And that's when my system shattered my focus with an emotionless, chilling notification. Asterisk ding. Detected admirer Avril is, asterisk. Da, Sarah, and Talisa are badly injured. Ding. Your admirer, Ilia, is critically wounded. My pupil shrank, and a rush of blood surged to my head as panic and fury exploded simultaneously. Damn it, I fell for their trick. A classic lure the tiger out of the mountain ploy. It was only now that I realized the 4 major tribes deliberately lured me away from the Greenwood tribe so they could launch a surprise attack. Ilia, the 4 maids, Mogrel, and everyone in the Greenwood tribe had been driven into a desperate situation. Karen shivered from the storm like killing intent radiating off me and urgently asked, "Lord Rinchin, what's wrong?" "They're attacking our Greenwood tribe," I rasped, my voice sounding like metal scraping on stone. Every word carried bone-chilling murderous intent. Karen's face turned deathly pale, his eyes bloodshot with rage. "What? Those wretched savages. We have to return immediately." "No," I barked sharply, my gaze sharp as a blade. "You're too weak. Going back will only get you killed. Keep scouting ahead. If it's heavily guarded, do not engage." Without waiting for his reply, I unleashed an aura of terrifying power. A sacred tier early-stage energy explosion, overwhelming advanced and royal tiers alike. It was like the sky itself had collapsed. The atmosphere froze, and even the tenfold gravity of planet Kepler felt as though its throat was grabbed. A 3'9" titan like Karen buckled and dropped to his knees with a thud. unable to lift his head under the pressure. Before Karen could recover, I had already vanished. Only an afterimage remained, and as it dissipated, I had already surged forward hundreds of meters, blurring past faster than the eye could track. Hold on, Elia. I'm coming. I pushed my speed to the limit, making a beeline for the Greenwood tribe. The Greenwood tribe had turned into a hellscape. Fortifications were bombed into uneven rubble, walls shattered into fragments, and the ground was strewn with the corpses of Titan tribespeople. Crimson blood had soaked the red earth. Screams, clashes of blades, and death cries melded into chaos. The entire tribe looked like a battlefield from hell. Old fool, still trying to defend them? Die by my hand. Finchitian roared, unleashing the might of a mid-tier advanced stage. He raised his palm to deliver a lethal blow to Mogrel. Mogrel stood protectively in front of Elia, barely clinging to his last breath. Elia cradled the injured Mogrel tightly as her eyes fluttered closed. I'm so sorry. Rinshin, I don't think I'll make it. Before Finchitian's strike could land, a furious bellow erupted from the tribe's entrance. A squadron of Titan warriors came charging in, wielding colossal weapons. Finchitian, cease at once. Sher Patian, carrying a massive black iron greatsword taller than himself and donning a rocky battle armor, barged onto the battlefield. He immediately positioned himself between Elia, Mogrel, and the incoming attack. As he stomped the ground, the earth quaked beneath his step. His aura surged to mid-tier advanced stage, meeting Finchitian's attack head-on. Boom. The collision sent shockwaves rippling through the air, dislodging chunks of earth and scattering debris. Fighters around them were knocked back by the blast. Finchitian staggered back 3 steps, shock and rage flashing in his eyes. Sherpation, why aren't you cowering in the Boulder tribe? You've come here to die. With a resounding thud, Sherpation planted the tip of his great sword into the ground and stated coldly, Mogrel is my brother. I will not stand idle while you try to destroy the Greenwood tribe. Mogrel, leaning weakly in Elia's arms, forced his eyes open just enough to respond. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Patian, brother, you shouldn't have come. The 4 major tribes united. You'll just throw your life away. Gritting his teeth, Sherpation countered fiercely, say no more. Brothers live and die together. I won't let you die alone. Raising his colossal sword, he pointed it directly at Finchitian. Finchitian hesitated for just a moment before bursting into laughter, his face filled with mockery and savagery. Sherpation, does it matter? Once I'm done with you, the Greenwood tribe will still fall. You're just adding one more body to the tally. Let's talk. Fight me. With another earth-shaking step, Sherpation shattered the ground beneath him. In one fluid motion, he rushed forward, swinging his sword in a devastating arc. The roar of the blades split the very air. Finchitian's expression darkened, gripping his blood-red blade tightly and raising it to block. Let's see just how tough you really are. A deafening clash rang out as sword met blade, shaking the battlefield and sending shockwaves through the air. Finchitian's arms numbed from the impact, his grip faltering as the weapon in his hands nearly slipped. Involuntarily, he dug his feet into the earth, leaving deep trenches as he slid backward. But Sherpation granted no reprieve, following up with relentless strikes, the massive sword slashing, thrusting, and battering without mercy. Each blow pressed Finchitian further onto the defensive, forcing him to retreat yard by yard. As dozens of strikes landed, Finchitian's breathing grew labored. His armor was rent with gashes, blood streaking his battered form. This can't be. How are you this strong? Die. Sherpation roared, mustering all his strength into one final downward swing of his greatsword. The sheer weight of the strike bore down like a mountain. Finchitian threw everything he had into blocking, his hands straining to lift his blade in defiance. A sharp crack echoed. The bloodstained blade shattered into shards, and the colossal sword cleaved into Finchitian's chest. Finchitian coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling back dozens of meters before slamming into a stone wall. The impact left a human-shaped crater, and the gruesome sound of splintering bones could be heard as his battered body crumbled to the ground. He could no longer move. Sherpation prepared to land the killing blow when an even more ferocious aura suddenly erupted. Jia Quangsha strode out of the fray, hoisting a massive battle axe still dripping with the blood of Greenwood tribespeople. Standing before the fallen Finchitian, his sharp eyes locked onto Shur-Pation, glinting with malice. Finchitian, hold on. I'll deal with him. Carelessly swinging his axe, leaving afterimages of sheer brutality, he sneered. Shur-Pation, let's see how long you last. He thinks you've got some skill, but in front of me, you're nothing. As his voice fell, Jia Quangsha abruptly stomped the ground and charged forward like a ferocious tiger. His overwhelming presence dominated the entire battlefield. The massive war axe, carrying the brutal strength to split mountains, swung horizontally towards Shur-Pation's head. The rushing wind from the axe tore through the air, producing a deafening roar. Shur-Pation's face drastically changed, knowing he couldn't block it head-on. He barely managed to sidestep. The axe grazed past his shoulder and fell, carving a trench several meters deep into the ground with rocks flying everywhere. Seizing momentum, Jia Quangsha refused to give any respite, pressing forward relentlessly. Each chop, smash, and strike aimed to kill, with his overpowering strength beyond reason. Shur-Pation was forced to rely on experience, barely dodging and surviving. The moment his greatsword blocked an attack, his arms went numb from the impact. Asterisk clang, 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 asterisk. Little by little, his defenses were breaking. His rock armor was shattered piece by piece, and wounds kept opening across his body, blood spilling nonstop. Die! Jia Quangsha roared, channeling his full strength into the next axe strike aimed straight at Shur-Pation's chest, holding nothing back from his late-stage power. Shur-Pation had no room to retreat. He could only raise his sword to meet it. Boom! The deafening explosion sent him flying like he was struck by a mountain. He spat out mouthfuls of blood midair before crashing heavily into a rock wall, cracking it upon impact. Embedded in the wall, Shur-Pation was battered and couldn't stand anymore. Jia Quangsha approached slowly, his eyes brimming with arrogance and cruelty. He shifted his gaze to Elia and Mogrit, his voice chillingly cold. Mogrit, accept your fate. No one can save your Greenwood tribe today. His gaze lingered on Elia's face, his expression turning lecherous. So you're Elia? Quite the beauty. Mogrit, give her to me as a concubine, and I'll spare her life, haha. Elia's golden eyes flared with fury as she clenched her teeth and spat. Dream on. I'd rather die. Humph, ungrateful wench. Jia Quangsha's face darkened, his impatience growing. Still hoping your little man will save you? That shorty's not even 2 meters tall. One punch, and I'd blow him to bits. Just as he finished, his body froze abruptly. A terrifying aura, so overwhelming it was impossible to resist, locked onto him. His entire body felt as if it were clamped by iron chains, unable to even twitch a finger. The aura was cold, violent, and suffocating, like a divine judgment descending from above. The killing intent alone clawed at his soul, drowning him in fear. At that moment, a bone-chilling voice sounded from behind him. Oh, heard you could kill me with one punch. Jia Quangsha struggled desperately to crane his neck, veins bulging, as he turned with immense effort. Behind him stood a man, not even 6 feet tall, but radiating a suffocatingly dreadful power that wrapped around him like a storm. The oppressive atmosphere weighed him down completely, and Jia Quangsha could barely breathe. His face contorted instantly, pupils shrinking to pinpoints. He opened his mouth to scream, but no sound came out. His entire body trembled like a leaf in a storm. I stood there, staring coldly at the beast who dared to covet Elia and massacre the Greenwood tribe. My gaze was icy enough to pierce bones. Big talk. So, tell me, can you take this punch? As the last word left my mouth, I raised my right fist, clenching it tightly. There was no build-up, no theatrics, but in Jia Quangsha's eyes, it wasn't just a fist. It was a colossal mountain ordained with the blood-red character for death, descending mercilessly. His face turned as white as a sheet, cold sweat pouring down his body. He couldn't summon the strength to even dodge. All he could do was await his inevitable demise. Boom. The fist's impact shook the ground. Though my punch halted in front of him, the sheer force in its wind shredded through the air like blades and instantly reduced Jia Quangsha, head to toe, to blood mist. Not even a trace of him remained. The shockwave didn't stop there, sweeping across the battlefield toward the hundreds of warriors from the enemy tribe. Regardless of their level, anyone caught in its path exploded into blood mist on the spot, without so much as a scream. In an instant, no one was left. The ground was stained deep crimson, the air heavy with the stench of blood. The The scene fell into dead silence. The people of the Greenwood tribe stood frozen, staring at my lean figure, standing like an indomitable mountain. They were awestruck, forgetting to even breathe. Mogret, still leaning against Elia, was wide-eyed, completely dumbfounded. He knew I was strong, but he never imagined I could kill Jia Quangsha with a single punch and clear the battlefield in one sweep. This level of power far surpassed the limits of this land. Sure Petion, still embedded in the wall, muttered in disbelief. Is he even human? How can someone so small be this terrifying? But Elia, her golden eyes shimmering with emotion, never doubted me for a second. She gazed at me with unmatched warmth, knowing that I would always come and that I would always protect her. I quickly strode over to Elia and Mogret. Seeing Elia's injured state, her pale face, and the blood staining her battle armor, my heart clenched. Elia, Chief, are you all right? Elia looked up at me, holding back tears, and forced a gentle smile. You're here. I knew you'd come. We're okay. But before she could finish her words, she suddenly coughed violently, blood spilling from her lips and staining her leather armor red. I reached out to wipe the blood gently from her face, my voice both hurried and filled with concern. You call this okay? You're spitting blood, Elia. Stop pretending to be fine. Tonight, we're going to have a serious talk about you pushing yourself like this. Mogret, struggling for breath, braced himself weakly, his voice faint. I'm not done just yet. These old bones won't break so easily, he muttered through gritted teeth. They captured the tribe's people just to lure me away. While I wasn't here, they planned to attack the Greenwood tribe directly. A cold light flashed in my eyes as I scanned the battlefield. My voice was as sharp as a blade. You all rest up now? Leave the rest to me. I turned my back to them and slowly walked toward Feng Wuhan, Temujin, and the thousands of enemies behind them. With each step I took, the oppressive power of a saint-rank expert grew heavier and heavier. The air felt frozen. The enemies could barely stand upright, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, and even their breathing was ragged. I stopped, looking at them indifferently. Let's hear it. How do you want to die? Temujin's knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, shaking like a leaf. Please, mighty one, spare us. We surrender. We'll pay whatever you want. Just please let us live. Feng Wuhan's face turned pale as death, sheer regret filling his eyes. No wonder hearing the name Lingshan put me on edge. It turns out we provoked a top-tier powerhouse. Inside, he cursed furiously at his situation, hating those who dragged him into this mess. Damn it all. We really hit a wall this time. These idiots got us killed. I couldn't care less about their groveling. My gaze grew even icier. Insects. Enough chatter. None of you are leaving here alive today. A massive wave of power erupted from me as the full might of my saint-rank strength unleashed its fury over the battlefield. Feng Wuhan, Temujin, and the others, none of whom had even reached emperor rank, were crushed under the pressure. Bones creaked and cracked while they lay flat on the ground, trembling as they stifled the urge to so much as lift their heads. Even as the tribal leaders' throats went hoarse from begging, their voices carried nothing but despair. I spared them no glance, raising my fist to activate a divine skill, Earth-Shattering Blow. Skill, Earth-Shattering Blow. Damage increases by 50%. Ignores 50% defense of same or lower-tier opponents. I threw the punch with no flair or unnecessary movements. Just raw, unbridled strength packed to perfection. Boom. A hurricane-like explosion erupted with me as its epicenter, and the force from the punch obliterated everything in its path. The ground and everything around it disintegrated into nothingness. Standing at the forefront, Feng Wuhan, Temujin, and Fun Chitian didn't even have time to let out a scream. The blast reduced them to blood mist instantly, wiped clean from existence. And that wasn't the end of it. The devastating wind from the punch surged onward, bearing down on the thousands of enemies. Wherever the shockwave passed, the result was the same, pure annihilation. The enemy was torn apart, thousands vanishing into nothing in an instant. Not even bones were left behind. Even I froze mid-motion, eyebrows raised in shock. Lowly muttering under my breath, I cursed, damn, that one punch. Just how overpowered is my full strength? This was my first time fully unleashing the strength of a saint rank, combined with the amplification effect of Earth-Shattering Blow. And the power? It was truly beyond limits. I didn't let up. With 2 more strikes, I sent the battlefield into utter chaos. 3 punches. That's all it took. 3 punches to annihilate the elite warriors of the 4 tribes completely. What remained was nothing but gore and ruins. The battlefield fell silent, devoid of any lingering enemy breath. The corner of my lips curled into a ferocious grin. So this is what it feels like to be a real one-punch man. Absurd. Ignoring the wasteland left behind me, I turned back and rushed over to Elia and the others. I carefully helped Elia and Mogrel up, guiding them back to the castle. I then instructed the remaining members of the Greenwood tribe to carry all the injured, maidens Avril, Linda, Sarah, and Talisa, along with the wounded elders and tribespeople, back to their quarters for healing and recovery. Even Stonebreaker, who was severely injured by Jia Quangsha's assault, was mostly left with external wounds and wasn't gravely harmed. After treating his injuries briefly, I made sure he could at least move with difficulty. Once all the wounded were settled and temporary safety assured, I turned and made my way to the tribe's main hall to find Stonebreaker. In the hall, I found Stonebreaker already seated and waiting. The moment he saw me enter, he quickly stood, bowing deeply with an expression of awe as he spoke. "Master Lingchen, your strength is extraordinary. Elia marrying you, that's her greatest blessing." Watching a towering giant over 4 meters tall humbling himself before me like this, I couldn't help but feel slightly awkward. I hurriedly responded, "You're too kind. Elia told me everything. It's thanks to your timely rescue that she and the chief survived. I'm in your debt. Had you not held them off, I might not have made it in time to see them again." Stonebreaker laughed heartily, waving it off. "No need to thank me. Mogrel is my brother. I couldn't just stand by and watch him die. But you've wiped out the leaders of 4 tribes. Don't think for a second their remnants won't come seeking revenge, possibly roping in other tribes to trouble you further." I nodded in silent agreement. I'd anticipated as much. The 17 tribes of the Forgotten Highlands had engaged in petty schemes and ceaseless conflict for ages. If I didn't act swiftly to unify them, trouble would keep coming wave after wave. After a moment's thought, my gaze grew firm, resolute. "I have an idea. Gather every tribe leader from across the continent and have them meet here at the Greenwood tribe. From today onward, we unify everything. Anyone caught indulging in scheming or infighting, I'll treat them like I treated those 4 today." Stonebreaker's eyes gleamed brightly as he listened, catching my drift immediately. "Great plan. With you presiding, who'd be foolish enough to oppose?" Leave the words spreading to me. Lowering his voice, Stonebreaker asked cautiously, "But what if someone refuses to show up?" Cold light glinted in my eyes as my voice dropped the temperature in the room. "If they dare not come, they'll share the same fate as the 4 from today." A shiver ran down Stonebreaker's spine, and he nodded hastily. "Understood. I'll see to it right away." I nodded back, my tone softening. "Thank you for your efforts." Stonebreaker gave a quick bow before turning to leave, gathering his clan and heading straight for the giants' encampments. The Stone Tribe's direction. On the road, people were still discussing my methods. The more they talked, the more astonished they seemed. Halfway there, they ran straight into Leihu. Leihu was the one sent by Jia Quangsha to abduct the Aoki tribe's people. After tying them up in the barren forest 30 li east, he was rushing back to report his success. Relying on the fact that Jia Quangsha was at an advanced stage of cultivation, Leihu had always been arrogant and lawless. Seeing Shurpatian, Leihu didn't avoid him. He actually taunted him. Well, if it isn't Shurpatian, the mighty chieftain of the Stone Tribe. What brings you here?" Shurpatian fixed his cold gaze on him, a flash of murderous intent in his eyes, but he did not respond. In the next instant, without a word, he drew his blade. A flash of cold light swept through the air. Before Leihu could even react, his head was rolling to the ground. His headless body stiffened for a second before collapsing, blood spraying everywhere. Shurpatian sheathed his blade, smirking coldly. "Trash. Your chieftain's already dead. Why would I spare you? I've been waiting for a chance to off you." The dozens of Crimson Wolf soldiers behind Lei, who turned pale as a sheet, their legs trembling. None dared to run. Shurpatian cast them a glance and ordered in a voice as cold as steel, "Kill the rest. Leave no one alive." The Stone Tribe warriors charged forward. Within moments, all the enemies had been wiped clean. The road was left with nothing but the stench of blood and lifeless corpses. With the garbage cleared, Shurpatian wasted no time. He led his people straight back to the Stone Tribe to relay my orders to the chiefs of all the Forgotten Hill tribes. The ambush plans of the 4 major tribes had been crushed by sheer brute force. The immediate crisis of the Aoki tribe was resolved. But would the 17 tribes of the Forgotten Hill truly submit so easily? 15 minutes earlier, in the barren forest 30 li east, Karen, shouldering his massive bone spear, made his way cautiously into the woods, his heart still pounding. My oppressive presence from earlier had left him weak-kneed. But this mission was assigned to him by me personally. He didn't dare delay for even a moment. After advancing several hundred meters into the forest, the target was in sight. Beside a dozen withered trees, a group of Aoki tribespeople was tied tightly to the tree trunks with animal hide ropes. Their mouths were stuffed with rags, their faces pale, and their bodies covered in wounds. What's strange, though, was that there wasn't a single guard in sight. Karen swept a glance around the area, ensuring there were no ambushes lurking nearby, then dashed forward. The captives, upon seeing him, immediately lit up with hope in their eyes, squirming and letting out muffled cries. Karen used his spear to slash the ropes, freeing them one by one. "How are you all? Where are the rest of the people they took?" Karen asked anxiously. An older tribesman, panting and trembling, replied, We don't know. They were just here a moment ago, and then suddenly gone." Karen's heart sank. He knew that the battle on my end must have already concluded. "Hurry, we're heading back to the tribe now." He waved his hand and led the group in haste. When they returned to the Aoki tribe, a shocking sight awaited them. Half of the defensive wall had collapsed, and the ground was littered with craters and dried blood. The heavy stench of blood in the air made people want to gag. Even more unsettling, there were no enemy corpses on the battlefield. Only bloodstains remained, as though the opposing warriors had vanished into thin air. The elder tribesman was at a loss for words. Karen swallowed hard, his reverence for me growing by the moment. He knew this was something only I could orchestrate. "Don't just stand there. Go inside and help the others," Karen shouted. Everyone immediately rushed into action. Karen then went straight to find me. "Lord Lingshun, I'm back." How did it go, Karen?" "When I got there, I only found our tribespeople tied up. Didn't see anyone from the enemy's side. I freed them and rushed back. If they've escaped, let them go. No need to pursue. Go tend to the injured." "Yes, my lord." After the battle, the tribe was in disarray. Those uninjured worked tirelessly to repair the castle, while the injured seemed to recover at an unbelievable rate. The Titan tribe's recovery abilities left me dumbfounded. Warriors who appeared half-dead during the daytime could walk again after just one night of rest. By the third day, aside from those with severed limbs, most of the wounded were essentially healed. "Damn, you guys recover way too fast," I remarked, staring at Ivy, who had been bedridden just a day ago, but was now bouncing around serving me breakfast. Ivy blushed and whispered, "Lord Lingshun, this has been normal for us since childhood. As long as the injury isn't fatal, we heal within days. It's part of our natural constitution." I couldn't help but feel envious. For humans on Blue Star, injuries like theirs would take weeks, if not months, to recover from. "Lord Lingshun, are you sure you don't want to rest some more?" Linda asked, her face full of concern as she leaned closer. Since the battle, my 4 towering maidens had treated me with even more admiration. The look in their eyes was unmistakable, devotion and infatuation. Smiling, I pinched Linda's cheek. "I'm fine. I'll chat with you all for a bit." All 4 of them blushed deeply, instead of retreating, moving even closer. Selah, the boldest of them, whispered teasingly into my ear, "Lord Lingshun, you saved us. We don't know how to repay you." "Repay me?" I raised a brow and chuckled. "And how do you intend to do that?" The 4 exchanged glances, cheeks flaring even redder. Finally, Talissa gathered enough courage to murmur, "We're willing to serve you for the rest of our lives, Lord Lingshun." I couldn't help but laugh, playfully slapping Ivy on her backside. Ivy squealed in embarrassment, pouting. "Lord Lingshun, you're so naughty, always teasing me." I leaned in close to her ear and lowered my voice. "Serve me? Then how about we start with you tonight?" Avril shivered, covering her face while giving a slight nod. The other 3 maids were visibly jealous, inching closer. The room's atmosphere was heating up fast, but I was just teasing with words and didn't actually follow through. I knew very well that Alia was my woman, and I needed to consider her feelings above all else. None of it was true. All fake. The reality? With my petite 5 feet 11 inches stature, small by giant standards, I could barely keep Alia in a good mood, let alone dream of courting other giantess women. Wishful thinking. Seriously, who keeps exposing me like this? All right, that's enough. Everyone get back to work. We'll discuss this later. I patted Avril on the back lightly. Once Alia is done with her training, we'll all have dinner together tonight. The four maids obediently nodded and left. Come noon, finding myself with nothing to do, I wandered the streets of the Aoki tribe alone. Alia was still grinding away in her training chamber. The four maids were busy cleaning up the aftermath of our earlier battle. For once, I had a rare moment of peace, walking leisurely through the village. But I didn't get far before realizing something was off. Female tribe members around me were acting strange, staring frozen, blushing, unable to move their legs, as though rooted in place. Lord Rylan, stammered one burly giantess, unsure what to do with her hands. Things got way more outrageous when one suddenly shouted, "I want to bear Lord Ryland's children." That single outburst sparked the entire group. Yes, I'll have his children. Lord Ryland, choose me. I'm strong and can bear plenty. Me too. Within minutes, a crowd of over 100 gathered around, leaving me completely breathless, pinned by the fiery intensity in their eyes and their increasingly brazen remarks. My scalp tingled. What the hell is this about? I muttered. The next second, a cascade of system notifications exploded in my mind like firecrackers. Ding. Detected multiple giantesses with 100% affection for the host. Dozens, no, hundreds of notifications sounded back to back, making my head spin. Stop. System, what's going on? I yelled internally. The system replied nonchalantly. Due to your 999 charm stat, any female below the Saint tier will instantly max out affection upon seeing you, leading to extreme infatuation. Seriously? The system added, almost teasing. Would you like to add these affectionate admirers to the database? I glanced at the crowd, ordinary faces, average builds, decisively rejecting. Nope. If I add this many to the database, it's bound to crash. Of course, I knew what I really wanted. A team like Alia and Bingwa. Gorgeous, powerful, battle-ready. A squad that not only looked impeccable, but could hold their ground in a fight. The current situation, with me perpetually mobbed wherever I went, was honestly more trouble than it was worth. This charm stat is such a curse. How am I supposed to function like this? Can I turn it off? I asked. The system replied affirmatively. You can disable and hide the charm attribute, activating it selectively for specific females if needed. My eyes lit up. And you're only telling me this now? You never asked. The system shot back matter-of-factly. All right, whatever. Just shut up and turn it off already. Ding. Charm attribute disabled. As soon as the charm was deactivated, the giantesses around me seemed to snap out of a trance. The fevered looks vanished, replaced by confusion and awkwardness. Huh? What was I just doing? Why is Lord Rylan here? Never mind that. He's not even close to the type I like. Too short. I'm still holding out for a proper 13-footer with brute strength. Exactly. That height? Probably useless in other ways too. Hard pass. Let's go. Nothing to see here. Within moments, the crowd dispersed, leaving me standing there alone, seething with disbelief. Excuse me, who says 5 feet 11 inches isn't enough? Alia always says I'm amazing. Despite my defiant muttering, unease crept into my heart. System, with my charm turned off, will Alia and the others lose their affection? Will their 100% scores drop? I asked nervously. I might talk a big game about creating a squad of badass giantesses, but deep down, no one could replace Alia's place in my heart. If her affection dropped, I didn't even want to consider that possibility. Ding. Affection and loyalty maxed at 100% are permanent and unwavering. I breathed a sigh of relief. Good. Still, my mind wandered to Bingwa. She might be affected though. Next time I see her, I'll turn the charm back on for her specifically. Huh. I mean, with that killer body and stunning face, she even tops Alia. It'd be criminal to let her slip away. Ding. Host, are you building a harem? What a scoundrel. Absolute nonsense. I immediately sat up, putting on a righteous expression. This is purely about forming an elite, stunningly powerful team of giantesses. What's wrong with wanting represented excellence? As long as you're happy, host. I ignored the sarcasm and leisurely strolled back to my quarters. By evening, Alia emerged from the training chamber, looking utterly drained and visibly frustrated. Rylan, I'm back. Her voice wavered slightly. I was lying on the bed at first, but quickly got up upon hearing her dejected tone. How'd it go? Any breakthroughs? I asked gently. She hung her head low, voice trembling even more. Still stuck at high tier, late stage. I tried everything, pushed myself like crazy, but I just can't reach apex level high tier. Her voice cracked, eyes welling up with tears. Rylan, am I useless? My heart softened instantly, and I embraced her large frame tightly. Silly girl, how could you be useless? I gently stroked her long, dark green hair. You're my woman. Who dares to say you're useless? But I'm just so weak. Elia buried her face in my chest, her muffled voice filled with pain. If you hadn't rushed back that day, the chieftain and I would have been done for, she murmured, biting her lip. I don't want to always wait for you to save me. I want to become stronger too. I want to protect you. A warmth rose in my heart. I cupped her face and looked into her eyes. Elia, don't rush. I'll help you grow stronger. Trust me. Seeing the conviction in my gaze, her nervousness slowly dissipated. All right, I trust you. I smiled and gently kissed her. Her face turned crimson, and she whispered shyly. Then from now on, stop training so much. Spend every day with me. Please. Leaning near her ear, I responded in a low voice. It's getting late. You know what I mean. Her face reddened even further as she nodded softly. All right, my husband, let me take off your clothes. The next morning marked the day of the tribal leaders meeting at the Greenwood tribe. The grand hall was already filled with people. A guard stationed outside shouted urgently, Sir Lingchen, the leaders from the various tribes are all waiting for you in the hall. Please hurry. From inside, I lazily replied, Got it. You may leave. I'll be there soon. Still wrapped in Elia's towering, 3-meter-tall frame, I hesitated to get up, slowly lifting my head from her embrace. Elia urged, Come on, let me help you dress. We need to get going. I replied leisurely, What's the rush? Let them wait. I added, Breakfast comes first. Elia hesitated for a moment. But so many chieftains are waiting. Fixing her with a cold gaze, I said sternly, What are you afraid of? With my current strength, what's the harm in making them wait a little longer? Elia could only mumble in agreement. All right. Inside the grand hall, tension filled the air as the assembled chieftains, all of them dominant figures, waited. Even the weakest among them was a high-tier powerhouse. The injured Greenwood tribe chieftain, Mogrit, was personally hosting them, his smile barely masking the tight vigilance he carried. Someone broke the silence, offering polite congratulations. Chieftain Mogrit, congratulations. Another chimed in, the tone a mix of envy and surprise. You have quite the fierce warrior in your tribe, don't you? Taking down Zakra the Berserker with a single punch. The hall erupted into laughter, full of schadenfreude. Serves him right. That old brute was always insufferable. He had it coming. Mogrit waved his hand, forcing a polite laugh. It's nothing really. Lingchen is indeed quite talented. The chieftain of the Flaming Mountain tribe, Li Yin, fixed Mogrit with a sharp gaze, his words cutting. You're really lucky, Mogrit. With Sir Lingchen on your side, your Greenwood tribe is set to dominate the Forgotten Barrens. Not necessarily, came a cold voice from the crowd. All eyes turned to the speaker, Bone Li, chieftain of the Greybone tribe. His tall, slender frame exuded a sinister aura, and a strange, sharp bone blade hung at his waist. Stonebreaker, another chieftain, frowned. Bone Li, what are you implying? Bone Li sneered. I mean, no matter how strong Lingchen is, he's just one man. Yet here we all are, waiting while he makes us cool our heels. Don't you think that's a bit much? The mood in the hall shifted immediately. Several leaders' expressions darkened, the tension building. Mogrit's heart leapt, and he quickly tried to smooth things over. It's a misunderstanding. Lingchen is likely tied up with something. I'll send someone to urge him. No need. I'm already here. A calm, icy voice rang out from outside the hall. I entered unhurriedly. Elia, a stunning giantess over 3 meters tall, following closely behind. Sweeping my gaze across the room, I let a faint smile curve my lips before unleashing a holy tear pressure. Unimaginable energy filled the grand hall, making the space feel as if it would collapse under the weight. The chieftains were instantly immobilized, as if an invisible hand had pinned them down. The weaker ones even fell to their knees. Bone Li's face turned ashen, sweat pouring down as he struggled to breathe, his throat unable to form words. One thought dominated everyone's mind. This power. It's terrifying. Completely out of our league. With a casual wave, I retracted the pressure, resuming my relaxed demeanor. Apologies. I overslept. Thank you for waiting. The hall was deathly silent. Those who had been dissatisfied earlier now kept their heads lowered, barely daring to breathe. My gaze landed on Bonely. And this gentleman is? Bonely flinched, trembling as he quickly bowed deeply, his voice shaking. Please forgive me, sir. I am Bonely, chieftain of the Greybone tribe. I misspoke earlier. Please punish me as you see fit. I regarded him coolly for a moment before speaking faintly. Offense? What offense? I didn't hear a thing. Bonely froze, realization dawning before elation replaced it. He bowed repeatedly. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your mercy. I waved dismissively, not sparing him another glance as I strode toward the main seat and sat down. Elia stood behind me like a solid, imposing wall. Please, take your seats, I said to the others. The other leaders finally dared to sit, but remained stiff-backed, their breathing scarcely audible. I was about to speak when Stonebreaker leaned in and lowered his voice. Sir, one more thing. Speak. 3 tribes have brought their daughters along. Daughter? Shipo Tian raised his eyebrows and smirked. They heard you like beautiful women and thought they'd send the prettiest one to make a good connection. The corner of my mouth twitched. When did I ever? Forget it. Shipo Tian whispered. Do you want to meet with them? I paused for a moment. Let them in. Yes, my lord. It wasn't long before the noise began outside the main hall. Father, I'm not going. Let me go back. Stop arguing. You're already here. What's the harm in meeting him once? I don't want to. He's just some shorty at 1.8 meters tall. What's so great about that? Now you want me to flatter him? You? I glanced up and saw 4 towering Titan tribe girls quarreling with their father. One was about 3 meters tall, with sun-kissed bronze skin and striking red hair. Another stood at about 3.5 meters, a slim and glowing figure, her long silver-gray hair flowing over her shoulders. But the most eye-catching were a pair of twins, a staggering 4.5 meters tall, their heights absolutely intimidating. One had silver hair and violet eyes, the other black hair and golden eyes. Standing together, they looked like 2 gleaming, razor-sharp blades. I stared dumbfounded. Could Forgotten Hills really produce such creatures? Even Elia couldn't compare, and these twins were on another level entirely. But the next second, their words sank in. Father, even you chose Mother for her height, and now you're sending us to deal with some 1.8 meter shorty? Exactly. We're the finest beauties of the tribe, and you want us to humor some tiny guy? If word gets out, won't we be laughed at? If you keep forcing me, I'll go in myself right here and now.